Chapter 226. Gu Fei and the old tortoise had been ambushed by Dongfang Chan in the spatial node. And the power of the Taoist technique scroll had teleported them into an absolute formation. "We're in trouble, big trouble." The old tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. He glanced around and seemed to have noticed something. "I don't care what trouble it is. Hurry up and find a way to get out of here." Gu Fei looked up at the sky and said anxiously. The bright moon in the sky was like a silver plate, sprinkling down endless moonlight, shrouding the world in a hazy moonlight. Time waited for no man. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, they would no longer be able to leave the ruined sky realm. Once the spatial passage connected to the outside world was closed, they would be completely sealed in the ruined sky realm. "I don't want to go out, I want to go out more than anyone else, but as you saw just now, as long as we walk out of this area, those stone puppets will tear us to pieces," the old tortoise said angrily. "Then what should we do?" Gu Fei asked. They seemed to be trapped in an area with a circumference of only about 2 feet in the endless stone forest, and there were broken stones under their feet. There used to be a stone statue at the place where they were standing, but that statue had been shattered. The absolute formation seemed to have suffered irreparable damage and was not in a complete state. Perhaps because of this, as long as they did not walk out of this area, the huge stone statues around them would not attack Gu Fei and the old tortoise. However, once Gu Fei and the old tortoise stepped out of this area, they immediately triggered the restriction of the absolute formation, causing the lifeless cold stone statues to move and attack them. Gu Fei and the old tortoise seemed to have also noticed this situation. They looked at each other, and then Gu Fei said to the old tortoise, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you take out your tortoise shell and smash these stones?" Upon hearing this, the old tortoise did not hesitate and hurriedly stretched out his right hand. A stone tortoise shell the size of a fist immediately appeared in his palm and quickly grew to the size of a hill. Then the old tortoise waved his right hand, and with a whoosh, the huge stone tortoise shell smashed towards the stone statues in front of him. Rumble! As if a huge mountain was moving, the huge stone tortoise shell shook heaven and earth, and the mighty energy fluctuations that it released were like mountains, making people's hearts palpitate. The moment the stone tortoise shell was thrown out, the stone statues in the surroundings, which had originally been motionless, suddenly emitted powerful energy waves. Then, as if they had come to life, their eyes shone with a dazzling light, and they walked down from their pedestals. At this moment, these tall stone statues were no longer inanimate objects. The energy fluctuations emitted from the energy fluctuations from the countless stone statues merged into one. The energy fluctuations surged like a tortoise. The energy fluctuations surged like waves like waves. The energy fluctuations surged like waves. The power of the great formation was stimulated, and those stone statues turned into stone people that could move. They began to move in a disorderly manner, but they were in sync with the 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. This was truly an inescapable net formation. The huge stone tortoise shell pressed down like a huge ancient mountain, emitting a terrifying and unparalleled energy fluctuation. However, the countless stone statues below raised their fists and punched upwards at the same time. The stone statues' movements stimulated the power of the entire formation. The raging waves of energy swept upwards and rushed towards the stone tortoise shell that was pressing down. The destructive brilliance that erupted from the formation instantly lit up the night sky, illuminating the world. Boom! With a deafening rumble, surging power shook the world. The terrifying power unleashed by the stone golem collided with the huge stone tortoise shell. The resulting shockwaves caused a tornado to form in the sky, and the aftermath caused the entire world to tremble. The stone tortoise shell that was the size of a small mountain was directly blown into the sky by the power of the formation, and the countless stone statues below were swaying left and right as if they were drunk. Spiderweb-like cracks had even appeared on the bodies of some of the stone men, as if they could shatter into thousands of pieces at any time. However, not only did the cracked stone statues not collapse, but the cracks on their incomparably hard stone bodies healed and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Self-repair. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were shocked when they saw this, and a chill ran down their spines. What kind of enemy was the most terrifying? Invincible and indestructible enemies were the most terrifying. Since the stone statues could not be destroyed, why were there broken stone statues in the formation? Could it be that the stone statues were not indestructible, but the method was wrong? The old tortoise's stone tortoise shell that had been sent flying into the sky seemed to have encountered a great resistance and could not break through the formation's seal. An unfathomable force suppressed the stone tortoise shell. Old Tortoise waved at the stone tortoise shell that was slowly descending towards the formation. The hill-sized stone tortoise shell immediately shrunk and flew back to Old Tortoise. The stone tortoise shell that could smash anything seemed to be unable to smash the stone statues that stood around it. However, Old Tortoise did not gain anything. At the very least, he had tested the power of the stone statues. This great formation could seal the heavens and trap the earth. Although its power wasn't as terrifying as expected, it wouldn't be easy to break out of it. Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were trapped in the formation, at the end of the sky-splitting valley in the 100,000 mountains, a figure walked out from an ancient stone door on the stone wall. It was an expressionless, cold young man. It's someone from the Taishan sect. When the disciples on both sides of the cliff saw the young man, they immediately recognized which of the three great Taoist sects this white-robed young man was a disciple of. This was because the disciples of the Guangqing Celestial sect had small swords embroidered on their sleeves, while the disciples of the Shangqing sect had talismans embroidered on their sleeves. The disciples of the Taishan sect had nothing embroidered on their sleeves. Gu Fei, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are too great a threat to our Dongfang family. We have to get rid of you. The white-robed young man who walked out of the space channel thought to himself. This white-robed young man was none other than Dongfang Chan, who had plotted against Gu Fei and Old Tortoise in the space node with the Dao Technique scroll. This Dongfang Chan was definitely a ruthless character. He did things cleanly and decisively. Of course, he was also very confident. This was because Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had been moved into a formation by the power of the Dao Technique scroll. Even if they were not killed by the formation, they would never be able to get out. It could be said that Dongfang Chan had already calculated this and made a foolproof plan before he dared to make a move. If he did not have full confidence, he would never have dared to make a move against Gu Fei. Because if he failed to plot against Gu Fei, then the unlucky one would be Dongfang Chan. Dongfang Chan was the first disciple of the Taishan sect to come out of the ruined sky realm. He was warmly welcomed by the high-ranking disciples of the Taishan sect who were guarding the Rift Valley. The two old Taoists who were in charge of the overall situation directly summoned Dongfang Chan to the cliff and directly conducted a thorough search of his body. However, after the two old Taoists finished searching Dongfang Chan, they were disappointed. Dongfang Chan did not gain anything in the ruined sky realm. There were only a few spiritual medicines that were less than 1,000 years old in his magic treasure pouch. Longevity grass. Could it be that no one got the longevity grass? The two old Taoists could no longer hide the disappointment on their faces. They had already checked several disciples of the Shangqing sect and Guangqing Immortal sect who came out of the ruined sky realm and found nothing. The two old Taoists had no interest in anything else. In their eyes, there was only the longevity grass, which could extend their lifespan by 200 years. Just when the two old Taoists were disappointed, there were bursts of fluctuations in the space channel. It seemed that more than one person was about to come out of the space channel. The disappointment on the faces of the two old Taoists disappeared without a trace in an instant. Their spirits were greatly lifted, and their turbid old eyes also bloomed with light. Of course, even if all the survivors of the ruined sky realm successfully came out of the ruined sky realm, the two old Taoists would never be able to find the longevity grass on them. Because the 9-colored longevity grass that the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects dreamed of was in the hands of Gu Fei, and Gu Fei was now trapped in the formation with the old tortoise. Dongfang Chan seemed to have inadvertently done something earth-shattering. He attacked Gu Fei and wanted to kill Gu Fei. However, this directly destroyed the dream of the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects to break through to the demigod realm. Without the longevity grass, their lifespan would be exhausted. And what awaited these old monsters would be reincarnation. If the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects knew that it was Dongfang Chan who had destroyed their last glimmer of hope, perhaps even 10 Dongfang families would be completely destroyed in the anger of these old monsters. In the ruined sky realm in the giant stone formation, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were like ants on a hot pan, restless and restless. Seeing the bright moon rising higher and higher in the sky, they still could not think of a way to break the formation. Were they really going to be trapped in the ruined sky realm and wait for the next opening to get out? In the end, Gu Fei made up his mind and said to the old tortoise, "Old tortoise, let's force our way out." There was no doubt that this was an extremely crazy idea. The old tortoise did not speak, but pondered for a while. After a while, the old tortoise said, "Can you release the taboo item on you again? Please, what taboo item? Look at the time, hurry up and break the formation. Don't keep thinking about what I have on me. Okay?" Gu Fei said grumpily. Wait, the taboo item you mentioned. Could it be? An idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to immerse his mind into the mud pill palace between his eyebrows. In the inner space of the mud pill palace, a figure appeared. It was Gu Fei. To be precise, it was an illusory image created by Gu Fei's divine sense. This illusory image was sitting cross-legged on the ground like Gu Fei's body in the outside world. The illusory image formed by the divine sense in the inner space appeared. Then, like a real person, it opened its eyes and rose from the ground. Chapter 227. The virtual image formed by the divine will was no different from a real person. Outside Gu Fei's inner space, his real body was sitting on the ground like a piece of wood and stone, without any sound. Beside Gu Fei, the old tortoise was nervously guarding him. At this time, Gu Fei's mind was completely immersed in the inner space. Even if someone cut him into pieces, he would not know. This was a very dangerous behavior. Even the old tortoise would not dare to do so in a dangerous place. To be on the safe side, the old tortoise opened the pseudo-world and released the corpse general doppelganger. The 9-foot-tall, burly warrior, wearing ancient armor and holding a black rod, looked majestic. With the rod in hand, he looked like he was looking down on thousands of soldiers. With the old tortoise and his corpse general doppelganger guarding him, there was absolutely no danger. In the ruined sky realm, no one could hurt Gu Fei under the protection of the old tortoise and the corpse general doppelganger. After the old tortoise withdrew the stone tortoise shell, the unusual movements of the stone man formation gradually calmed down. The tall stone men returned to their original positions, and the intimidating divine light emitted from their stone eyes also dimmed. The terrifying energy fluctuations emitted from the stone men formation retreated, and finally completely converged into the stone men formation. The stone men formation became cold and lifeless stone statues again. Seeing this scene, the old tortoise was shocked to the extreme. That freak was really freakish to set up such an ultimate formation here. He could see that these stone men puppets were definitely not ordinary stone men. The master of the ruined sky realm was so generous that even the old tortoise, a super antique, could not help but be moved. Each stone man had a fighting soul sealed in it, a fighting soul that had its spiritual consciousness erased and only knew how to fight. So many stone men and so many fighting souls formed this ultimate formation. As long as the formation was not destroyed, the stone men formation would not be destroyed, and the fighting souls would not be destroyed. However, this was obviously not absolute. The ultimate formation seemed to have been attacked. Someone had broken some of the stone men formation with a special method and destroyed the fighting souls in the stone men formation, so that the stone men formation could not repair themselves. The old tortoise also knew how to completely destroy the spirit soul, but with his current cultivation, it was difficult to destroy such powerful fighting souls, let alone so many fighting souls. Now the old tortoise could not think of any way to break the formation, so he could only pin his hopes on Gu Fei. If he could have that forbidden item, they would have hope of breaking out of the formation. If he could have that forbidden item, they would have hope of breaking out of the formation. Inside Gu Fei's inner space, another Gu Fei formed from Gu Fei's divine sense appeared in this space that was about 50 feet in diameter, and had no distinction between heaven and earth. In this space, apart from the yellow sand mixed with soil, there was nothing else, not even a blade of grass. This was a space devoid of any signs of life. The edge of this space was an extremely unstable, murky, chaotic void. From chaos, from the world of world jade floating a world from Tian from of a world. From the ring of Chun world. These three treasures were all spiritual objects. They could instinctively absorb the chaos chi to repair themselves. Of course, it was impossible to repair a broken sword soul. However, the mountain and river cauldron and the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to have a complete soul. Therefore, in order to display the true power of the treasures, one had to have the cultivation to activate them. However, the mountain and river cauldron and the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to possess a complete soul. Thus, in order to unleash the true power of the treasures, one had to have the cultivation to control them. One flower, one world. Perhaps there was another world in the yin-yang jade pendant. Now Gu Fei had no choice. He could only try to communicate with the yin-yang jade pendant. He wanted to get in touch with the existence in the jade pendant. Now Gu Fei had no other choice. He could only try to communicate with the yin-yang jade pendant. He wanted to get in touch with the existence in the jade pendant. Gu Fei already knew that the mysterious existence in the jade pendant was controlling the yin-yang jade pendant. What happened next seemed to be surprisingly smooth. Gu Fei did not have to spend much effort to easily capture the extremely weak mental wave emitted from the jade pendant. I need your help. Gu Fei did not say anything superfluous and went straight to the point. You're very direct. These words rang out in Gu Fei's mind. This was a mental communication. The mysterious existence in the jade pendant was directly expressing its intention to Gu Fei. Then, Gu Fei exchanged a few words with that person. After that, his mind withdrew from the inner space. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. Entering and exiting the inner space with his mind was something that could be done with just a thought. It was much faster than directly descending into the inner space with his real body. After his mind returned, Gu Fei stood up from the ground. How is it? Old Tortoise, who was standing guard for Gu Fei, immediately asked. Old Tortoise could not remain calm as this matter concerned whether he could leave the ruined sky realm. Gu Fei did not answer Old Tortoise. Instead, he raised his head and looked up. Then a strange wave spread out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to emit rays of brilliance. Just as the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows opened like a divine eye, a fist-sized black and white brilliance rushed out of the vertical mark on Gu Fei's forehead and rushed into the sky. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook. A huge Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared in the sky and shrouded a part of the sky. The moment the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared, the entire Stoneman formation began to operate. The fighting souls imprisoned in the stone statues that stood on the pedestal began to awaken. The awakening of the fighting souls seemed to inject infinite vitality into the ice-cold stone statues. Terrifying energy waves began to spread out from the bodies of the stone men. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram shrouded a part of the sky and the yin and yang chi surged. The two Tai Chi eyes, like bottomless black holes, began to devour all the spiritual chi in the sky and on the ground, including the power gathered by the formation. Roar! The stone men who walked down from the pedestal of the stone statues seemed to feel a great threat and instinctively roared. Then some of the stone men soared into the sky and rushed toward the huge Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. The stone men pounced toward the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky and waved their stone fists, unleashing a terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. They rushed toward the slowly revolving Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. Bang! The stone men's attack landed on the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The diagram did not move at all. On the contrary, the power that erupted from the diagram shook the stone men down from the sky. The stone man fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! There was a muffled sound and the ground shook. Soil flew everywhere and a large pit appeared on the ground. As the dust flew, the stone men that fell from the sky climbed out of the pit. Their stone bodies were covered with cracks, as if they were exquisite porcelain that had been shattered. Roar! Countless stone men roared, and one after another, they rushed into the sky and launched a fierce attack on the diagram that was madly devouring the spiritual chi of the sky and earth. These stone fighting souls that had their consciousness erased only retained the most primitive fighting instincts. They were truly killing machines. Relying on their instincts, countless stone men, from time to time, displayed the forbidden skills that they had learned when they were alive. Endless energy storms shook the sky. Even the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was shaking at this time. Although the energy storm that swept up from below shook the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, a part of this terrible energy storm was actually devoured by the two Tai Chi eyes above the diagram. The diagram absorbed the spiritual chi of the sky and earth, and did not reject anything. The power of the formation, the power of the stone men, all the power in the world, it seemed to be able to absorb and refine it. Rumble! Although the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was violently shaken by the extremely powerful power of the countless stone men below, it was still slowly operating. The mighty yin and yang qi froze a part of the sky, and the surging power was continuously sucked into the two Taiji eyes on the divine diagram. The mysterious existence in the yin-yang jade pendant seemed to need a large amount of spiritual qi of the sky and earth. As the diagram shook, endless spiritual qi of the sky and earth gathered from all directions. The power that had been accumulated by the formation for countless years was gradually being sucked out. The power of the formation was being weakened again, but the speed at which the formation was being weakened was very slow. According to this speed, it would be difficult to completely suck out the power of the formation even if it took 3 days and 3 nights. However, Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not wait that long, which made them extremely anxious. At that moment, all the stone men in the formation were roaring restlessly. The terrifying sound waves made Gu Fei's ears ring, and the blood in his chest and abdomen churn. It was extremely uncomfortable. There's not much time left. Can you break this formation a little faster? Gu Fei transmitted his thoughts to the mysterious existence in the yin-yang jade pendant. At that moment, the bright moon was already hanging high in the sky, and the time was not far away. There's no other way. I've already tried my best. This formation is not simple. The person who set it up definitely has great power and magical powers. If I can recover to my peak state. A voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Then what should we do? Gu Fei transmitted his thoughts to the voice. Let me think about it. The voice fell silent. The divine diagram covered the sky, but it was blocked high in the sky, unable to descend to the diagram below. The stone men formation possessed unfathomable power. The power of the stone men seemed to have merged with the formation as they continuously blasted out all kinds of powerful magical and forbidden techniques, causing the divine diagram to shake continuously. A hazy formation diagram began to appear under the feet of countless stone men. Faint lines seemed to connect every stone man, and every stone man was moving according to the ancient and profound lines of the formation diagram. There's an eye of the formation 300 meters away from your northwest corner. If you break it, the power of the formation will be weakened. The silent voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind again. Gu Fei hurriedly told the old tortoise about the situation. Then what are you waiting for? The old tortoise picked up the stone turtle shell and rushed to the northwest corner. The corpse general clone with the black stick followed closely behind. Chapter 228. In the sky above the formation, the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram that shrouded the sky unleashed a boundless pressure that was locked in a stalemate with the formation below. The two terrifying forces collided and cancelled each other out. As for the Taiji yin-yang diagram, other than blocking the attacks of the countless stone golems below, and the destructive impact of the formation, the two yin-yang eyes on the diagram were still absorbing the power of the formation. The sky and earth shook violently as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless stone golems roared at the sky, their voices shaking the sky. At this moment the entire area was completely boiling. If it weren't for the mighty power of the formation that stabilized the area, the ground would have cracked open long ago, and the area would have been reduced to ruins. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could still sense the strange movements coming from here. Although the Taoist technique scroll that Dongfang Chan used to plot against Gu Fei was rare, it could not teleport a person 100 miles away. It could only teleport a person a dozen miles away. The location of the formation was not far from the spatial node in the valley. In the eyes of cultivators, a dozen miles could be covered in just a few breaths. Some of the Dao sect disciples who were heading towards the spatial node in the valley stopped in their tracks in shock when they sensed a destructive energy fluctuation coming from the area where the spatial node was located. The ruined sky realm was filled with danger. If one was not careful, they would be doomed eternally. No one was willing to take the risk at this time. Thus, some people directly retreated and headed in the direction of the next spatial node. Under the moonlight, the tranquility of the mountain range was completely broken the moment the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram appeared. The ferocious birds and beasts that resided in the area all rushed out of their habitats and fled towards the outside of the mountain range. Thus, the rare moonlit night beast stampede appeared in this mountain range. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate such a rare sight. Every formation had a formation eye. The formation eye was equivalent to a hub in a formation, and was the key to the operation of the formation. Some formations would stop operating as long as the formation eye was broken. Although the power of this formation was earth-shattering, it also had a formation eye. If the formation eye of this absolute formation was successfully broken, although it might not be able to break the grand formation, it would still be able to weaken the grand formation by a lot. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram hovered high in the sky, attracting the majority of the formation's power. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram became the target of the countless stone golems. Stone golems continuously soared into the sky, directly attacking the divine diagram. This created the perfect condition for Old Tortoise and Gu Fei to break the formation eye. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the Old Tortoise's figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, the Old Tortoise's figure was intercepted by a stone man 10 feet away from the northwest corner. Boom! Old Tortoise swung the stone turtle shell and directly collided with the stone man blocking the way. The stone man's fist and the stone turtle shell violently collided. The ground under the feet of the Old Tortoise and the stone man immediately undulated violently like waves. The power that was released caused ripples that were visible to the naked eye to appear in the void. Thud thud thud. The huge stone man that was at least 10 feet tall took 7 or 8 steps back. The ground under its feet cracked under its extremely heavy footsteps, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step it took. Old Tortoise did not gain any advantage and was forced to retreat. Whoosh! A gust of wind came from Old Tortoise's side. A stalwart figure holding a black rod rushed forward from behind Old Tortoise. The black rod swung and a piercing sound was heard. Old Tortoise's 9-foot-tall corpse general doppelganger waved the black rod and attacked the stone man that intercepted Old Tortoise. The black rod seemed to have turned into a black dragon in the hands of Old Tortoise's doppelganger, emitting a terrifying power. Old Tortoise's corpse general doppelganger and the stone man began to fight. Surprisingly, the stone man was able to fight endlessly with the corpse general doppelganger, and was not at a disadvantage. It was evident that the stone man in this formation was definitely not a decoration, but a terrifying killing machine. After the doppelganger blocked the stone man, Old Tortoise immediately rushed forward with an extremely fast body technique. At this time, Gu Fei also rushed out of the safety zone with a diameter of only 20 feet. The horror of the stone men was obvious to all. Even a powerful existence like the corpse general doppelganger with a black rod in hand would find it difficult to defeat the stone men. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation, a single punch from those terrifying stone men was enough to shatter him into pieces. However, Gu Fei had a unique skill to save his life in the stone men. The ancient combat skill Desolation Steps could be used for both offense and defense. There was a killer move called 8 Steps 8 Kills, and there was also an extremely fast body technique called 8 Steps Extreme Speed. Gu Fei used Desolation Steps to avoid the stone men's attacks and quickly shuttled through the stone men. Soon he caught up with Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise did not linger. He waved his stone turtle shell and forced back the stone men blocking his way. Then he quickly rushed to the eye of the formation. When Gu Fei and Old Tortoise saw the so-called eye of the formation, they could not help but be dumbfounded. The so-called eye of the formation was actually a pitch-black stone man. The stone man was about 40 to 50 feet tall and its entire body was pitch black, as if it was cast from divine iron. This black stone man was very eye-catching among the stone men. It seemed to be leading the little brothers around it to launch a fierce attack on the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in the sky. Within the stone body of the black stone man, there was an incomparably powerful fighting soul. Although its spiritual consciousness had been erased, the black stone man continued to hit the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in the sky with its fists and palms. The violent power shook the void. What a joke! Old Tortoise could not help but be shocked when he saw the black stone man so powerful. On the other hand, Gu Fei's train of thought came to a halt when he saw the mighty black stone man. Soon, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise realized that the black stone man seemed to be unable to move freely within the large formation. It could not leave the position of the eye of the formation. At this time more than 10 stone men, either empty-handed or armed with stone weapons, approached Gu Fei and Old Tortoise from all directions, one step at a time. The huge stone body emitted a terrifying wave of power, and the divine light in its eyes shot out a few feet away. Bang! A muffled sound came from behind Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar hit the stone man with its rod and then leaped up. Its tall body fell from the sky and landed heavily beside Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. The black rod in the corpse general avatar's hand was a treasure that could suppress the fire chi in the earth vein. It had unimaginable power. The stone man that was hit by the rod was covered with cracks, as if it could break into thousands of pieces at any time. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the front. The rolling sound waves almost knocked Gu Fei to the ground, causing his chi and blood to boil. The huge black stone man noticed Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. Its cold eyes swept over them, and the monstrous murderous intent made Gu Fei feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Oh no! Old Tortoise's expression suddenly changed, and then he pulled Gu Fei and rushed to the side. At this moment, a pitch-black hand silently enveloped him. Boom! With a loud bang, the place where Gu Fei and Old Tortoise originally stood was suddenly filled with dust, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar was shaken and sent flying backward. A stone man approached from behind and punched it in the back. The violent force sent the corpse general avatar flying forward. In front of them was the terrifying black stone man that made people's hearts palpitate. Whoosh! The huge black hand flew toward Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar like an inescapable net. Outrageous! Old Tortoise got up from the ground, then raised his stone tortoise shell and smashed it directly at the black stone man. The stone tortoise shell that was the size of a fist quickly expanded after it was thrown. By the time it smashed in front of the black stone man, it had become the size of a small hill. The black stone man seemed to have retained its instinctive combat skills. When the stone tortoise shell hit it, it could no longer care about Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar. Instead, it waved its two huge fists and fiercely punched the hill-sized stone tortoise shell. The violent collision and the surging energy formed a fist storm that surged in all directions. The stone men that were approaching from all directions were like willow catkins in a gale, and they were blown away by the energy storm that erupted. The stone tortoise shell was blasted away, and it rapidly shrank. The black stone man was also knocked off balance by Old Tortoise's stone tortoise shell. Thud! 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 This was definitely the best opportunity to make a move. However, Gu Fei did not make a move because a battle of this level was no longer something he could intervene in. If Gu Fei could still control the mysterious sword hilt passed down from his master, he would definitely make a move. The problem was that the sword hilt had rushed into the chaotic zone of the inner space and was out of Gu Fei's control. How could an unarmed Gu Fei compete with the terrifying black stone man? However, although Gu Fei did not make a move, Old Tortoise would not let go of such a great opportunity. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar borrowed the force of the stone golem's punch to leave a trail of afterimages in the void. In an instant it pounced above the black stone golem, raised its black rod high, and smashed it down on the black stone golem's head with all its might. Bang! Without any suspense, Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar's thunderous rod hit the top of the black stone man's skull. With a soft crack, cracks spread from the top of the black stone man's skull. The light that burst out of the black stone man's eyes suddenly dimmed a lot. Roar! The black stone man roared and slapped Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar away, smashing it into the pile of stone men hundreds of feet away. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar was extremely powerful. After being slapped away, it immediately jumped up from the ground and swept its rod in all directions, forcing away the ordinary stone men that were besieging it, and then rushed back. First it was punched by the ordinary stone men, then it was slapped away by the huge black stone man. Even though it was the corpse general avatar, there was a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. Chapter 229. Warriors who had cultivated the indestructible martial body were absolutely terrifying existences. Their bodies were extremely tough and contained unimaginable power. Every move they made had great power. The corpse general avatar of the old turtle was a supreme warrior's indestructible body. Even though it had suffered a series of heavy blows, its fighting spirit was still shocking, and it displayed great martial skills and magical powers. The corpse general avatar strolled in the void. Every step it took was like teleportation. It instantly appeared 200 or 300 feet away, moving at an extremely fast speed as if it had broken through the void. In just a few steps, The corpse general avatar had arrived in front of it with the black rod in its hand. Even the old tortoise was shocked by his indomitable momentum. Although it had been dead for countless years and had become the corpse general that guarded the archaic ominous city, its momentum was still there. The corpse general that the old turtle had refined into an outer body avatar emitted a powerful momentum that deterred all directions and changed the color of the wind and clouds. This was an extreme path warrior. A warrior who had cultivated the martial way to the highest realm. It had a powerful indestructible body, and a martial way battle skill that was close to the Tao. Even immortals would tremble before it. Roar! With a furious roar, the corpse general leaped high into the air and smashed the black rod in his hand towards the black stone man's head. The black rod cut through the void at high speed, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. The entire space shook under the rod's blow. The black stone man's huge head had been smashed on the top of its head by the corpse general's rod. Cracks appeared on its head, but it did not shatter because of this. Moreover, the cracks on the black stone man's head were rapidly disappearing. It was unknown whether it was the power of the formation or the power of the invincible fighting soul that had merged with the stone man that was repairing the pitch-black, hard stone body. However, there was no doubt that the black stone man's power was increasing. The heavy injuries it had suffered were rapidly recovering. This was a terrifying scene. The black stone man seemed to be indestructible. The black stone man raised one hand to block the black rod that was smashing down. Almost at the same time, its other hand blasted toward the corpse general. A terrifying power surged out of the pitch-black hand. The palm force shook the void and a huge storm suddenly appeared in front of the giant palm. Boom! The black rod fiercely smashed into the stone arm of the black stone golem. When the black rod smashed down, the surface of the stone arm that was more than 20 feet long immediately cracked. Dust and stone chips fell from the arm. The ferocious power was like a huge mountain pressing down, and the ground under the black stone man's feet immediately burst open. His feet sank into the ground up to his knees. Bang! At the same time, the pitch-black palm also sent the corpse general's avatar flying. The black stone golem and the corpse general were fighting head-on, without any tricks. This was a direct clash of strength, and the stronger would win. However, it seemed like the strength of the black stone golem and the corpse general were on par. Neither of them could gain the upper hand in the battle, nor could they completely suppress their opponent. However, with the addition of the old tortoise, it would be difficult for the black stone man to fight against the two powerhouses. Boom! The stone turtle shell, which had shrunk to the size of a fist, silently smashed into the black stone man's chest when the black stone man sent old turtle's corpse general clone flying. The shrunken stone turtle shell was inconspicuous, and it did not emit any earth-shattering energy waves. However, it did not mean that the power of the stone turtle shell would be weakened. The power of the small turtle shell was like a violent collision of a primordial sacred mountain. The huge stone body of the black stone man, which was 50 to 60 feet tall, was smashed and sent flying. There was a sudden loud rumble, and a large number of ordinary stone men were knocked down by the pitch-black stone body. The entire area immediately fell into chaos. The corpse general clone and the old tortoise's mind were connected. The old tortoise was the corpse general, and the corpse general was the old tortoise. The cooperation between the two was simply flawless. Under their joint efforts, even the terrifying black stone man would be at a disadvantage. The black stone man was refined into a formation eye in the large formation, and the square base on which the stone man stood was not damaged. As the formation eye, the black stone man left the place where the formation eye was located, and the power of the large formation was immediately affected. Rumble. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in the sky took the opportunity to emit endless power and press down from the sky. The entire large formation immediately shook violently. Roar! The black stone man that was smashed away by the stone turtle shell roared continuously. After it got up from the ground, it immediately rushed towards the position of the formation eye. However, at this moment, a tall figure descended from the sky, and a black rod stabbed down. Poof! It hit the base that the black stone man originally stood on. The corpse general clone that had been smashed away descended from the sky and attacked again. Roar! The moment the black rod hit the base, the thousands of stone men nearby immediately roared into the sky. Then the power that was emitted from their bodies retreated like the tide. The pair of stone man eyes that were emitting a frightening light gradually dimmed. It seemed that the fighting soul power on the stone bodies of the surrounding stone men had been suppressed. Then, the stone men turned back into stone statues and fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. The black stone man's movements also became slower. However, the fighting soul in the black stone man seemed to be much stronger than the ordinary stone statue fighting soul. The fighting soul struggled, but it was all in vain. The position of the formation I had been sealed by the black rod, and the formation that emerged from the ground dimmed. Bang! 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 The black stone man continued to walk step by step towards the base that it was standing on. Finally, when it was less than 10 feet away from the base, the terrifying black stone man was completely silent. The fighting soul power had been completely suppressed, and the black and shiny stone body of the black stone man no longer emitted any fluctuations. The frightening light that was emitted from the stone man's eyes had completely disappeared. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Although he used his 8 steps extreme speed to avoid the stone man's attack, he was still in danger. If these stone men had not been wiped out of their spiritual senses and could only attack based on their instincts, Gu Fei would have died many times. Since this earth-stabilizing divine pillar can stabilize the earth, water, fire and wind, and suppress the fire chi of the earth veins, it should also be able to suppress the power of this formation, Old Tortoise said. Old Tortoise walked to the front of the black stone man, and then leaped up into the air above the stone man. He lifted the stone turtle shell and smashed it hard on the stone man's head 17 or 18 times. Bang! 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 Although Old Tortoise smashed the stone man's head, the stone man's head only showed dense cracks like a spider's web. Even so, it did not break. Outrageous, where did that pervert find such a hard stone? Old Tortoise stopped and said fiercely. In his opinion, everything in the ruined sky realm was set up by his former enemy. After the formation I was sealed, the formation was not broken. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar was only a corner of the formation. In other places, there were still countless stone men roaring. They were not out of danger. However, a corner of the formation had stopped circulating, directly weakening the strength of the entire formation. The battle soul trapped in the stone man's body released a vast and boundless soul power. It was as if there were countless ferocious souls roaring. The soul power fused with the formation, pushing the strength of the formation to its peak. Even so, the formation could no longer resist the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram in the sky. The divine diagram slowly descended, and cracks began to appear on the stone bodies of the countless stone men. The stone men, which were already broken into pieces, crumbled and scattered on the ground. Not only that, faint and illusory fighting souls rushed out from the stone bodies of the scattered stone men. These fighting souls roared in the air and were all sucked into the 2 Tai Chi Yin and Yang eyes on the diagram that were like 2 invincible abysses. If I could also devour these fighting souls, I would definitely be able to recover some of my strength, Old Tortoise said jealously when he saw this scene. Then go ahead and devour them, Gu Fei said. Brat, don't tempt me. These stone statue fighting souls are not simple. I don't know who will devour who. Old Tortoise said impatiently. Although he was tempted, he did not dare to take action. It should be known that the fighting souls emitted soul power that was not weaker than Old Tortoise's. It was extremely dangerous and crazy to devour a fighting soul that was similar to one's own strength. If one was not careful, one would be devoured by the fighting soul and one would be devoured. Being devoured meant that one's soul would be destroyed, and they would never be able to reincarnate. Their life imprint would completely disappear from this world. At this time, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram had completely gained the upper hand. The formation was completely suppressed and endless power began to surge towards the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. The divine diagram continuously devoured the power of the formation. The 2 Tai Chi Yin and Yang eyes seemed to never be full. They devoured as much spiritual chi as they could. Since the birth of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, Gu Fei did not know how much spiritual chi the yin-yang fish jade pendant had devoured, but he was sure that it was a terrifying amount. Why did it absorb so much energy? Could it be that it was using the endless spiritual chi to restore the mysterious remnant soul in the jade pendant? Gu Fei did not know and could not understand. With his current cultivation, He was far from being qualified to know some of the secrets of heaven and earth. When his cultivation was high enough to look down on the world, all the secret places would gradually appear in front of him. In the cultivation world, power determined everything. As long as one had enough power, he would know more things and his vision would be broader. Boom! The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram pressed down from the sky and the surroundings shook. The ground undulated like waves and there were stone statues collapsing one after another. From the collapsing stone statues, faint and powerful fighting souls rushed out. These fighting souls, whose spiritual consciousness had been erased, were roaring and struggling. None of the fighting souls could escape. They were all suppressed by the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. The power of the formation was rapidly weakening, but the power of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 230. The Stoneman array had already been damaged. It was not a complete ultimate array, so its power had already been affected. Now the corpse general avatar of the old turtle had placed the earth-stabilizing divine pillar at a corner of the array I, sealing a corner of the array. As a result, the power of the array could no longer be connected as one. This immediately affected the normal operation of the ultimate array, and the power of the array immediately weakened. There was no longer any suspense in the confrontation between the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram and the array. The divine diagram rumbled and shrouded the sky and the earth. The mighty Yin and Yang Qi seemed to want to turn this part of the world into chaos again. The heavens and the earth shook. Other than the corner of the array that was sealed by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, the ground of the entire array undulated violently like waves. Stones were constantly shaken into the sky and then exploded. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The scene in front of him shocked Gu Fei. Only the old tortoise remained calm and unmoved. Although the old turtle's origin was mysterious, he was a super antique that had existed since ancient times. What had he not seen before? Rumble. The divine diagram suppressed the power of the Stoneman array. It quickly sucked away the power of the Stoneman array and became nourishment for the divine diagram. One by one, the Stoneman array shattered. The fighting souls inside the Stoneman array rushed out of the shattered stone bodies and roared incessantly. The powerful fighting souls were all devoured by the Tai Chi Yin-Yang eyes on the divine diagram. They had no power to resist. The power of the divine diagram was difficult to resist. The array was collapsing. However, the speed of the collapse seemed to be a little slow. The bright moon in the sky was already hanging high in the sky. Time was running out. Gu Fei and the old turtle could no longer remain calm. The corpse general avatar of the old turtle tried to rush out several times, but it was forced back by the crazy Stoneman array. The Stoneman array was making a final struggle. The fighting souls inside the Stoneman array erupted with unprecedented power. The ancient armor on the corpse general's body was also broken in the battle, and its body was stained with blood. There was no doubt about the strength of the golems. Even if an immortal god realm expert was trapped in this ultimate formation, the expert would probably perish within the ultimate formation. Faster, faster, can you be faster? Gu Fei shouted in his heart. He was communicating with the mysterious existence in the divine map. I'll try my best. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The mysterious existence in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram gave such a response. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram that enveloped this part of the world emitted an unprecedentedly terrifying energy fluctuation. Yin and Yang Qi poured down from the diagram, obliterating everything. The stone golems shattered one after another, and the battle souls were all sucked into the divine diagram. The speed at which the grand formation collapsed was clearly much faster. But even so, it was difficult for the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram to completely collapse the formation in a short period of time. It had to be said that the person who laid down this absolute formation back then was truly an extremely powerful person. Even after countless years, this absolute formation still possessed such power. One could imagine how terrifying this complete ultimate killing formation was back then. It would not be difficult for it to kill immortals, Buddhas, and demons. Outside the sky ruins at the end of the Skycrack Valley, the two ancient stone doors on the stone wall were already half closed. The gap between the two stone doors could barely allow two people to pass through. The space passage behind the stone doors had also become very unstable. It seemed that the space passage could collapse at any time. The power of heaven and earth was unstoppable. The essence chi from all directions gathered by the ancient formation in front of the stone doors could no longer stop the 2 stone doors from closing. In the sky, the 4 spirits in 28 constellations appeared at the same time, emitting an unprecedentedly bright light and sprinkling down endless starlight. At this moment, a strange celestial phenomenon of the stars and the moon competing for brilliance appeared in the sky. The radiance of the 28 constellations actually had the momentum of overshadowing the radiance of the moon. The power of the 4 spirits in 28 constellations was attracted by the formation and gathered on the altar. Then, it was guided into the stone doors to maintain the stability of the space passage with great difficulty and prevent it from collapsing. Everyone in the 100,000 mountain range, even the entire southern wasteland, could clearly see this marvelous scene in the sky. Except for some old monsters at the void-resisting stage, very few people knew what this celestial phenomenon meant. In the night when the starlight and the moon competed for brilliance, a surging demonic cloud came from the north in an overwhelming manner and directly rushed into the 100,000 mountain range. The demonic cloud gave off a terrifying and evil aura that made even the common people tremble. Sensing this terrifying aura, all the old monsters turned pale. Even great cultivators of the void-controlling realm were extremely fearful of this evil and ferocious devil aura. In the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland, everyone was in a panic. Soon after, a large number of demonic cultivators started to appear in the southern wasteland. Nobody knew what was going on or why the demonic cultivators of the northernmost demon domain would suddenly leave the demon domain and come to the southern wasteland. The appearance of the demonic cultivators made all the forces in the southern wasteland tense up. Nobody had a good impression of demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators represented slaughter and blood. Wherever the demonic cultivators appeared, there would definitely be slaughter and blood. The war broke out abruptly. It seemed that the barbarians in the southern wasteland had a great animosity against the demonic cultivators. The barbarians in the southern wasteland launched an attack first. Someone saw a demonic cultivator kill a demon general outside the Dragon Emperor city. Taoist Chaoyang, the first seed of Shaoyang Peak of Taishan sect, had once injured the first incarnation of Demon Monarch of 6 realms and the incarnation of first Demon Monarch of 6 realms. The 3 major Taoist sects and the 2 major demonic cultivators in the northernmost demon domain had become mortal enemies. The powerhouses of the 3 major Taoist sects were still waiting for the news from the 100,000 mountain range in Dragon Emperor city. The 3 major Taoist sects were most nervous about the appearance of the demonic cultivators. The 3 major Taoist sects didn't rely on Dragon Emperor city. If the real body of Demon Monarch of 6 realms came here, nobody could defeat this great demon. However, the southern wasteland was the territory of the 100 clans in the southern wasteland. After thousands of years, nobody knew whether there were any terrifying demonic cultivators in the southern wasteland. The demonic cultivators were actually very afraid of these local forces in the southern wasteland. If a demonic cultivator jumped out of the 100 clans in the southern wasteland, it would be a great trouble. The demonic cultivators didn't set foot in Dragon Emperor city. After a few battles with the powerhouses of the 3 major Taoist sects and the 100 clans in the southern wasteland, some powerful demonic cultivators entered the 100,000 mountain range. Only some powerful cultivators vaguely guessed why the demons entered the 100,000 mountain range at this moment. The appearance of the demons might have something to do with the Taoist sects. There's 1 more hour. I'm afraid that Gu Fei, Dan Shenzi, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others were anxiously waiting on a cliff at the end of the sky-splitting valley. They had already returned to the outside world through the space nodes in the ruined sky realm. After all, the 10 most outstanding young cultivators of the Taishan sect couldn't all come out of the ruined sky realm safe and sound. Lei Ao of Biyun Peak, Shun Shiru and Guobufan of the head of Taishan Peak had already died in the ruined sky realm. If even Gu Fei died, the Taishan sect would really suffer a great loss. However, Dan Shenzi and the others found that the primordial spirit green lamp over the altar was still bright, which meant that Gu Fei was still alive. There was only 1 primordial spirit green lamp over the altar. After Dan Shenzi and the others came out of the ruined sky realm, their primordial spirit green lamps had been put away by Taoist Li Shang. The 30 outstanding young disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects and their leaders, a total of 33 people, had all come out of the ruined sky realm, except for those who had died in the ruined sky realm and Gu Fei. Of the more than 10 high-ranking disciples who had ventured into the ruined sky realm, only 5 or 6 of them had come out. No one knew whether there were still people who had died in the ruined sky realm. When the 3 major Taoist sects opened the ruined heaven realm, they did not forbid the high-grade disciples who guarded the heaven-splitting valley from entering. However, these high-grade disciples were not chosen by their sects to enter the ruined heaven realm. Therefore, they did not leave their nascent divinity green lamps to indicate their life or death in the ruined heaven realm. In fact, among the 3 major Taoist sects, the Taishan sect's loss was the lightest. The worst was the Guangqing Immortal sect. In addition to Ren Wuming Lu Yunhe, and Guangqing's junior sister Li Mingyao, even their leader Lu Ruhai had died in the ruined sky realm. The Guangqing Immortal sect had almost been wiped out. Nearly half of the Shangqing sect's disciples had also stayed in the ruined sky realm forever. It had to be said that this time's trip to the ruined sky realm could be said to be the one with the heaviest casualties. In the ruined sky realm, there were definitely more dangers than opportunities. This trip to the ruined sky realm had once again proved that the legendary ruined sky realm was not a good place. In order to obtain it, one must first experience unimaginable dangers. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. However, in the ruined sky realm, there were very few people who could truly seize opportunities. But there was no doubt that Gu Fei was the luckiest person in history. The mountain and river cauldron and the chaotic origin embryo. Even in the great era of ancient times, these 2 things were precious treasures that were enough to make a group of great experts fight to obtain them. However, the god of fate did not seem to care about Gu Fei. The moon was in the middle of the sky, but the ultimate killing formation that trapped them still did not completely collapse. The power of the formation trapped them in an area with a circumference of 100 feet, making it difficult for them to rush out. It's over, it's over. We're going to be sealed in the ruined sky realm, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was restless and paced back and forth, sweating profusely from anxiety. Old Turtle's corpse general clone soared into the sky. Boom! He punched the void, trying to break the sealing power of the formation. However, the ferocious punch only caused ripples in the void. It could not shake the restraining force at all. Moreover, the fiercer the attack, the stronger the backlash. The corpse general clone was shaken and smashed down from the sky. Boom! The huge body smashed a large pit in the ground. Could be said that there was no way out. Success! Suddenly, a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Then heaven and earth shook again. Amidst the rumbling, endless spiritual light, rushed out of the ground and gathered towards the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram that shrouded down. It was the power condensed by the ultimate killing formation. At this moment, all the stone golems shattered and thousands of battle souls soared into the sky. The roars of the thousands of battle souls were extremely terrifying. The sound waves shook the heavens and earth, causing even Gu Fei's spiritual soul to tremble. Chapter 231. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram that shrouded the stone man formation displayed a great magical power. Endless Yin and Yang Qi rained down and shattered all the stone men. The fighting souls that rushed out of the broken stone men were sucked into the 2 Tai Chi Yin and Yang eyes that were like bottomless abysses. The collapse of the formation was irreversible. Apart from the corner of the formation that was sealed by the pitch-black earth stabilizing pillar, everything else in the formation was crumbling. Dust and smoke billowed and rocks flew everywhere. Vaguely, Gu Fei saw 8 huge figures that exuded endless power finally collapse in the formation. 9 was the limit of numbers. This ultimate killing formation seemed to have 9 formation eyes and 9 black stone men. Only the corner of the diagram that was sealed by the earth-stabilizing pillar was not damaged. The stone men that were lying on the ground did not shatter. The yin and yang forces that came down from the divine painting seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force. The black stone man that was 5 or 6 feet tall still stood in the corner of the diagram like a black mountain. Old Tortoise and Gu Fei stood next to the earth-stabilizing pillar. They clearly sensed a strange wave of power spreading from the earth-stabilizing pillar. The gentle power seemed to form a domain that blocked the yin and yang qi outside. The collapse of the formation was like the collapse of the sky and the earth, which shocked Gu Fei. Boundless spiritual light soared into the sky from the collapsed formation, disappearing into the divine painting in the sky. That was the final burst of power from the collapse of the formation. Streams of spiritual light that were like flowing lights illuminated the night sky. These spiritual lights were all absorbed by the formation. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Old Tortoise shouted and directly rushed into the sky in the direction of the space node. The Corp's general avatar reached out and pulled out the Earth-stabilizing pillar that was inserted in the formation eye. Then it soared into the sky and chased after Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise's shout woke Gu Fei from the shock. Then, without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and turned into a faint shadow that disappeared in an instant. Although the power that erupted from the collapse of the formation had not completely subsided, this level of energy flow could not hurt Gu Fei. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram that shrouded the formation rapidly shrank as if it was breaking through the void. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Gu Fei and turned into a black and white light that disappeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram had entered his inner space. Then the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram reappeared and rushed into the chaotic zone of the inner space. At the center of the divine diagram, a jade pendant emitting terrifying Yin and Yang Qi slowly rotated. Then, a spiritual fluctuation spread out from the Yin-Yang jade pendant. I will seal all connections between the Yin and Yang jade and the outside world and rebuild my body. The voice of the mysterious existence in the jade pendant sounded directly in Gu Fei's mind. Then the voice completely fell silent. Inside Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace, in the chaotic zone of the inner space, the divine diagram began to stop rotating. The Yin and Yang Qi began to converge into the jade pendant. In the end, only the jade pendant was left floating in the chaotic zone of the inner space. Rebuild my body? Although Gu Fei was shocked, he did not have time to think about other things at this time. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky. It was midnight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gu Fei exerted his 8 steps extreme speed to the extreme and rushed out of the range of the formation in the blink of an eye. He ran at top speed in the forest, wishing that he could grow wings and fly to the location of the spatial node in the valley. Roar! How could this be? Suddenly, the angry roar of the old tortoise came from the mountains in front of him. Then Gu Fei immediately felt a strong wave coming from the front. Gu Fei's heart suddenly sank and he cursed inwardly. For Gu Fei, the distance of more than 5 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. When Gu Fei rushed into the valley where the spatial node was located, the scene in front of him made him black out and he almost fainted. The space where the spatial node was originally located trembled, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. However, the spatial passageway had already disappeared. Roar! The old tortoise roared angrily. He swung the stone tortoise shell like a madman and smashed it forward. The void in front of him had not completely stabilized yet, so it was difficult for him to make the spatial node reappear. The old tortoise wanted to open the spatial passage that had been closed, but those spatial cracks were extremely unstable and disappeared as soon as they appeared. It was difficult for the spatial node to reappear. Dongfang-chan, I will fight you to the death. If I can get out of here, I will definitely destroy your Dongfang family. Gu Fei's face was ferocious as he roared to the sky. At this moment Gu Fei hated Dongfang-chan to the extreme. Dongfang-chan had cut off his way back. If it weren't for that guy who deserved to be hacked to pieces, Gu Fei and the old tortoise would have long left the ruined sky realm and gone to the outside world. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Fei could not help but panic in addition to his rage. He had never heard of any Tao disciples who were trapped in the ruined sky realm, being able to leave the ruined sky realm alive. That little bastard. At this time, the old tortoise's old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The spatial node had disappeared and could not reappear. There was no way out, so the old tortoise was furious. Outside the ruined sky realm, at the end of the sky-splitting valley, the 2 ancient stone doors on the stone wall had been closed, and the formation diagram that had been transformed into energy in the open space in front of the stone wall was dissipating, and finally completely disappeared into the ground. On the cliff, Dan Chenzi's face was extremely ugly. In the end, Gu Fei had not been able to come out of the ruined sky realm. This meant that the lineage of the Green Spirit Peak, one of the 9 veins of Taishan, was extinct. The loss of a lineage was a big deal in the Taishan sect. It was something that had never happened since the founding of the sect. Gu Fei was the only successor of the Green Spirit Peak. His loss had left the 9 veins of Taishan with only 8 lineages left. The ownership of the cultivation area of the Green Spirit Peak would probably set off a lot of turmoil in the Taishan sect. In fact, in the Taishan sect, the vast majority of people did not want to see any of the 9 lineages die out. Most people were still inclined to maintain the orthodoxy of the 9 veins of Taishan sect. The loss of Gu Fei was already an irreversible and unchangeable matter. This was a fact that the Taishan sect had no choice but to accept. Just as Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others were feeling incomparably regretful, Dongfang Chan quietly revealed an imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. After removing the great enemy of Gu Fei, Dongfang Chan only felt relaxed. No one knew that he had plotted against Gu Fei. For himself, for the Dongfang family, Dongfang Chan had to do this. Although this kind of thing was very disgraceful and even despicable. However, those who achieved great things did not yield to small things. If he could go back in time, Dongfang Chan would still make the same choice. Li Mengyao of the Guangqing Immortal sect felt extremely complicated at this time. She wanted to cut Gu Fei into 8 pieces, but when the 2 ancient stone doors closed, she hoped that a miracle would appear. Of course, in the end, a miracle did not appear. That despicable and shameless guy was sealed in the ruined sky realm. In the bottom of Li Mengyao's heart, it seemed that she did not want Gu Fei to die. Even Li Mengyao couldn't figure out what she was thinking. There was only one word in her mind: chaotic. Her heart was in a mess, and she vaguely felt a little disappointed. She didn't know if it was because Gu Fei was lost in the ruined sky realm. The great formation in the open space in front of the stone wall had completely stopped operating. At the center of the great formation on the ancient altar, Taoist Li Shang, who was sweating profusely, was lying on his stomach. Controlling the altar and the great formation had exhausted his mental and physical strength. Although it was not to the point of exhaustion, his cultivation base could not be restored without a period of recuperation. A primordial spirit lamp was still floating above the altar. Gu Fei did not die, and the primordial spirit lamp was not extinguished. Swish! 2 figures appeared directly on the altar. They were 2 old Taoists who were so old that all their teeth had fallen off. One of them, a tall and thin Taoist, reached out and took the primordial spirit lamp. The tall and thin Taoist muttered to himself, "When a person dies, the lamp goes out. When the lamp goes out, the person dies. I can't believe he's still alive. Perhaps he's an anomaly." The tall and thin Taoist muttered to himself, "But no one has ever come out alive after being trapped in there." The other Taoist, who was also skinny but shorter than the old Taoist who took off the primordial spirit lamp, said with a frown. The tall and thin Taoist fell silent. It was a fact. For thousands of years in the stories of the 3 great Taoist sects, there was no record of anyone who was trapped in the ruined sky realm and came out alive. Just as the 2 old Taoists took down the green lamps above the altar, Taoist Kurong, who was sitting with his legs crossed high up in the sky, seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes abruptly and rose into the air. Then the loose Taoist robe on Taoist Kurong's right hand suddenly burst into pieces with a boom, sending pieces of cloth fluttering in the air like butterflies. A blood light rushed out of the torn sleeve and turned into a blood-red rainbow that emitted a terrifying and evil aura as it flew toward the north. Everything happened so abruptly. The sky demon saber, which had been completely suppressed by his power, suddenly broke through the suppression and flew out. Even Taoist Kurong was shocked. "Humph!" Taoist Kurong sneered and reached out with his right hand. The power of life and death surged out of his hand and formed a big hand in the air. As though it had teleported, the big hand caught up to the blood saber light in an instant and shrouded it with its 5 fingers. Under the big hand's shroud, heaven and earth shook. Just as the blood saber light, which was transformed from the sky demon saber, was about to be caught by the big hand, it suddenly released a dazzling blood light. With a whoosh, it sped up and rushed out of the big hand's shroud. Huh! Taoist Kurong was rather surprised. At this point, he was certain that the sky demon saber's owner was nearby, and was casting a spell to retrieve the sky demon saber, which was known as the number 1 saber in the Devil Path. Chapter 232. Guard the Rift Valley and guard against the devil's attacks. Master Kurong transmitted his voice to the people below. Then he leaped up and chased after the sky demon saber. The 2 of them were so fast that they disappeared into the northern sky in an instant. The Tao sect's disciples gathered at the end of the Rift Valley had already noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky, so they were shocked when they heard Master Kurong's voice transmission. Following that, the disciples got into action under the command of the two old Taoists. The tall and thin old Taoist brought a group of people back to the Hall of Three Eons, while the other old Taoist brought most of the disciples to stay near the stone gate. The Rift Valley was the birthplace of the three great Tao sects, and the most important place was the ancient stone gate on the stone wall, at the end of the valley that connected to the ruined sky realm. Nevertheless, the two old Taoists were not that worried because the stone gate was difficult to destroy. What they needed to guard was the formation and the ancient altar in front of the gate. If the formation and the altar were destroyed, the three great Tao sects would not be able to open the ruined sky realm. While the people from the three great Tao sects were on guard in the Rift Valley, a blood-red light streaked across the sky 500 kilometers to the north and shot toward a mountain below. A black figure stood at the peak of the mountain. The man's blood-red hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were filled with black chi. They looked like two demonic caves that were connected to the earth, and his handsome and pale face looked extremely demonic. The man reached out his right hand and grabbed the blood-red light that was shooting down from the sky. The blood-red light disappeared in his hand, and a demonic blood-red devil's saber appeared in his hand. The saber was shrouded in a layer of hazy bloody mist, and it seemed like countless blood-red figures were surging and roaring in the mist as if there were countless devils dancing around. Devil Lord of Six Paths? At this moment, a cold voice that seemed to have come from the nine heavens was heard coming from the southern sky. The voice was not loud, but it echoed in the mountains. "Humph. As expected, you're the one who destroyed my clone, you old fart." The red-haired young man grinned, and a cruel smile appeared on his pale face. As soon as Demon Monarch of Six Paths finished speaking, the space in front of him trembled. A Taoist stepped out of the void and appeared. No one could tell how old this Taoist was from his appearance, because his appearance was very strange. The right side of the Taoist's face was as red as a baby's, and the right side of his body was full of vigor and vitality, like a man in the prime of his life. However, the left side of his face had sunken eyes and high cheekbones, as if there was only a layer of skin covering his skull. The flesh on the left side of his body was shriveled and withered, like half a skeleton wearing human skin. "Looks like you have comprehended the Tao of life and death." Demon Monarch of Six Paths tightened his grip on the sky demon blade, and a vast amount of demonic energy surged out of his body. Rumble! The mountain under Demon Monarch of Six Paths' feet started shaking, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. The demonic power was unparalleled. Under the moonlight, the birds and beasts of this region were all intimidated by this demonic might, and this region became incomparably quiet. "Humph! Didn't you also cultivate the great demon body?" Taoist Kurong said calmly as he hovered in the air. The demon in front of him had the sky demon blade, so he was a strong opponent. Although Taoist Kurong seemed relaxed, he was secretly on guard. Not many people in the Tunglong continent dared to look down on Demon Monarch of Six Paths, who had the sky demon blade. "Cut the crap. Tonight, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my blade," Demon Monarch of Six Paths said fiercely. He held the blade and simply slashed at Taoist Kurong. The simple slash seemed to have sucked up the heaven and earth's spiritual chi in the vicinity, and its might seemed to have become more powerful. The sky demon blade had the evil power to devour the heaven and earth's spiritual chi. If a cultivator was hit by the blade's gleam, his blood essence and soul would be sucked away and become nutrients for the blade. The more people it killed and the more blood essence it devoured, the more powerful it became. Legend had it that the blade had devoured the blood of immortals and deities. The blade gleam looked like blood, and it released a vast and dense blood chi that seemed to have turned heaven and earth into a sea of blood. The fearsome blade gleam swept toward Taoist Kurong. Samsara of life and death. Taoist Kurong waved his hands, and the power of life and death surged out of his hands. Time seemed to have stopped and everything seemed to have frozen. The evil blade gleam that was sweeping down was also frozen in the air. "Break!" Taoist Kurong shouted. Subsequently, heaven and earth shook violently, and ripples appeared in the void. The frozen blood-red blade gleam was instantly shattered. Two figures were sent flying backward, and the top of the mountain where Demon Monarch of Six Paths was standing was silently crushed into dust. Smoke and dust surged in all directions. The two of them exchanged a blow, but it seemed like they were evenly matched. Samsara of life and death. Again. Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood hair fluttered wildly. After he stopped retreating in the void, he roared and charged at Taoist Kurong. The Demon Monarch of Six Paths' body was surrounded by devil chi, and the sky demon blade in his hand surged with layers of blood waves. The devilish blood-red saber gleam shot out 300 meters away and went toward Taoist Kurong's waist like a blood dragon. Taoist Kurong stopped retreating and stood still in the void. His body was majestic, but his eyes shone fiercely. Taoist Kurong's body moved according to his will, and his hands drew strange trajectories. The power of life and death turned into dazzling lights that greeted the blood-red saber gleam. The violent collision and the terrifying power that erupted caused the void to shake. Taoist Kurong flew in the air and collided with Demon Monarch of Six Paths 100 times in a row. He left afterimages in the sky as he exerted the power of life and death to the extreme. After colliding 100 times, the two of them retreated respectively. The Demon Monarch of Six Paths immediately raised his saber and charged at Taoist Kurong. The blood-red saber slashed at Taoist Kurong, and the heavenly demon saber kept shattering the void. One could imagine the power contained in it. Every time the saber slashed, the power that erupted caused the world to shake. Taoist Kurong displayed his great divine power, and vividly displayed the profound meanings of life and death. His left hand released a vast and mighty deathly aura that swept out. Dang! 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 Taoist Kurong collided with the sky demon blade with his left hand. His left hand, which was surrounded by a terrifying deathly aura, was even harder than godly iron. Dazzling lights that resembled a meteor shower burst out from the collision. Demon Monarch of Six Paths roared furiously. Even though he was known as the best blade in the evil path, he could not suppress Taoist Kurong for a while, which annoyed him. The flesh on Taoist Kurong's left hand withered as if there was not even a drop of chi and blood left. His skinny palm was extremely hard, and it was not afraid of the sky demon blade's sharpness. World-devouring demon. After the Demon Monarch of Six Paths forced Taoist Kurong to retreat with one slash, his body trembled. Pitch-black devil chi gushed out of his body and quickly spread to surround him. Only two black lights could be seen in the endless darkness, and they stared coldly at Taoist Kurong. There was no human emotion in them, only an aura of destruction and deathly stillness. Next, the Demon Monarch of Six Paths charged at Taoist Kurong like a devil that crawled out of hell. He was shrouded in an endless devil mist, and he was in absolute darkness. The devil mist surged violently, and the devil chi that shrouded Demon Monarch of Six Paths surged and condensed into a huge black vortex. It looked like an ancient devil had opened its mouth to devour Taoist Kurong. Limitless life and death. Taoist Kurong shouted in a deep voice. The profound meanings of life and death spread out from his hand, and ripples that could be seen by the naked eye appeared in front of him. The vast life force and death force seemed to have isolated this part of the world, forming a world that was independent of the great world, where there was only life and death. The power of life and death could no longer be differentiated in this world. The perfect fusion of life and death did not cancel out the two opposing powers. Instead, it pushed the power of the two powers to their peak. Boom! The whole sky trembled as if heaven and earth had collided, and spatial cracks appeared in the void. The two terrifying powers collided and tore the void apart. The remaining might that came down from the sky crumbled a few mountains. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and the mountains were crushed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The powers of Taoist Kurong and the Demon Monarch of Six Paths had surpassed the defensive void state. This was a contest between a half-god and a half-devil. The two figures were sent flying several kilometers away before they charged at each other again. The Demon Monarch of Six Paths Sky Devil Saber swept in all directions with a momentum that could devour mountains and rivers. The blood-red saber light soared for several kilometers. Wherever it passed, all living things were sucked dry of their vitality, and they withered and died in an instant. Clang! Clang! Two sounds of weapons being unsheathed were heard coming from Taoist Kurong's body. Following that, two rays of light rushed out of his body. One of them was gray and gave off a strong death aura, while the other was green and full of life aura. The death aura wrapped around the death saber, while the life aura wrapped around the life sword. Taoist Kurong drove the death saber, which emitted a death light to meet the demon monarch of six paths' blood-red saber light. A strong death aura spread, and the sky seemed to be shrouded by sticky stagnant water that suddenly gushed out. The death saber blocked the saber light, while the life sword went straight for the demon monarch of six paths. Damn it! The demon monarch of six paths shook the saber light again and again, and the blood-red saber light shone brightly, illuminating the sky and the earth. The Sky Devil Saber released a terrifying saber aura, which even enveloped the life sword. The demon saber fought against the death saber and the life sword. For a while, it seemed like neither could do anything to the other. While Taoist Kurong and the demon monarch of six paths were fighting endlessly in the 100,000 mountains, the old turtle and Gu Fei were heading toward the depths of the ruined sky realm. According to the old turtle, the freak who refined the ruined sky realm would not have left only one passage connecting to the outside world. The passage to the outside world was probably in the depths of the ruined sky realm. Therefore, after a simple discussion, Gu Fei and the old turtle decided to venture into the depths of the ruined sky realm to find the way to enter and exit it. Chapter 233. Because of Dongfang Chen's sudden attack, Gu Fei and the old turtle missed the time to come out of the ruined sky realm. The disappearance of the spatial node and the closing of the stone gate trapped Gu Fei and the old turtle in the ruined sky realm. This made the old turtle and Gu Fei hate Dongfang Chen. If they could get out of the ruined sky realm, they would be a nightmare for the Dongfang family. Dongfang Chen's move undoubtedly buried a super hidden danger for the entire Dongfang family. The ruined heaven realm was not a truly perfect heaven and earth. Although it also had a sun, a moon, and stars as well as day and night, it was definitely not a paradise. Although there were treasures left by ancient cultivators in the ancient ruins, they were also full of danger. This was not the most serious problem. As long as one did not enter those ancient ruins, there was no need to worry about their lives. The most serious problem was that this incomparably vast pseudo-realm suppressed all external forces. If one cultivated here, one's cultivation base would remain at the ninth heaven awakening realm and would never improve. This meant that if an ordinary Dao disciple was trapped in the ruined sky realm, what awaited him would be death. If one's cultivation base did not make a breakthrough, one's lifespan would not increase. Whether it was a martial artist or a cultivator, the strength of one's cultivation base and realm were directly related to the length of one's lifespan. Through cultivation, cultivators constantly sublimated themselves to compete with the heavens for fate. Fortunately, Gu Fei had already cultivated an inner space, which he could enter without being suppressed by the ruined sky realm. In this way, he could avoid the crisis of not being able to improve his cultivation base. As long as he found a safe place to live, concentrated on cultivation, and broke through the current cultivation barrier, he could wait for the next time the ruined sky realm opened again, and then leave it. However, he still chose to go to the depths of the ruined sky realm with the old turtle. No one knew what was in the depths of the ruined sky realm. It was an unknown area that had not yet been explored. Even the old tortoise did not know what dangers awaited them ahead. However, the center of this pseudo-realm was definitely the most important place. They might find a way out there. Gu Fei was an unyielding fighter by nature. Between secluded cultivation and exploring the depths of the ruined heaven realm, he chose the latter. He wanted to fight. There was no better way to improve his cultivation than fighting. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Only when faced with danger would a human's potential be stimulated to the fullest. Just as Gu Fei and the old tortoise headed toward the depths of the ruined heaven realm, the battle between the Taoists and the devils in the 100,000 mountains had changed. Relying on the might of the sky demon saber, the six paths demon monarch's saber slashed through the void. A blood-red saber light that was thousands of feet long sliced the energy mountain in half, and the essence energy in a radius of tens of miles was absorbed by the demonic saber. All the flowers and trees withered due to losing their vitality. The area within a radius of tens of miles around the battlefield had become a land of death without a trace of vitality. Taoist Kurong gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The chi of life and death, which was as vast as the ocean, surged on his body, and he vividly unleashed the profound meaning of life and death. Even so, the saber of death and the divine sword of life seemed to be at a disadvantage against the sky demon saber. The title of the number one demonic saber of the devil path was not given for nothing. Clang! The saber of death, which emitted an endless aura of death, clashed fiercely with the sky demon's saber. The clanging sounds that rang out reverberated in the sky above the mountains, and the heavy gray aura of death and the blood-red saber light exploded. When the two sabers clashed, sparks flew in the void. Taoist Kurong was forced to take 3 steps back in the void, and the saber of death was sent flying. On the other hand, the demon monarch of 6 paths took 3 steps forward and slashed the demonic saber down at Taoist Kurong. It was as if thousands of blood shadows were howling in the saber light. The blood-red demonic light tore the sky apart, and the endless aura of life in the surroundings was devoured by the terrifying blood waves that erupted. The sky and the ground were illuminated by the blood-red light. The world was shaking, and countless demons were howling. The might that erupted from the demon monarch of 6 paths saber was unprecedented, and it made Taoist Kurong's expression change. Without any hesitation, the sword of life in Taoist Kurong's right hand turned into a green beam of light that soared up to 10,000 feet and blocked the attack. A vast life force obliterated the blood-red demonic light that swept down. Even the sky demon saber could not devour the power released by the divine sword of life. Clang! The blood-red saber light, which was as heavy as a primordial sacred mountain, directly suppressed the divine sword of life. Taoist Kurong was struck down from the sky by the demon monarch of 6 paths saber. Like a meteorite, Taoist Kurong fell from the sky. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the mountain beneath him exploded. Rubble flew everywhere, the ground shook, and smoke and dust soared into the sky. Although Taoist Kurong was in a disadvantageous position, he was not defeated. Powerhouses of their level would not be defeated so easily. Moreover, it was very difficult to kill powerhouses of their level, and special methods were needed. Amidst the billowing dust, Taoist Kurong soared into the sky. The saber of death and the divine sword of life flew around him, and the power of life and death was mighty. Taoist Kurong did not attack the demon monarch of 6 paths again. Instead, he chose to retreat. He stepped on the saber of death with his left foot and the divine sword of life with his right foot as he retreated in the direction of the Rift Valley. Trying to leave? It won't be that easy. As the demon monarch of 6 paths held the heavenly demon saber, endless demonic clouds began to surge and covered the moon in the sky. They surged toward the retreating Taoist Kurong like a galloping horse. 6 paths, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. It won't do either of us any good if we continue to fight, Taoist Kurong said coldly as his eyes shone with a divine gleam. You should have thought of this when you destroyed my clone. The demon monarch of 6 paths' terrifying voice was heard coming from the rolling demonic clouds. Following that, a blood-red saber light broke through the layers of demonic chi and slashed out of the clouds. The terrifying and evil saber edge was pointed at Taoist Kurong. Don't push me too far, Taoist Kurong shouted. The saber of death and the divine sword of life released peerless deadly saber chi and fierce sword chi to block the attack. Boom! The blood-red saber light and the saber and sword chi released by Taoist Kurong crumbled at the same time and disappeared into the void. On the other hand, Taoist Kurong borrowed the counterforce to retreat 300 meters away as though he had teleported. Furious roars could be heard coming from the surging demonic clouds. It was then when a terrifying, evil and powerful aura rushed out of the mountain behind Taoist Kurong. The aura was not inferior to the demon monarch of 6 paths at all. Just as Taoist Kurong was feeling fearful, a tall figure suddenly appeared in his path of retreat and blocked his way. Another great demon? Taoist Kurong had no choice but to stop. He glanced at the demon that suddenly appeared like a cold bolt of lightning. He was an extremely powerful demon that was 20 meters tall. His eyes had no pupils and no sclera, and there was only a flickering black gleam in them. Kurong, you'd better leave your life behind, the 20-meter-tall demon said in a deep voice as his terrifying body released a peerlessly powerful and ferocious aura. You're the great demon venerable? Taoist Kurong was shocked. He did not expect to encounter this demon here and at this time. Great demon venerable, what do you mean by this? It's not your place to meddle in my business. At that moment, the surging demonic clouds receded like a tide. Soon after, the demon monarch of 6 paths, who was holding the sky demon saber, appeared from the demonic aura. The two overlords of the demon path had always been at odds with each other. The demon palace of 6 paths and the demonic sky ridge, which were two great forces in the far northern demon region, were constantly in conflict. The great demon Venerable's sudden appearance and intervention in the battle between him and Taoist Kurong infuriated the demon monarch of Six Paths. He hovered in the air and asked the question, let's put the matter between us aside for now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we join forces, we'll be able to kill that old fart Kurong. The great demon Venerable said solemnly with a dark expression. Taoist Kurong, who was stuck in the air, was secretly frightened. If the two demons joined forces against him, he would be in danger. If I have the help of that altar. Taoist Kurong thought about the ancient altar at the end of the Rift Valley. That altar was actually a great killing weapon. If it was controlled by the altar, even if the two demons joined forces, they would not be afraid of it. Do you think I can't kill old fart Kurong? The demon monarch of Six Paths said angrily. He was furious that the great demon Venerable looked down on him. You idiot! The great demon Venerable cursed inwardly. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Taoist Kurong. It should be noted that killing a demigod was a very difficult task. As long as Taoist Kurong was killed, the balance of power between the Tao sects and the far northern demon region would be broken. As the Tao sects declined and the demons grew, it would not be difficult for the demon path's forces to suppress the Tao sect's forces. Six Paths, listen to me. The great demon Venerable was about to say something, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look south. Two black rays shot out from his demonic eyes. At that moment, the expressions of Taoist Kurong and the demon monarch of Six Paths changed. They simultaneously sensed a terrifying aura barging into their sensing range and quickly approaching them. Another expert had arrived. And it was another terrifying expert whose cultivation was not any weaker than the three of them. A demon! The great demon Venerable uttered. Taoist Kurong was delighted, but he soon frowned. It seemed like the secret of the Rift Valley could no longer be hidden, and it would bring great trouble to the Tao sects. Roar! A deafening roar was heard coming from the south. The loud voice echoed in the air, and a terrifying wave of power surged from afar like a tide. The expressions of the demon monarch of Six Paths, the great demon Venerable, and Taoist Kurong, the three top powerhouses on the Tung-Long continent, changed. Chapter 234. A cold snort was heard coming from the southern sky. The three extreme Tao powerhouses in the sky immediately saw a yellow light figure appear in the sky above the southern mountains. Under the moonlight, the three of them could vaguely make out the silhouette of a winding dragon that was as large as a mountain. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged toward them. Taoist Kurong, demon monarch of Six Paths, and the great demon Venerable were shocked. It was obvious that they recognized the powerful monster cultivator who had just arrived. Taoist Kurong opened his mouth, but he did not say anything in the end. The yellow light figure was very fast. It had just appeared in the southern sky, but it was already in front of them in an instant. It was only then that the three extreme Tao powerhouses saw a middle-aged man in a yellow robe inside the yellow light. The middle-aged man was tall and mighty. His yellow robe was embroidered with a five-clawed golden dragon. Only emperors in the human world could wear dragon robes. The middle-aged man was like an emperor in the human world. Needless to say, the middle-aged man's cultivation base was definitely not comparable to that of an emperor in the human world. The middle-aged man, who was surrounded by a yellow aura, glanced at the three extreme Tao powerhouses with his sharp eyes. He then shouted, "The evil path has been banished to the northern demon territory. Those who step out of the demon territory without permission will be destroyed." After that, the middle-aged man threw a punch at demon monarch of Six Paths. The yellow aura surged out like a surging river, and the void in front of his fist trembled. At the same time, Taoist Kurong attacked again. The death saber and the life divine sword emitted dazzling lights as they attacked the great demon monarch. The sky was instantly filled with dazzling lights. The wind from the fist was stirred up, and the saber and sword chi were everywhere. The demon lord, Yellow Dragon, demon monarch of Six Paths, was shocked. The sky demon saber in his hand emitted an endless blood-red light as it went to meet the yellow-robed middle-aged man's fist. Not only was the person who had cultivated the body of a great monster, but he also had a terrifying background. On the Tung-Long continent, only the Eastern Goblin tribe's lord was qualified to be called the Demon Lord. The demon lord, Huang Long, was rumored to be the descendant of the dragon clan's emperor, the five-clawed golden dragon. He was definitely one of the most powerful beings in the Tunglong continent. Demon Lord Huang Long's entire body was enveloped in a yellow radiance. His eyes flickered as a yellow aura curled around his fist. In the instant before the sky demon saber's blood-colored saber light collided, a thick layer of yellow scales covered his fist. Clang! His fist directly collided with the blade, and an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. Vast power leaked out between the two of them. The Demon Lord Yellow Dragon and the Demon Monarch of Six Paths retreated thousands of meters. After exchanging a single blow, the two seemed to be equally matched. However, the Demon Monarch of Six Paths had the Sky Devil Blade, which was known as the number 1 blade of the demonic path. Demon Monarch Six Paths had the number 1 demonic saber in the demonic path, but he still couldn't break through Huang Long's protective scales. It was clear that Huang Long's cultivation was terrifying. His scales were incredibly tough, and even divine weapons wouldn't be able to break them. Roar! The Demon Lord Yellow Dragon roared angrily and stopped himself from retreating. The next moment, his hands turned into dragon claws, and 2 rays of yellow light shot out from his claws, which were covered in scales. They turned into 2 dragons that charged towards the Demon Monarch of Six Paths. On the other side, Daoist Kurong controlled the Death Saber and the Life Divine Sword to fight against the bare-handed Great Demon Venerable. In an instant, the 4 extreme great experts in the sky split into 2 pairs and began to fight. The intense battle caused the mountains below to shake, and the clouds in the sky were shaken by the mighty power. Such a great battle was rare in the past hundreds of years. Usually, it was impossible to find a peerless demigod expert who had seen through life and death and had an endless lifespan. However, there were 4 of them in the 100,000 huge mountains at the same time. A yellow light surged out of the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon's body. In an instant, the sky was filled with demonic aura, causing everyone to feel an indescribable pressure. The Demon Lord Yellow Dragon continued to unleash powerful heaven and earth demonic energy to disperse the blood-red saber radiance emitted by the heavenly demon saber. The world was covered in a hazy yellow color. Even though the Demon Monarch of Six Paths was holding the demon saber and his saber slashed through the void, it seemed like he could not gain the upper hand. Yellow Dragon, why are you interfering with the grudge between the demon domain and the Dao sect? The Demon Monarch of Six Paths shouted loudly. He swung the heavenly demon saber, and the thousands of saber radiance continuously slashed at the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon. It's none of my business that you walked out of the demon domain. The Demon Lord Yellow Dragon's arms were already covered in thick scales. It seemed like he was not afraid of the heavenly demon saber's sharpness at all. He directly shattered the thousands of saber radiance that was slashing at him. The demon domain was a great enemy of all cultivators, and it was not tolerated by the world. They used the essence, energy, and spirit of all living beings to enhance their demon might. Thousands of years ago, all the cultivators in the Tunglong continent united and banished the demon cultivators to the bitter and cold demon domain in the far north. The demons in the demon domain were not allowed to leave the demon domain without permission. This was an unwritten rule in the Tunglong continent, especially for the demon cultivators who had cultivated to become great demons. This is outrageous. Are you the law enforcer of the cultivation world? The Demon Monarch of Six Paths was infuriated. He swung the heavenly demon saber and fought the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon. I'm the unique and righteous. All of a sudden, the great demon Venerable, who was fighting Daoist Kurong, shouted. His body surged with demonic aura fluctuation that was as large as a mountain, and he instantly turned into a demon shadow that was thousands of feet tall. Whoosh! The demon palm, which was as large as a small mountain, shrouded Daoist Kurong. The void that was shrouded by the demon palm immediately stirred up a fierce wind that was as terrifying as the edge of a blade. The death saber, which emitted a dense death aura, and the life divine sword, which emitted a vast life aura, were immediately blown away by the demon palm that shrouded them. Whoosh! Daoist Kurong turned into a rainbow light and quickly retreated, escaping from the great demon Venerable's demon palm. Between life and death. After Daoist Kurong rushed out from the devil's palm, he immediately waved his hands, causing the death saber and the divine sword of life to fly back to him. Following that, The saber and the sword drifted erratically toward the 3,000 feet long devil shadow. The saber and the sword did not emit a powerful energy fluctuation, nor did they emit a dazzling light. They seemed to be as gentle as water and a gentle breeze. Their trajectories were unpredictable and traceless. Roar! The demon shadow sensed danger and roared furiously at the sky. Its voice shook the mountains, and a terrifying wave of energy burst out from its body. The great demon Venerable's demon shadow reached out its hand to grab the death saber and the life divine sword that were coming at it. However, the saber light and sword chi formed by the saber and sword were extremely agile. They instantly bypassed the large hand and slashed at the thousands of feet tall demonic shadow. As the great demon Venerable roared, the death saber and the life divine sword that were slashing at the demon shadow were blown away. However, the 1,000-foot tall demonic shadow also dissipated, revealing the tall demonic godlike figure within the demonic shadow. 2 streams of blood could be seen oozing out of the great demon Venerable's muscular arms. The blood seemed to emit a strange bloody glow. Dai Ku Rong. The great demon Venerable was infuriated when his body was injured. He glared at Taoist Ku Rong fiercely. Then a demon tool flew out of his body. Destructive demon wheel. As the great demon Venerable shouted, the demon tool instantly released a terrifying and evil aura. It was a shiny black wheel. Under the great devil Venerable's control, the world-destroying demonic wheel quickly grew bigger. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth, and a dreadful might that caused heaven and earth to lose their colors as it swept toward Taoist Ku Rong. Taoist Ku Rong was shocked to find that he seemed to have fallen into a fearsome domain. The entire space seemed to have frozen, and his movements were restricted. As the demonic wheel descended, Taoist Ku Rong was enveloped by the domain. He knew he could not avoid it, so he gritted his teeth and exerted the death saber and the life divine sword with all his might to meet the demonic wheel. The gray aura of death morphed into a 1,000 feet long blade light, which seemed to be able to split the world in half. The divine sword of life, which was emitting a peerless green sword energy, soared into the sky, slashed the void and soared into the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard as the death saber and the life divine sword violently collided with the destructive demon wheel that was descending from the sky. Boundless energy fluctuations surged in the sky like raging waves, causing the space around them to shake violently. The violent collision caused cracks to form in the void that looked like spider webs. The remnant force that descended from the sky affected the mountain ridges below. A few mountain peaks were instantly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. They silently crumbled into dust and were completely wiped off the ground. The destructive demon wheel was sent flying into the sky by the saber and the sword, and the great demon Venerable was also sent flying backward. On the other hand, Taoist Ku Rong was in a more difficult situation. His saber and the life divine sword were sent flying away while he fell from the sky and smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Taoist Ku Rong soared into the sky and stood in front of the great demon Venerable again. The death saber and the life divine sword that were sent flying returned from afar and returned to his hands. Taoist Ku Rong suffered a great impact from the destructive demon wheel's attack. His Taoist robe was shredded and hung on his body, his Taoist crown was slanted, and blood could be seen trickling down the corner of his mouth. After a round of battle, it seemed like the great demon Venerable had the upper hand. On the other hand, the situation of the battle on the other side was the opposite. A big flag had appeared in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand. To be precise, it was an old broken flag. Apart from the flagpole, which was still intact, only 1/3 of the flag was left. The remaining 1/3 of the flag was also full of holes and was so badly corroded that it looked like it would shatter at the slightest touch. However, it was precisely this tattered flag whose patterns and colors could no longer be distinguished that displayed great power. When the broken flag swayed, it seemed like the whole world was shaking. Not only did it shatter the demon monarch of 6 paths Sky Demon Saber's saber light, but it also sent the demon monarch of 6 paths flying. Demon Lord Huanglong was so powerful that he completely suppressed the demon monarch of 6 paths' ferocious flames with an old broken flag. It was truly shocking. Chapter 235. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand displayed an unimaginable power. As the broken flag swayed, heaven and earth shook, completely suppressing Demon Monarch of 6 paths. Roar! Demon Monarch of 6 paths roared and slashed through the void. The sky demon blade in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly strong blade light, which collided with the broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand. The terrifying energy fluctuations were like a raging sea, causing cracks to appear in the void. Although they did not completely shatter the void, they still caused cracks to appear in the void. As long as their cultivation could reach a higher level, they would be able to break the void and enter the legendary Heaven Realm. Although Demon Lord Huanglong had the upper hand, it would not be easy for him to defeat Demon Monarch of Six Paths. The Sky Demon blade in Demon Monarch of Six Paths' hand was known as the number 1 demonic blade in the demonic path. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not show any signs of losing. Huanglong, when did your demon clan get this broken flag? No wonder you dare to boast so shamelessly. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was sent flying by the broken flag again, which made him very angry. A broken flag was so powerful. If it was intact, Demon Monarch of Six Paths did not dare to imagine what would happen. Was this broken flag a primordial treasure? This is my clan's sacred weapon. Huanglong sneered. As he waved the broken flag, demonic chi soared into the sky. Endless demonic power condensed into many ferocious primordial monsters, which rushed toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths' monster souls. Your flag. Demon Monarch of Six Paths seemed very shocked. The illusory great desolate beasts emitted a world-shaking soul power that caused even this Demon Monarch of the demonic path's expression to change. The blood-red blade light shot out and slashed at the monster souls. The faint and illusory demon soul seemed to be an illusory existence. However, when the blood-colored saber light struck the demon soul, it was actually sent flying by the soul power emanating from the demon soul. Bang! Demon Monarch of Six Paths was sent flying by the countless monster souls. It was hard to imagine that he would be sent flying by a monster soul without a physical body. However, reality was cruel. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand had been fused with the souls of countless great desolate beasts. This was a battle strength so powerful that even Demon Monarch of Six Paths' heart palpitated. Furthermore, what was even more terrifying was that the power of these monster souls did not seem to be fully unleashed. Even so, the powerful aura emitted by each monster soul was comparable to that of a demigod. How were they supposed to fight? Demon Monarch of Six Paths couldn't help but feel powerless against the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon. With the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon's flag in hand, he was undefeatable. Die Six Paths. The Demon Lord, Huanglong, was incomparably domineering. He waved the broken flag in his hand violently, and the silhouettes of countless desolate demonic beasts began to appear on the broken flag. Then they rushed out from the broken flag and circled around it. A terrifying monstrous spirit force was emitted from the broken flag. The force caused visible ripples to appear in the surroundings. Roar! The countless monster souls that were circling around the broken flag roared continuously. It was a roar that came from the spiritual level, and it directly affected everyone's hearts. Even Demon Monarch of Six Paths felt his divine soul tremble when he heard the beast's roars. Every monster soul that rushed out from the broken flag was a great desolate beast, and there were even silhouettes of eastern dragons and phoenixes among them. The next moment, countless demon souls flew toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths, waving the broken flag. They roared and pounced on him. A huge dragon soul, which was like a winding mountain, rushed toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths first. The dragon cage, which was as big as a small mountain, directly grabbed at Demon Monarch of Six Paths' rumble. The space that was covered by the dragon cage emitted a muffled thunderous sound, and a destructive divine light flashed under the dragon cage's claws. Even though it was just a dragon soul, it could still display the dragon clan's great magical power. After the dragon soul, a phoenix flapped its wings and divine flames burned the sky. The phoenix soul released a boundless fire, which instantly enveloped Demon Monarch of Six Paths in a sea of fire. After the phoenix soul, there were countless monster souls of great desolate beasts. These monster souls rushed forward, trying to tear Demon Monarch of Six Paths into pieces. Roar! An angry roar came from the sea of fire, and the muffled sound reached the sky. The sound traveled for hundreds of miles. Then the space that was covered by the sea of fire shook violently. The illusory dragon cage collapsed, and Demon Monarch of Six Paths rushed out of the sea of fire with boundless demonic power. Die! 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 Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his demonic eyes had become blood-red. 2 beams of blood-red light shot out of his eyes, which were 3 feet long. They seemed to have substance, and they looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. He brandished the Sky Devil's saber, and the saber light soared into the sky, crazily rushing into the group of demon souls that were pouncing on him. He chopped several ancient demon souls in succession, but his body was also covered in fiery devil blood. His extremely tough body was also injured by the sharp claws of these incomparably powerful primeval demon souls. Demon Lord Huanglong waved the broken flag in his hand, and the monster souls that had been destroyed by Demon Monarch of Six Paths condensed again. Countless monster souls rushed out of the broken flag, and they all rushed toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths. This was no longer a simple physical attack on Demon Monarch of Six Paths. It was an attack on his godly soul. The vague monster souls passed through Demon Monarch of Six Paths' body and directly devoured his soul. The ancient broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand was so powerful that it could attack at the spiritual level. This time Demon Monarch of Six Paths really panicked. He roared again and again, and the demonic energy in his body surged. He slashed out a horrifying saber light, trying to block the soul-level attack. However, he soon discovered that the saber energy of the Sky Devil's saber couldn't destroy the monster souls that were flying toward him. The soul power from those demon soul beast phantoms still affected his soul directly, shaking his divine soul. In the end, Demon Monarch of Six Paths had no choice but to bite the tip of his tongue and spit out 3 mouthfuls of demonic blood, which sprayed on the Sky Devil's saber. The horrifying blood-red demonic saber suddenly emitted a great evil aura, which blocked the countless monster souls. Then the saber light wrapped around Demon Monarch of Six Paths and rushed out. Huanglong, I'll remember this. After Demon Monarch of Six Paths rushed out, he didn't stop. He turned into a surging demonic energy and retreated to the north. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huanglong's hand had an unfathomable power. Demon Monarch of Six Paths knew that he couldn't fight against Huanglong, so he retreated. Demon Lord Huanglong was surprised that Demon Monarch of Six Paths retreated. After all, although Demon Monarch of Six Paths was at a disadvantage, the outcome of the battle hadn't been decided yet. After Demon Monarch of Six Paths retreated, the balance of power in the battlefield was immediately broken. Demon Lord Huanglong had no intention of chasing after Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Instead, he attacked the Great Demon Venerable, who was fighting against Taoist Ku Rong. The Great Demon Venerable was fighting against Taoist Ku Rong's Saber of Death and Divine Sword of Life with the world-destroying demonic wheel. Taoist Ku Rong wasn't defeated yet, but he was at a disadvantage. The saber and the sword were suppressed by the world-destroying demonic wheel. However, after Demon Lord Huanglong forced Demon Monarch of Six Paths to retreat, he waved the broken flag and commanded countless monster souls to attack the Great Demon Venerable. The Great Demon Venerable's power was immediately suppressed. Bam! The broken flag collided with the world-destroying demonic wheel, which was emitting a terrifying destructive aura, and sent the wheel flying away. At the same time, the Death Saber and Life Sword, which were no longer suppressed by the world-destroying demonic wheel, suddenly burst out and left 2 terrifying cuts on the Great Demon Venerable's body. Demon blood splattered everywhere. The Great Demon Venerable couldn't fight against 2 demigod-level experts, so his body was severely injured in the blink of an eye. While he was shocked, he decisively retreated. Demon Lord Huanglong and Taoist Ku Rong were working together, so they had a chance to kill the Great Demon Venerable. Therefore, the 2 peerless experts rushed toward the Great Demon Venerable. However, the Great Demon Venerable was not a fool. He knew that he had no chance of winning against 2 peerless experts, and he might even die. How could the Great Demon Venerable dare to stay? He turned around and turned into a demonic ray. In an instant, he broke out of the encirclement of the 2 peerless experts and fled toward the north without looking back. It would be difficult to stop an expert of this level if he was determined to escape. Taoist Ku Rong wanted to give chase, but he was stopped by Demon Lord Huanglong. Taoist Ku Rong was startled and asked unhappily, "Brother Huanglong, what's the meaning of this?" He did not know why the Demon Lord let the Great Demon Venerable escape. Demon Lord Huanglong looked at Taoist Ku Rong and suggested indifferently, "Brother Ku Rong, It's impossible to catch up to the great demon Venerable since he's determined to escape. Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk about the ruined sky realm? Oh! Upon hearing that, Taoist Ku Rong's expression changed several times as he stared at the demon Lord Huang Long. After a while, Taoist Ku Rong made an inviting gesture at the demon Lord Huang Long. Then he turned around and flew in the direction of the Rift Valley. Demon Lord Huang Long smiled. He put away the broken flag in his hand and followed behind Taoist Ku Rong. Soon enough, the two figures disappeared into the night sky. In the ruined sky realm, Gu Fei and the old tortoise, who were heading toward the depths of the ruined sky realm, arrived in front of a swamp. The two of them stopped. There was no record of this swamp on the Jade Slip map. It was an unknown area. The swamp was so vast that one could not see the end of it. Gu Fei and the old tortoise wanted to go around it, but they found that it was so vast that it was like an insurmountable barrier in front of them. They had no other choice but to go through this swamp. Only then would they be able to move deeper into the ruined heaven realm. However, Gu Fei's intuition told him that this swamp was probably another dangerous place. Under the moonlight, they looked into the swamp and saw that apart from grass, there was only soft black mud and reflective water. As far as their eyes could see, Gu Fei noticed that there were sporadic lakes dotted among the endless aquatic plants. Chapter 236. There was something unusual about the swamp. Gray clouds of mist floated above the swamp. Given Gu Fei's ability, he could not sink into the swamp if he tried to walk into it. However, the mud in the swamp was really soft. If he did not use the lightning technique, the soft mud in the swamp would not be able to withstand a person's weight. What should he do? After discussing with Old Tortoise for a while, Gu Fei decided to wait until daybreak before entering the swamp. There were definitely unimaginable dangers lurking in the swamp. It was much safer to enter the swamp during the day than at night. Therefore, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise started a bonfire in the bushes outside the swamp. After dinner, Gu Fei sat cross-legged by the bonfire, channeled his qi, and entered a state of cultivation. Old Tortoise, on the other hand, leaned against a piece of dead wood and slept soundly. Old Tortoise's corpse general clone held the earth-stabilizing pillar and stood guard by his side. From time to time, the silhouettes of ferocious beasts could be seen in the distance, but they dared not approach. The powerful aura of death emitted by the corpse general clone terrified all the ferocious beasts. They only dared to linger in the distance. The swamp was eerily quiet. Only the sound of the grass rustling in the wind could be heard. Although they were still 20 to 30 feet away from the swamp, the smell of rotting mud drifted over. The yin energy in the swamp seemed to be very heavy. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, when the sun rose, the corpse general clone walked into the depths of the bushes next to the swamp. Then a few beast roars were heard from the bushes. Soon Old Tortoise's corpse general clone returned with a ferocious beast that looked like a wild boar but was covered in thick black scales. It was more than 10 feet long. After cutting open the beast's stomach and roasting its meat, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise set off after having a hearty meal. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise stepped into the endless swamp. Beneath his feet was the soft turf, and beneath the turf was of course a thick layer of black mud. If an ordinary person were to step on this turf, they would probably be swallowed by the swamp in an instant. After walking into the swamp, the smell of rotting soil became even stronger. One man and one tortoise cautiously advanced. Both of them had already restrained their auras as much as possible. They didn't want to alarm the powerful creatures in the swamp. Although the swamp looked dead on the surface, there were definitely powerful creatures hiding in it. The swamp was shrouded in fog. The fog was gray, and the smell of decay caused some of the wild beasts outside the swamp to retreat, unwilling to approach. In the black sludge, apart from the rotten grass, there was nothing else. There were also many animal skeletons. After traveling for about 10 miles in the swamp, Gu Fei discovered that the skeletons he found in the weeds and mud varied in length from about 10 feet to 20 to 30 feet. Most of them were half submerged in the mud. The yin qi in the swamp seemed to be getting thicker and thicker, and there was a faint and dense aura lingering around it. The swamp was abnormally quiet. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise didn't see a living beast in the swamp. There wasn't even a bird or a butterfly. Occasionally, he would hear the sound of bubbles bubbling under the turf. When he passed by the sporadic lakes, he would even hear the sound of splashing water. as if something was flipping in the water. Even though it was daytime, it was still extremely frightening. The scary lakes, the dead swamp, the snow-white skeletons, and the lingering gray fog above the swamp made it seem like the swamp was really a dead place. When they entered about 20 to 30 miles into the swamp became no longer silent. Deep in the swamp there was a faint howl, as if a powerful and terrifying existence was roaring. It was extremely frightening to listen to. At noon, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise came to a large lake in the swamp. Here, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise stopped because they sensed something strange. The lake, which was shrouded in yin qi, was as calm as a mirror. The surface of the lake was gray and shrouded in a thick layer of death aura. Even the midday sun could not penetrate the layer of death aura and shine on the lake. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were about to take a detour, but at that moment, suddenly, the sound of water splashing was heard from the dead lake. Then Gu Fei saw a huge figure breaking through the water, setting off heavy waves and quickly approaching them. "What's that?" Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were shocked and quickly retreated. Pung! Just as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise retreated more than 30 meters away, the surface of the lake in front of them suddenly exploded. Then water splashed all over the sky, and a 7 to 8 meter long behemoth rushed out of the lake and pounced toward them. Gu Fei discovered that the lake water that exploded was mixed with eerie white bones. The lake water was as black as ink, and an extremely fishy smell pervaded the air. It was a terrifying creature that resembled a crocodile. Some parts of its body were snow-white without any flesh or blood, while some parts seemed to have rotten flesh that had not completely decayed. The rotten flesh was soaked in the lake water until it was badly mutilated, and it was extremely disgusting. There was a dazzling light flickering in the skull that was almost a skull. There was no breath of life, but there was a strong soul fluctuation. It was a dead creature and a terrifying one at that. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise knew that they had intruded into a dead creature's territory. Swoosh! Swoosh! Gu Fei and Old Tortoise retreated again. Pung! The dead creature fiercely pounced on the place where they were originally standing, and the grassland immediately shattered. Then the dead creature scuttled directly into the ground. There was mud under the grassland. The dead creature sank into the mud and disappeared. The grassland surged up and down like waves. Seeing this, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could not help but be startled. In the next moment they soared into the sky. Just as their feet left the ground, the grassland under their feet exploded with a boom. An endless aura of death surged out from the ground. As the aura of death lingered, the dead creature that had scuttled into the mud under the grassland rushed out of the ground and madly pounced on Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. In the horrifying crocodile's mouth, the sharp barbed teeth made one's heart palpitate. Humph! Old Tortoise stood in the air and pressed his palm down on the dead creature that rushed out from below. A vast power surged from his palm. Bang! The dead creature was immediately smashed down from the sky by Old Tortoise's palm, and smashed into the soft mud below. It could be seen that the pitch-black soft mud that splashed up was mixed with many dry bones. There seemed to be an endless number of dry bones under the swamp, which made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. He could not fly in the air like Old Tortoise. He slowly descended, and just as his feet landed on the grassland, there was a sudden vibration under his feet. Oh no! Gu Fei's expression changed. Without thinking, he displayed his 8 steps extreme speed and took a step forward. The moment Gu Fei took a step forward, the grassland under his feet suddenly sank. A huge mouth instantly swallowed Gu Fei. That was close. Gu Fei's figure appeared 10 feet away, and his heart could not help but pound. Just now, if he had hesitated for even a moment, he would have been bitten by the dead creature. It turned out that the dead creature had swallowed the afterimage that Gu Fei had left behind. Damn it! After a moment of fear, Gu Fei could not help but fly into a rage. The vertical mark between his eyebrows began to emit light, and the power of the inner space was guided out by Gu Fei. The power of the ruined sky realm around him was repelled. Gu Fei's power began to rise sharply, and a powerful aura began to emanate from his body. At this moment, his power was no longer suppressed by the ruined sky realm. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly appeared above the dead creature that had rushed out of the mud as if he had teleported. His right foot fiercely stomped down on the dead creature's head, which was rotten to the bone. This was the first step of the 8 steps, 8 kills of the 8 desolation steps. A terrifying power surged under Gu Fei's feet, and a part of the world trembled under his feet. The ancient battle technique displayed great power. The dead creature let out a fierce roar and directly pounced on Gu Fei, leaving an afterimage on the ground. A gloomy cold wind surged. Bang! The dead creature's head fiercely collided with Gu Fei's right foot. The force of the collision was so strong that it directly knocked Gu Fei into the sky. Gu Fei only felt that his step was like stepping on a piece of divine iron, and his right leg was shaken to the point of numbness. The first step of the 8 steps 8 kills was actually useless. The dead creature's head was harder than metal, and there was no damage at all. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. The dead creature's power was most likely above the transcending mortality realm, and it was at least around the 3rd heaven of the transcending mortality realm. Otherwise, the dead creature's head would have long been smashed by Gu Fei's step. Moreover, the dead creature's disgusting half-rotten body did not break after being hit by the old tortoise's palm. It must be said that the dead creature's body was very tough. Old tortoise, quickly kill this guy so that we can continue forward, Gu Fei said loudly to the old tortoise. With his current cultivation, he really could not defeat the dead creature. Hee. I wanted to see you fight with this dead creature. Since you said so, I'll reluctantly do it, the old tortoise said with a smile. This 10,000-year-old tortoise, so it turns out that he wants to see me make a fool of myself. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. He was just wondering why the old tortoise could not kill the dead creature with a palm strike. Swoosh! The old tortoise directly appeared in front of the dead creature. The strong rancid smell made the old tortoise frown. It stinks. The old tortoise quickly held his breath. He almost threw up the beast meat he ate this morning. Roar! The undead creature seemed to have sensed danger. It roared and opened its horrifying mouth to devour old tortoise. Each of its teeth was several inches long and looked like a sharp knife. If a person was bitten, at least half of their body would be bitten off. The old tortoise's expression did not change. He stretched out his hands and directly grabbed the dead creature's upper and lower jaw. He then pulled hard with both hands. Crack! The old turtle actually tore the undead creature's head in half, and a resplendent soul fire rushed out of the shattered head. Chapter 237. The old tortoise displayed his unparalleled combat power by tearing the undead creature's head apart with his bare hands. A soul fire the size of a human head emerged from the broken head of the undead creature. The soul fire emitted a powerful spiritual wave and soared into the sky. It flew toward the dead lake like a bolt of lightning trying to rush into the lake. As long as the soul fire was not extinguished, the undead creature would not be considered dead. However, the old tortoise would not let the soul fire escape. He extended his hand and condensed endless power into a giant hand, which grabbed at the escaping soul fire. Without any suspense, the soul fire was caught by the illusory giant hand, which then flew back to the old tortoise. How could a puny undead creature escape from the old tortoise? The old tortoise held the soul fire in his hand and began to operate his magic skill next to the dead lake to refine the enormous soul power of the soul fire. If outsiders were to see the scene in front of them, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The soul fire in the old tortoise's hand erupted with a brilliant divine light. Thousands of rays of multicolored light illuminated the dusky world. A mournful roar came from the soul fire. It was a sound that acted directly on the spirit. Even if one covered their ears, they would still be able to hear it. This voice seemed to come from his heart, from his head. The soul fire was a soul state that only undead creatures possessed. It possessed an extremely powerful soul power. Soul power was definitely a great supplement for the old tortoise. Streaks of soul power were drawn out from the soul flame and entered the old tortoise's body like divine clouds. As if they had a life of their own, they kept rushing into the old tortoise's body. Meanwhile, the huge soul flame was gradually shrinking. The roar from the soul fire gradually weakened as well. The soul of the undead creature had been severely injured, and its spiritual waves gradually weakened. For the old tortoise, this was an exciting moment of harvest. Pure and majestic soul power was continuously refined and surged into the old tortoise's body. Bright rays of light flickered by the dead lake, which was surrounded by yin qi. They circulated outside the old tortoise's body like water ripples, and finally converged into the old tortoise's body. An hour later, the soul fire had shrunk by more than half, and the old tortoise was shrouded in a dense glow. 2 hours later, the old tortoise completely refined the soul fire. The powerful soul power of the soul fire was completely refined into the old tortoise's body and became a part of his strength. During this period of time, there was only dead silence at the edge of the dead lake, apart from the light that burst out when the old tortoise refined the soul fire. The dead lake was the territory of the undead creature torn apart by the old tortoise. No other undead creature dared to step into its territory. Gu Fei waited on the side. At the same time, he was inwardly startled. The soul power emitted by the soul flame could be said to be the source of the undead creature's power. If the old tortoise refined the soul power, it would be equivalent to destroying the soul of the undead creature. When the old tortoise had completely refined the soul fire, the man and the tortoise continued their journey into the depths of the swamp. It had to be said that the swamp was so vast that it seemed to have no end. Along the way, Gu Fei and the old tortoise encountered more and more undead creatures. Moreover, the undead creatures were getting stronger. The deeper they went into the swamp, the more powerful the undead creatures they encountered. However, the powerful undead creatures were all killed by the old tortoise without exception. Then they refined the soul fire and became the old tortoise's nourishment. When night fell, Gu Fei and the old tortoise had gone hundreds of miles deep into the swamp. They seemed to be gradually approaching the central area of the swamp. It was not suitable to travel in the swamp at night, so Gu Fei and the old tortoise stopped under a mound. After building a bonfire, the old tortoise opened its pseudo-world, took out the beast meat that was prepared before entering the swamp, and grilled it on the bonfire. After a while, the aroma of meat wafted in the air, whetting Gu Fei and the old tortoise's appetite. Without any superfluous words, after Gu Fei and the old tortoise had their fill, the old tortoise took out its stone tortoise shell and threw it on the ground. The stone tortoise shell quickly grew to the size of a house. They were going to spend the night in the old tortoise's pseudo-world. Just as the man and the tortoise were about to enter the old tortoise's pseudo-world, a shrill howl that made one's scalp numb was suddenly heard from a distant unknown area. It was not a soul wave that acted directly on one's heart, but a real howl. There was no doubt that the howl was made by an extremely powerful being. After the howl was heard, another howl that was not weak was heard from another direction. It seemed like two terrifying beings were fighting. Gu Fei and the old tortoise looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. There were indeed unimaginably terrifying creatures in the depths of the swamp. Hence, the old tortoise kept the stone tortoise shell, and the man and the tortoise headed in the direction of the howl. Along the way, all the undead creatures they saw were trembling with fear. The closer they got, the more terrifying the howl became. The sound waves even caused the layer of gray death aura that shrouded the swamp to fluctuate. There was a battle between extremely powerful beings in the depths of the swamp. The howl became more and more shrill and mighty, and the battle seemed to be very intense. It was a rare opportunity for the most powerful undead creatures in the vast swamp to fight with all their might. If the old tortoise grasped this opportunity well, it would be better than refining the soul fire of countless ordinary undead creatures. The moonlight was bright, but it was difficult to see the moon in the boundless swamp, which was filled with the aura and death aura. The swamp at night was lit up by flames. It was a paradise for the undead creatures. However, tonight was a little special. Two unknown and terrifying creatures were fighting, and the horrifying fluctuations emitted terrified the undead creatures. It was as if the end of the world had come. Gu Fei and the old tortoise seemed to have turned into two shooting stars in the night sky. They ran at high speed, and the aura that lingered around their bodies turned them into beams of light that cut through the boundless swamp. The distance of dozens of miles seemed to be very close. Soon Gu Fei and the old tortoise approached the battlefield of the two terrifying experts. The two carefully restrained their auras and walked to a mound in the nearby swamp. Gazing into the distance, Gu Fei and the old tortoise were surprised to find a huge object standing on the ground about 10 miles away. It seemed to be a castle, but it also seemed to be a hall. Gu Fei and the old tortoise were very surprised. In this swamp, apart from the mud and decaying grass, there were only endless bones in the mud. The sudden appearance of a castle, or perhaps a hall, in such an area was really shocking. Not far from this hall, two powerful undead creatures were fiercely fighting. Their fight caused smoke and dust to soar into the sky. Dirt flew everywhere, and the countless bones in the surroundings were turned into bone powder that drifted between heaven and earth. These two terrifying existences were definitely worthy of being called the rulers of a region. One of the undead creatures was 3 meters tall. It was covered in rotten clothes, and from time to time, yellow corpse fluid flowed out of its body. It was disgusting and terrifying. It was not a skeleton but more like a corpse. There was no doubt that it was a terrifying king of corpses. Its terrifying body exuded an extremely evil and powerful aura. The king of corpses roared furiously and let out waves of terrifying ghostly howls, which made Gu Fei and the old tortoise's scalp tingle. The other undead creature was similar in size to a normal person. It was a skeleton without any flesh or blood. However, the entire skeleton flickered with a brilliant light. What shocked Gu Fei the most wasn't that this undead creature was like the remains of an immortal god that was crystalline, translucent, and glossy like jade, but that there were actually 3 pairs of bone wings on its back. The remains of an ancient god? The old tortoise murmured to himself. Why do you recognize the origin of that skeleton? Gu Fei was surprised. He was very curious. There were many ancient books in the Taishan sect, but Gu Fei had not seen any records of such creatures. Wings are the symbol of an ancient god. The more wings they have on their back, the stronger they are. They call themselves the deity race, but this race has been extinct since ancient times. The old tortoise's expression was very solemn. The old tortoise was a super antique and knew many ancient secrets. The undead creature with bone wings in the distance had a very powerful background, which made him very afraid. Is it difficult to deal with? Gu Fei could not help but ask with some worry. If this guy from the deity race has not fallen, it will be a bit tricky, but this guy is just an undead creature. The old tortoise said disdainfully. That's good, when both of them are injured Gu Fei chuckled twice, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. The skeletal body of the deity race seemed to be the owner of the palace. At this moment it was at a disadvantage. The invincible corpse king displayed its terrifying strength. Its corpse chi soared into the sky. Even though it was bare-handed, when it swung its 2 gigantic fists, it caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Although the deity race's undead king's battle strength was also very strong, and it had an ancient bronze spear in its hand, in the end, it was still not a match. The deity race's undead king relied on the 3 pairs of bone wings on its back to fly at low altitude. It used its agile movement technique to make up for its lack of battle strength. Obviously, they had been fighting for some time, and the surrounding area had been razed to the ground. Everything was destroyed by the terrifying power that erupted. At this moment, the invincible corpse king was suddenly swept away by the deity race's undead king's blade-like bone wings. At the same time, the bronze spear in the undead king's hand flew out and turned into a divine light, piercing towards the corpse king's chest like lightning. The soul flame in the undead king's head emitted an incomparably resplendent divine light. It was like a scorching sun, making it difficult for people to look at it directly. The pair of eyes blossomed with resplendent divine flames, condensed into 2 divine swords that were dozens of meters long. The elite white skeleton body emitted a powerful aura that made even the world lose its color. The bronze spear responded and pierced the undead king. Immediately, corpse water splattered everywhere. The undead king faced the sky and roared, its voice shaking the vast sky. The layer of dusky death energy that shrouded the swamp was also dispersed by the terrifying sound wave. Bright moonlight shone down from the sky, illuminating the entire region. Chapter 238. The undead monarch turned into a streak of white lightning and pounced towards the corpse king. At this moment, the furious corpse king grabbed the bronze spear that was stuck in its chest and pulled it out. What spurted out from the corpse king's chest wasn't blood, but a yellow corpse fluid. The corpse fluid splashed on the ground, causing sizzling sounds as it corroded the ground. That corpse fluid was definitely an extremely poisonous substance. The toxicity of the corpse poison made one's heart palpitate. If it splashed on a human body, perhaps that person would turn into a puddle of stinky water in an instant. The corpse king grabbed the ancient bronze spear. Swoosh! It swept towards the undead monarch's waist. The ancient spear tore through the void and moved at an extremely fast speed, emitting an ear-piercing sound. At the same time, the yellow corpse fluid on the spear also splashed towards the undead monarch. The undead monarch seemed to be afraid of the corpse king's corpse fluid and quickly dodged it. But even so, more than 10 drops of corpse fluid splashed on the undead monarch's sparkling white bones. Chi. Wherever the corpse water touched, the sparkling and translucent bones immediately turned black. The Undying monarch was obviously startled. However, at this moment the undead king launched a fierce counterattack. He threw the ancient bronze spear towards the undead king. Then the undead king's huge figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the corpse king's figure appeared behind the undead monarch. Without any hesitation, the corpse king stretched out its hands and directly grabbed the undead monarch's bone wings. It swiftly and decisively tore apart the undead monarch's 3 pairs of bone wings, causing the undead monarch to fall into the dust. The two powerful and terrifying creatures tangled together, engaging in close combat. They rolled back and forth in the dust and flying soil. The undead monarch's soul fire constantly burst out with dazzling radiance, wanting to devour the other party. Bang! The undead monarch's right hand pierced through the corpse king's abdomen. The corpse king's fist also landed on the undead monarch's chest. At the place where the fist landed, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the undead monarch's sparkling bones. The corpse poison corroded the undead monarch's entire right arm, turning it black. The 2 great undead monarchs' bodies suffered heavy injuries. Gu Fei and the old tortoise quietly watched all of this. They were waiting for the best opportunity. When these 2 fellows were at their weakest, the old tortoise would make his move. These 2 terrifying undead monarchs were very powerful. So powerful that even the old tortoise wasn't confident in taking them down at the same time. According to Gu Fei's conservative estimation, these 2 undead monarchs, these 2 undead monarchs, of the undead kings were absolutely terrifying. As the kings of the monarchs of Swamp, the undead kings, monarchs, king of Mons, into of Mons, the king. This was especially true for that terrifying corpse king. Its corpse aura was monstrous. Although it looked clumsy, it seemed to have gained the upper hand in the battle. Of Mon's king was of the king of Mons, in of the corpse king Mons, of blood, of the. When the corpse water sprinkled on the undead monarch's skull, the dazzling sun-like soul divine fire in the skull actually showed signs of dimming. The might of the corpse poison was clear to see. Even the soul flame was injured. However, the undead king didn't have it easy either. In the tumbling close combat battle, the undead king's sharp claws tore open a few wounds on the undead king's chest, revealing the eerie white bones. "It's time," Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise. At this moment, the 2 undead creatures in the distance were already severely injured. If Old Tortoise were to attack now, he might really be able to kill the 2 monsters at the same time. Humph! Let's wait for a while. Old Tortoise sneered as he stared at the 2 terrifying figures fighting in the swamp in front of him. Why are we still waiting? Gu Fei asked in confusion. Since when did this old bastard become so cautious? It would be a pity if he missed this opportunity. Old Tortoise smiled mysteriously and said, "Because we're not the only ones who want to be the fishermen." Could it be? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. There were other experts watching from the side? No wonder Old Tortoise wasn't in a hurry to attack. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sure enough, at this moment, a violent and terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the swamp. Some of the experts watching in the dark couldn't help but make a move. A terrifying undead creature that looked like a snake or a dragon rushed out from the depths of the swamp. It had 4 bone claws that were more than a meter long on its abdomen. It pounced on the undead king and the undead king who were fighting. This was the skeleton of a flood dragon. Its bones were like divine jade, and each bone was shining brightly. Although it was just a skeleton, it still gave off a powerful feeling. Its strength was definitely not inferior to the undead king, and the undead king of the deity race. This boundless swamp wasn't simple at all. So far, there had already been 3 powerful existences at the king level. No one knew if there was a 4th king in the swamp. The 4-clawed flood dragon king wanted to be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. But the undead king and the undead king of the deity race were both undead creatures that had already activated their spiritual wisdom and possessed extremely high intelligence. The 2 undead kings who were fighting each other made the wisest decision in the first place. In an instant, the 2 undead kings separated and attacked the 4-clawed flood dragon king at the same time as if they had reached an agreement. Although the Undead King and the Undead King of the deity race were heavily injured, in terms of strength, any one of them was no match for the four-clawed Flood Dragon King. However, the two Undead Kings suddenly joined hands and launched a fierce attack on the four-clawed Flood Dragon King. They weren't at a disadvantage. One had to admit that the old tortoise's judgment was very accurate. Now was not the best time to make a move. The four-clawed Flood Dragon King tasted the bitter fruit of attacking too early. The four-clawed Flood Dragon King couldn't suppress the two Undead Kings at the same time. It was a situation where they were evenly matched. Rumble! The entire swamp shook, especially the battlefield where the three Undead Kings were fighting. Mud flew everywhere, and the ground shook violently like waves. Even the mound where Gu Fei and the old tortoise were at was shaking slightly. The three terrifying Undying monarchs displayed their unparalleled battle prowess. The terrifying power that they unleashed destroyed everything in their surroundings, in an unstoppable manner. The battle lasted for more than an hour. In the end, half of the Undead King's body was torn apart, and the lower half of the Undead King's body was blasted into powder. The four-clawed Flood Dragon King's body was blasted into dozens of pieces by the Undead King and the Undead King, which were scattered all over the swamp. Only the skull remained intact. The divine soul flame in the skull dimmed. The three terrifying Undead Kings suffered unimaginable injuries, and no one could do anything to the other. This battle could be said to be a three-way defeat. This was the perfect opportunity, the ending that the old tortoise wanted. The old tortoise felt that if he rushed over, he would definitely be able to harvest their divine soul flames. However, the old tortoise didn't act rashly because he wasn't sure if there were more Undead Kings watching from the shadows. Time passed. The old tortoise wasn't in a hurry, but Gu Fei was. If not now, then when? In the surroundings, some powerful undead creatures were gradually approaching the battlefield. The strength of these undead creatures was far from the Undead King realm. There shouldn't be a fourth Undead King. The old tortoise muttered to himself. The undead creatures in the vicinity seemed to have become active again. Some of the more powerful undead creatures took the risk and walked toward the three Undead Kings on the battlefield. These undead creatures wanted to come out and clean up the mess, but it wasn't that easy. Roar! Roar! A deep roar sounded and 5 figures appeared around the battlefield. Among them were white skeletons, tall rotting corpses, and the bones of fierce beasts. These 5 undead creatures each emitted a powerful aura. Without a doubt, these 5 undead creatures were not Undead Kings, but they were at least Undead King realm experts. As long as they devoured the power of the 3 Undead Kings, these Undead Kings would be able to advance to become true Undead Kings. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was secretly surprised. These 5 undead creatures that suddenly jumped out were all powerful, and they didn't seem to be inferior to human cultivators in the void-controlling realm. The 5 sub-king rank undead creatures were a bit hesitant when they first appeared, but when one of the tall undead creatures charged at the 3 undead kings, the other 4 sub-king rank undead creatures also charged at the same time. The Undead King corpses targeted the horrifying Undead King that only had half of its body left, while the Undead Kings targeted the deity race Undead King that only had half of its body left, and the 4-clawed Flood Dragon King that only had half of its body left. An intense battle broke out again. The 5 Undead Kings were engaged in a chaotic battle, but the 3 Undead Kings didn't sit still and wait for death. Instead, they launched a fierce counterattack. Even though they had suffered unimaginable injuries, the 3 undead monarchs still used their powerful soul powers to kill the 2 sub-monarch class undead creatures. The bones of the 2 sub-king rank undead creatures instantly shattered and exploded. The soul fires in their skulls were absorbed by the undead monarch and Flood Dragon King's skulls. After absorbing the soul fire of the Undead King and Flood Dragon King's skulls, the dim soul fire in the Undead King's and Flood Dragon King's skulls flourished again. The Undead King that rushed toward the Undead King was then torn apart with one hand by the Undead King that only had half of its body left. The Undead King expelled the vast corpse aura and directly absorbed it. After absorbing the huge amount of corpse aura, the Undead King's horrifying wounds and blurred flesh surged, showing signs of bone and flesh regeneration. Even though it was heavily injured, a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. Undead King could still easily kill a Undead King. At this time, Old Tortoise was convinced that there were no more Undead Kings spying on them. Hence, he didn't hesitate anymore and decisively rushed over. Chapter 239. The three powerful undead kings were much weaker than the old tortoise. Now that they were heavily injured, they were like arrows at the end of their flight. Otherwise, the 5 sub-king undead creatures wouldn't have dared to attack the undead kings. However, the undead kings were the undead kings after all. Even though they were heavily injured, they could still kill the sub-king undead creatures in an instant. The other 2 sub-king undead creatures were scared out of their wits. The soul fire in their skulls flickered continuously before they turned around and fled. However, the consequences of offending the dignity of the undead kings were very serious. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 rays of spiritual light shot out from the skulls of the 4-clawed flood dragon king and the deity race's undead king. In an instant, the 2 fleeing sub-king rank undead creatures exploded into pieces, their shattered bones falling to the ground. The soul fires of the 2 sub-king undead creatures were also destroyed, turning into a sky full of flickering light. Powerful soul power surged out, gathering and devouring all the spiritual light that had exploded. The difference between the strength of the undead kings and sub-king undead creatures was like the difference between heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. After devouring the soul fires of the 2 sub-king undead creatures, the soul fires in the skulls of the deity race undead king and the 4-clawed flood dragon king became stronger. Devouring the soul fires of the undead creatures allowed them to recover their strength. The cultivation system of the undead creatures seemed to be based on the path of plunder. They used the soul power of other undead creatures to strengthen themselves. However, the old tortoise definitely wouldn't give them any chance to recover. How could the 3 undead kings, who were already exhausted and extremely weak, resist the old tortoise who had been conserving his energy? The stone tortoise shell flew out of its hand and drew a terrifying ray of light. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, illuminating the earth. Bang! The unstoppable stone tortoise shell instantly smashed the 4-clawed flood dragon king's skull into pieces. The dazzling soul divine flame in the skull also shattered under the impact of the blow. The stone tortoise shell smashed out a second time, shattering the upper half of the deity race's undead monarch skeleton and shattering its skull into thousands of pieces. The soul flames within the skull also shattered into thousands of balls of spiritual light that flickered incessantly in the air like starlight. Old Tortoise quickly absorbed the soul power that exploded. Old Tortoise's strength completely terrified the corpse king, who only had half of its body left. The 2 undead kings had been killed in an instant. They had not been able to fight back at all. This made the undead king feel the threat of death. The undead corpse king had already activated its intelligence. Without any hesitation, it surged with a terrifying corpse aura and soared into the sky, fleeing into the depths of the swamp. You still want to escape? Do you think you can escape? The old tortoise sneered, then directly struck a palm towards the escaping zombie king's seal. Boom! A vast power surged out of the old turtle's palm. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Endless white light illuminated the night sky, enveloped the earth, and dispelled the aura of death. The entire area turned from night to day in an instant. The surging power swept through the world like a raging sea. The corpse king, who only had half of its body left in the battle between the 3 monarchs, was directly smashed into pieces. The area began to quiet down. Although there were many relatively weak undead creatures peeping in from a distance, none of them dared to step forward. Even the sub-king rank undead creatures were mercilessly annihilated. The undead creatures peeping in from a distance were not even sub-king rank, so it was even more hopeless. The old tortoise's palm turned into a claw and grabbed the air. A bead that emitted a demonic bloody light flew out from the corpse king's remains and was sucked into the old tortoise's hand. That was the corpse core condensed from the corpse king's body. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The corpse king was an undead creature with an endless aura of death. However, inside the corpse king's body, there was a corpse core condensed with a huge amount of life energy. If one day the corpse king's cultivation base was strong enough, it could reverse life and death, dispel the aura of death on its body, and come back to life. Unfortunately, this corpse king did not have that opportunity. The old tortoise killed the 3 great undead kings with lightning speed. When Gu Fei rushed forward, the old tortoise had already collected the soul fire that exploded. Brat, your cultivation base has reached a bottleneck. I'll give this corpse core to you. After refining this corpse core, I believe you can break through your current bottleneck, the old tortoise said, and threw the corpse core that was as translucent as a blood agate to Gu Fei. Thank you very much, haha. Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He took the corpse core and looked at it carefully. The corpse core was actually only the size of a pigeon's egg. There seemed to be blood flowing inside, emitting a layer of hazy bloody light. There was no aura of death on the corpse core. Instead, it contained a huge amount of life energy. It was hard to imagine that the body of an undefeatable corpse king could condense such a divine life pill. Let's go take a look at that hall, Old Tortoise said. A head-sized soul fire was gathered in his palm. It was the soul fire of the two undying monarchs that had been smashed into pieces. It was a shocking soul power, the source of power for the two great undead kings. The old tortoise did not want to waste any time. While refining the soul fire, he walked toward the hall in the distance. When the man and the old tortoise were within 100 feet of the hall, Gu Fei suddenly realized that he was no longer stepping on the soft turf. He felt like he was stepping on solid ground. That's right, there was a kind of dark brown soil under his feet. It was hard soil. Gu Fei used all his strength to step on it, but the soil under his feet did not budge at all. It seemed to be even harder than rocks. The pitch-black hall was like a primordial beast, lying in this lifeless and endless swamp. It emitted an endless ancient aura, appearing very abrupt. There was no light in the hall in front of him. The surroundings were silent. What he smelled was a rotten smell from all directions. The gray layer of death chi that shrouded the sky blocked the moonlight that shone down from the sky. The surroundings were very dark and gloomy. Although it was not to the point where one could not even see their fingers in front of them, Gu Fei could only see a few miles ahead with his eyesight. He could not see anything further than that. The power that erupted during the battle between the three undying kings had dispelled the gray aura that shrouded the sky. Under the light of the moonlight, his field of vision was relatively clear. But now the dusky deathly aura once again shrouded the sky above the swamp. The moonlight couldn't penetrate it, and there were clouds of dusky deathly aura floating in the swamp from time to time. His vision was greatly hindered. This hall. The old tortoise seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed several times. What's wrong? Gu Fei asked. With the old tortoise's knowledge, could it be that he knew the origin of this hall? Gu Fei could not help but feel puzzled. We'll know after we go in and take a look, the old tortoise said and strode forward. Rumble. The ancient door of the hall was pushed open with a heavy sound. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the door of the hall was actually a pair of thick and heavy stone doors. The stone doors seemed to be made of a rare black stone. Gu Fei tried to push them, but the stone doors were extremely heavy. Even with his 500 kilogram strength, he could not move them at all. Upon entering the hall, he saw that the hall was empty without any furnishings. The pillars in the hall were all black, and they were a shiny black color. Even the floor was black. It was strange that the hall did not seem to be used for living, nor was it used to worship a demon god. This was because there was no statue of a demon god in the hall. The old tortoise suddenly stood still in the middle of the hall, and then swallowed the extremely large amount of soul fire that he had gathered in his hand. Gu Fei cautiously looked around the hall, but did not find anything out of place. Moreover, the death aura in the swamp did not appear in the hall. The death aura was blocked outside the hall. While Gu Fei was bewildered, he suddenly heard a muffled thud beside him. There was a tremor under his feet, and Gu Fei almost jumped up from the sudden sound. Bang! There was another sound. Gu Fei suddenly turned around and saw that the old tortoise had taken out its stone turtle shell, which could smash anything, and was smashing the floor with all its might. The dark floor seemed to be flowing with a layer of black light, as if there was a flow of power. The old tortoise's stone turtle shell could not smash the floor of the hall for a while. What is he doing? Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. Bang! 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 The old tortoise swung the stone turtle shell, causing the entire hall to shake. The hall was sturdy beyond imagination, but under the impact of the stone turtle shell, the hard floor began to crack. An hour later, the floor of the hall was completely broken. To Gu Fei's disbelief, there was something strange under the floor of the hall. When the broken floor was cleaned up, A huge mysterious formation appeared in front of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Lines of mysterious engravings formed endless ancient talismans, flowing with a faintly discernible light. There was a faintly discernible light flowing around it, and an ancient and desolate aura assaulted his senses. The gigantic formation covered the entire hall. Gu Fei vaguely felt that there seemed to be a faintly discernible power flowing on the formation. Of course, before the floor was broken, it was difficult for Gu Fei to detect the fluctuation of this power with his cultivation level. However, it was obvious that the old tortoise had sensed it. No one would have thought that there was a huge mysterious formation hidden under the floor of the nameless ancient hall that suddenly appeared in the swamp. The formation seemed to have an ancient history, which was too shocking. It seemed that someone did not want others to discover the formation above the hall, so they used a layer of hard floor to cover the mysterious formation. Chapter 240. If Old Tortoise had not broken open the ground of the hall, who knew how many years it would take for this mysterious diagram to reappear in the world? The huge diagram exuded an incomparably ancient aura. At a glance, one could tell that it was definitely an extraordinary item. Even after countless years, it did not seem to have lost its effect. There seemed to be a faint brilliance flowing on it. Gu Fei discovered that there were 5 depressions in the east, south, west, north, and center of the diagram. The depressions were as smooth as mirrors. The countless ancient runes that formed the diagram radiated in all directions from the 5 depressions. It seemed that there was originally something in the depressions, but it had been taken away. Gu Fei vaguely guessed that the 5 depressions might be the 5 formation cores of the mysterious diagram. To activate the formation, the diagram had to be infused with energy. Usually, the formation core was the place where energy was infused to activate the formation. As long as there was enough energy, the formation would be activated. Old Tortoise carefully observed the mysterious formation diagram in the hall. It was as if he wanted to clearly see every rune and every engraved line on the formation diagram. Gu Fei did not cultivate Taoism, so he knew very little about formations. However, the diagram in front of him was obviously an ancient diagram from ancient times. Gu Fei couldn't even figure out an ordinary formation, much less this ancient spirit diagram. Since he could not understand it, Gu Fei found a corner in the hall and sat down cross-legged. Old Tortoise, on the other hand, was seriously studying the ancient diagram. From time to time, it would lower its head in contemplation and pinch its fingers as if it was calculating something. Sometimes confused, sometimes enlightened, sometimes frowning, and sometimes pleasantly surprised. All kinds of expressions kept changing on Old Tortoise's face like a lantern. Old Tortoise seemed to be fascinated by the ancient diagram in the hall, which surprised Gu Fei. He did not know why Old Tortoise paid so much attention to the ancient diagram. Gu Fei wanted to ask several times, but in the end he did not say anything. Since Old Tortoise valued the formation so much, he must have his reasons. Why should he disturb him? Therefore, Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the Old Tortoise, who was studying the ancient town map. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to make preparations to break through the cultivation barrier. The huge amount of essence in Gu Fei's body washed through his meridians, tendons, bones, flesh, and blood. It followed the path of the great circulatory cycle in his body over and over again without stopping. With every great cycle, not only would the meridians, tendons, bones, blood, flesh, and internal organs in the body be cleansed by origin energy, tempering the body to become even stronger, but at the same time, the origin energy in the body would become even purer, and impurities would be expelled from the body. The Old Tortoise only stopped studying the map of the ancient town when light shone through the hall and the sky turned bright. The Old Tortoise looked exhausted. It seemed to have spent a lot of effort studying the ancient town map. Although he was very tired, as if he had fought a great battle, the Old Tortoise looked very happy. He walked out of the hall, and then a long howl that sounded like a ghost's wail and a wolf's howl was heard from outside the hall. Gu Fei, who was meditating, was also awakened by the roar coming from outside the hall. He then rushed out of the hall and saw the Old Tortoise roaring at the sky. Its voice shook the sky, and even the layer of gray deathly aura shrouding the sky began to tremble. Is this Old Tortoise crazy? Gu Fei hurriedly turned off his hearing, but even so, Gu Fei felt as if there was a boulder weighing 1,000 kilograms pressing on his chest. The howl lasted for a long time and spread far away. The undead creatures who heard it all trembled with fear. The powerful aura emitted by the old tortoise terrified the undead creatures in the vicinity of the hall. After coming to his senses, the old tortoise suddenly turned around and grabbed Gu Fei's shoulders and said excitedly, "Brat, maybe we don't have to go to the central area of the ruined sky realm anymore." Hiss! Gu Fei, who was grabbed by the shoulders by the old tortoise, immediately gasped. The old tortoise's hands were too strong. After being shaken by the old tortoise, Gu Fei felt like his whole body was about to fall apart, and a piercing pain came from his shoulders. "Can you let go of me first?" Gu Fei was in so much pain that cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his face was somewhat distorted. At this time, the old tortoise also noticed Gu Fei's abnormality. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and then he let go of Gu Fei and said with a faint smile, "You brat, your bones are too weak." Gu Fei was speechless when he heard that. Gu Fei was a cultivator, and his physical body was strong enough to withstand ordinary magic treasures. Among the cultivators of the same level, there were probably not many who could cultivate their bodies to such a strong level. However, Gu Fei immediately realized that the old tortoise was a super antique from the ancient times. In front of it, Gu Fei's body was indeed very weak. "What did you just say?" Gu Fei asked. "I said that your body is very weak," the old tortoise replied. The old tortoise thought that this guy wouldn't be so petty, but looking at Gu Fei's expression, he didn't seem to be angry. "Not this sentence but the sentence before. What did you say before?" Gu Fei looked nervously at the old tortoise and asked with a trembling voice. "The sentence before. I said that we don't have to go to the central area of the ruined sky realm," the old tortoise replied. He didn't know why Gu Fei asked such a question, which made him a little puzzled. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's body suddenly swayed, and he actually couldn't stand still. He took a step back and said, "So you found a way out?" Gu Fei's eyes were fixed on the old tortoise's face, and he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Gu Fei knew very well what their purpose in heading to the depths of the ruined sky realm was. They only had one purpose, and that was to find a way out of the ruined sky realm. The old tortoise said that they didn't have to go to the central area of the ruined sky realm. Didn't that mean that he had found a way out, and they didn't have to take the risk of entering the central area of the ruined sky realm? After hearing Gu Fei's words, the old tortoise was happy at first, but then his expression became a little ugly. He said, "I have found a way to leave the ruined sky realm, but there are some problems that haven't been solved yet." "What problems?" Gu Fei's eyes immediately lit up, and he asked excitedly. It was good that they could leave this place, and from the old tortoise's tone, it seemed that there was still hope. The ancient formation diagram in the hall is actually a teleportation formation. Based on my research, it's a transrealm teleportation formation, but the problem is that I don't know where this teleportation formation will teleport people to, and the formation lacks the energy to activate it, the old tortoise said with a somewhat gloomy expression. Since it was a transrealm teleportation formation, if the formation could be activated, they could leave the ruined sky realm and enter an unknown world. You can't determine where it will teleport to? Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard the old tortoise's words. This uncertain factor made him feel uneasy. If the place they were teleported to was not the Tunglong continent, it would be terrible. It's a little too early to say that. If we can't activate this teleportation formation, everything will be empty talk, the old tortoise said. Indeed, to activate the formation, there needed to be enough energy to operate the formation. The transrealm teleportation formation needed to gather energy to break the barrier of a great world. How great was the energy needed to break the barrier of a great world? How much energy was needed to activate this transrealm teleportation formation? Just thinking about it made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. In any case, they had found a way to leave the ruined sky realm. But this method was very risky and full of uncertainties. Moreover, providing energy for the formation diagram had become a tricky problem. The old tortoise returned to the hall, and Gu Fei also walked into the hall. The feelings of the man and the tortoise could be said to be both joyful and helpless. For several days, the old tortoise could not come up with any solution. Therefore, the old tortoise put the matter aside for the time being, and first focused on refining the incomparably powerful soul force that he had swallowed into his stomach. Great power was a guarantee of survival, and even the old tortoise dared not relax. Meanwhile, Gu Fei also began to cultivate. He entered the inner space that he had opened up, and then sat cross-legged in the center of the inner space. The inner space with a circumference of 15 feet had completely stabilized, and there was no longer any distinction between heaven and earth. Apart from a patch of sandy soil that was gradually turning green, it was surrounded by the tumbling chaotic zone. Gu Fei took out the blood-colored corpse core that the old tortoise had given him, which contained an enormous amount of life force, and smashed it. The corpse core exploded, and the vast amount of life force that surged out enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a blood-colored cocoon. The enormous amount of life force began to seep into his body through his pores, and then smelt into his flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs. In order to survive in this cruel ruined sky realm, Gu Fei had entered a deep state of cultivation. With the help of the enormous amount of life force from the corpse core, he was 80% sure that he could successfully break through. An enormous amount of life force rippled out of the blood-colored cocoon, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The blood-colored light emitted from the entire cocoon was also sometimes strong, and sometimes weak, like a huge beating heart. Inside the blood-colored cocoon, a powerful life was being nurtured. After Gu Fei entered the inner space, the old tortoise was left alone in the ancient hall. When the old tortoise had completely refined the enormous amount of soul force in his abdomen, his cultivation seemed to have improved a lot. The powerful aura made all the undead creatures in the vicinity afraid to approach the hall. Power soul force was also power. This swamp was undoubtedly an endless land of death, a paradise for the undead creatures. Why not collect the soul fire of the undead creatures to provide energy for the formation? With a flash of inspiration, the old tortoise directly decided the fate of countless undead creatures. Therefore, the old tortoise began his life of lurking during the day and going out at night to roam the night. Half a month later, after killing countless undead creatures, the old tortoise had indeed refined the soul light of the undead creatures into a mass of energy that was no weaker than the soul force of an undead emperor. However, this was far from enough. Therefore, the old tortoise took the risk and rushed into the depths of the swamp to find the undead emperor. He fought with him and harvested the soul fire of the undead emperor. As a result, the world of the undead creatures, which had gradually quietened down following the fall of the 3 undead emperors, began to stir again. Chapter 241. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At some unknown time, Gu Fei's inner space began to emit a thunderous sound. The entire inner space began to shake. The originally calm and tranquil boundary began to surge. The chaos zone began to break apart, and the primordial chaos energy began to transform. The world source strengths of earth, water, wind, and fire began to appear. Gu Fei's inner space didn't shrink. The collapse of the chaos zone was a sign that his inner space was beginning to expand outwards. The vast life energy that came from the corpse core of the invincible corpse king caused Gu Fei's stagnant cultivation to loosen. The shackles on his cultivation were gradually being broken. The blood-red life energy wrapped around Gu Fei like a cocoon. However, the majority of the blood-red life energy had already been absorbed by Gu Fei. The blood-red light that wrapped around Gu Fei had already weakened, and one could vaguely see the figure within the blood-red cocoon that was emitting powerful fluctuations of life. Gu Fei's aura was gradually rising, and the fluctuations of his strength were becoming increasingly intense. He was taking the most important step. As long as he took this step, he would usher in a brand new version of himself. Without a doubt, Gu Fei's body was undergoing a metamorphosis. This was the final metamorphosis he would undergo in the self-awakening realm. His metamorphosis was advancing in the direction of breaking away from his mortal body. He wanted to condense the 5 elements battle body. Gradually, the blood-red cocoon that had already dimmed brightened once more. However, the life energy from the corpse core was still endlessly absorbed by Gu Fei. At the same time, relying on the powerful life force that erupted from the corpse core, Gu Fei began to reconstruct his meridians, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. The powerful life force caused the speed at which his body was transforming to rise to an unimaginable degree. From top to bottom, Gu Fei's entire body, from the inside to the outside, from the flesh to the bones, was transforming. During this transformation, the impurities within his body were expelled from his body, and his entire body was reborn. Although it wasn't really a new body, everything that was happening in Gu Fei's body, including his meridians, flesh, blood, bones, organs, and even his hair, was equivalent to experiencing a rebirth. The strength of Xiao Qin's body increased rapidly, and the transformed meridians became even tougher. They could withstand an even larger amount of essence flowing through them. The amount of essence that could be absorbed by the transformed flesh, tendons, and bones had increased by more than 10 times. The ball of 5 elements life quintessence in his dantian pulsed like a heart, contracting and expanding. As Gu Fei's natal true essence contracted, a vast amount of energy gathered from every part of his body. The natal true essence was like the sun, emitting endless 5-colored radiance that illuminated Gu Fei's meridians, flesh, and bones, revealing every detail of his body. Using his inner vision, Gu Fei could sense even the tiniest details of his body. And when the ball of life quintessence in his dantian contracted and expanded, endless essence qi spread out, surging to every part of Gu Fei's body that could be reached by essence qi. Every time the origin power contracted and expanded, the blood and qi in his body shook, and the origin power of the 5 elements was refined to become even purer. It was unknown how many times the bright sun-like ball of light in his dantian had contracted and expanded, but the blood and energy of the corpse core outside Gu Fei's body had already been completely absorbed by Gu Fei. However, the blood-colored cocoon did not disappear. The impure blood and other impurities that spurted out from the pores of Gu Fei's body turned into a dark blood mist, forming a real blood cocoon around his body. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly a roar came from Gu Fei's dantian, and then the blood cocoon instantly shattered. Bright 5-colored light emitted from his body, and the power of the 5 elements erupted from his body. A vast power of the 5 elements swept out in all directions, shaking the entire inner space. The chaotic zone at the edge of the space rapidly collapsed, and new sand and soil rapidly condensed. The space in this area was rapidly expanding. The chaotic zone began to boil, and the primordial chaos energy became nourishment for the inner space, transforming into various kinds of heaven and earth energy that submerged into the inner space. Primordial chaos energy was the most primordial energy that existed before the creation of the world. It was the source of all energy, and it could transform into all things in the world. At this moment, Gu Fei's body shook, and the ball of 5 elements origin power in his dantian exploded. Then the endless 5 elements origin power began to fuse into his body. Gu Fei's life force was strong to the extreme, and his body was strong to the extreme. His bronze skin shone with the brilliance of the 5 elements. When the ball of life origin power in his dantian completely fused into his body, Gu Fei only felt that his mind became ethereal, and he seemed to feel the pulse of his life. That's right, every muscle, every inch of skin, every bone, every meridian was emitting the pulse of life. Unbelievable, the vigorous life force had perfectly fused with his body. From top to bottom, every inch of his body was alive, and it could be said that his body was his life. Gu Fei felt that as long as his body was not destroyed, he would be able to continue living. Even if there was only a piece of flesh left, he could still be reborn, because his life had already fused with his body as one. Of course, this was just Gu Fei's feeling. Even a martial artist who cultivated the indestructible body would fall when they met an unimaginably powerful existence. Transcending mortality realm. Is this the transcending mortality realm? Gu Fei stood up, and just as he moved, his clothes turned into dust and drifted down from his body. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared. The terrifying sound waves caused the entire space to tremble. At this moment, Gu Fei felt as though he had an inexhaustible amount of power. He felt as though he could shake the heavens and earth with just a wave of his hand. The breakthrough in his cultivation allowed him to take the most important step on the martial path, and step into a realm that no one before him could reach. Gu Fei had broken into the transcending mortality realm, and his body had undergone a transformation, stepping into the transformation stage of the 5 elements battle body. The toughness of his body had reached an unimaginable level, comparable to that of a magic treasure or flying sword. A strong body, combined with invincible battle skills, was enough to make Gu Fei invincible among cultivators of the same level. Humph! Dongfang Chan, the Dongfang family, and that Zhao Xuanji, just you wait. The day I, Gu Fei, leave the ruin heaven realm will be the beginning of your nightmare. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke fiercely, and two cold lights as sharp as blades burst out of his eyes. Gu Fei raised his head and roared again. In the midst of the rumbling, the chaotic zone of the inner space continued to shatter outward, and the space continued to expand. Standing in this space, Gu Fei was like a god or a devil. He felt that everything in the world was in his hands, and an imposing aura that could swallow mountains and rivers was born in his chest. He looked down on the universe and looked down on the world. After a long time, Gu Fei finally calmed down. At this time, the expansion of the inner space gradually slowed down. Finally, when the space stopped expanding and stabilized, Gu Fei found that as he broke into the transcending mortality realm, his inner space had actually doubled in size. The space that was originally 5 feet in circumference was now about 10 feet in diameter. A space of 10 feet was not large, and although there was some greenery in the soil, this space still lacked vitality. Gu Fei picked up the storage bag that had fallen to the ground because his clothes had turned into dust, and then took out a set of clean clothes and put them on. Afterward, he tried to transplant a few spiritual herbs from the storage bag into the soil of the inner space. Gu Fei found that the spiritual herbs showed no signs of withering. However, it would take some time before he could confirm whether these elixirs could grow normally in his inner space. As his cultivation base improved, Gu Fei's divine sense had also become much stronger. The divine sense of the transcending mortality realm allowed him to sense the two treasures in the chaotic zone. This made Gu Fei overjoyed. With a thought, a chilling sword chi fluctuation immediately spread out from the chaotic zone. Then with a whoosh, the sword hilt rushed out of the chaotic zone and fell into Gu Fei's hand. After regaining control of the sword hilt, Gu Fei's confidence was greatly boosted. He could sense the fluctuation of the sword soul in the sword hilt. It seemed that the broken sword soul that had been nurtured in the chaotic zone for a period of time had become much stronger. Gu Fei did not use the weapon body refining technique to fuse the sword hilt into his body. Instead, he threw it back into the chaotic zone outside his inner space. He really wanted to know if this broken sword soul could be restored into a complete sword soul after being nurtured in the primal chaos. Gu Fei tried to use his divine sense to communicate with another treasure in the chaotic zone, the mountain and river cauldron. However, he realized that the mountain and river cauldron was as heavy as an ancient sacred mountain, and it was difficult to move it out of the chaotic zone. It seems that I'm still not strong enough, Gu Fei thought to himself. Not just anyone can use a treasure saint artifact. Only someone with great power could use it. The mountain and river cauldron was different from the sword hilt. The mountain and river cauldron was a complete treasure, while the sword hilt was just a broken treasure. Moreover, the broken sword soul in the sword hilt had already formed a spiritual connection with Gu Fei. Therefore, Gu Fei could regain control of the broken sword soul. In a corner of the hall, the void suddenly trembled. Then ripples spread out and cracks began to appear in the space. In the next moment, the space shattered, and a wave of spatial fluctuation spread out from the shattered spatial crack. Then a white figure stepped out from the spatial crack. The spatial crack behind him closed and disappeared into the void. What's going on? The person who had just walked out of the crack was shocked by what he saw. The hall was as bright as day, and there were 4 dazzling lights the size of a human head floating in the air. Every ball of light emitted a vast and extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Chapter 242. As soon as Gu Fei emerged from the inner space, he was immediately stunned by what he saw. 4 dazzling lights the size of a human head were suspended in the middle of the hall like 4 bright moons, illuminating the hall. Each of the dazzling lights emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. When the 4 terrifying forces converged together, Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei had no idea how long he had been cultivating in the inner space. However, he was certain that something unimaginable had happened in the outside world while he was in seclusion. You're finally out. Before Gu Fei could recover from his shock, a voice came from outside the hall. Then, a tall figure walked in from outside the hall. When Gu Fei heard the voice, he quickly looked in the direction of the hall's door. He saw a person striding into the hall. The person was 9 feet tall and had a burly body. He exuded a powerful and unparalleled aura that made Gu Fei feel a sense of oppression. The man who came in was none other than Old Tortoise's corpse general Avatar. The corpse general was still holding the pitch-black earth stabilizing pillar in his hand. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei quickly asked when he saw that it was Old Tortoise's avatar. He wanted to know what had happened in the outside world while he was in seclusion. Hey, I didn't expect you to break through the cultivation barrier and improve your cultivation so much. The Corpse General Avatar looked at Gu Fei from head to toe in surprise and said. The Corpse General Avatar's answer made Gu Fei a little anxious. He said, "It's all thanks to the Zombie King blood elixir that you gave me." Don't worry. You've been in seclusion in your pseudo-world for 3 months. During this time I finally found a way to activate the formation. The Corpse General Avatar said unhurriedly. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly asked, "What method? Do you see the 4 soul fires in the hall?" The Corpse General Avatar pointed forward and said, "This is the energy condensed from the soul flames that I've gathered over the past 3 months. As long as we can gather 1 more of these soul flames, we can activate the grand formation and leave this damned place." The Corpse General's voice gradually became excited. The old turtle's outer body incarnation was no different from his true self. It could be said that the incarnation was the true self, and the true self was also the incarnation. They were originally one body, but now they were separated and used for 2 purposes. Collecting the soul fire to activate the ancient spirit diagram? Gu Fei exclaimed. He had never imagined that the old turtle would use this method to activate the mysterious ancient spirit diagram. There were 4 balls of resplendent light hovering above the palace, releasing wave after wave of terrifying soul power that was as vast as the ocean. Perhaps this power could really activate the formation. Just as he was speaking, Gu Fei suddenly sensed an eerie, evil and powerful aura rapidly approaching the hall from afar. The Corpse General Avatar's expression changed immediately. Then, it rushed out of the hall with the earth-stabilizing divine pillar in hand. Gu Fei also hurriedly rushed out of the hall. At this time, the invincible Corpse General had already soared into the sky and met the pitch-black cloud that was surging over from afar. Devil? There's a devil in the ruined heaven realm. Gu Fei was no stranger to the evil aura surging over from the horizon. The terrifying energy emanating from the devil in the surging demonic cloud was definitely no weaker than that of the devil monarch of 6 paths. Both of them moved as fast as lightning. Soon, the Corpse General Avatar and the powerful existence in the demonic cloud were confronting each other in midair. The Corpse General Avatar pointed the black stick in its hand at the rolling demonic cloud that covered half the sky. "Retreat at once or I'll kill you," the Corpse General Avatar said coldly. His killing intent soared to the sky, and the powerful aura that burst out of his 9-foot-tall body made people's hearts palpitate. Roar! A soul-stirring, deafening roar rang out from within the demonic clouds, piercing through the clouds. Then, the powerful existence within the demonic clouds responded to the Corpse General's clone with its actions. A pitch-black beast claw the size of a small mountain directly reached out of the demonic cloud and grabbed at the Corpse General Avatar. The huge beast claw was covered with a layer of scales that emitted a black light, and a terrifying and eerie energy fluctuation spread out from it. The terrifying existence in the demonic clouds displayed a great magical power. With a swipe of its claw, the entire world shook. The layer of gray deathly aura that lingered in the sky was also dispersed. It was nighttime at this time. Under the darkness of the night, the bright hall was like a bright lamp in a swamp. The enormous soul power that surged out of the hall terrified all the undead creatures in the surrounding area. The undead creatures that were too weak were not worthy of the old turtle's attention. The soul fires that the old turtle collected were all obtained by killing powerful undead creatures. Obviously, the soul fires that the old turtle collected had attracted the attention of an expert. An expert who dared to come and snatch the soul fires was naturally not a weakling. Damn it! The Corpse General Avatar was furious. This guy was taking advantage of the fact that his main body was not here to snatch the soul fires in the hall. How despicable! Without saying anything, the Corpse General Avatar swung his staff at the huge beast claw that was coming at him. The pitch-black earth-stabilizing divine pillar left a black light in the void, and then directly collided with the beast claw. Boom! 2 extremely ferocious forces directly collided, like 2 meteorites colliding. An earth-shattering sound erupted, and a terrifying force spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Cracks appeared in the void between the 2 great experts. The pitch-black beast claw retracted back into the demonic cloud, while the corpse general avatar was pushed back hundreds of meters before stabilizing its body. When Gu Fei, who was watching the battle in front of the hall, saw this scene, he could not help but be taken aback. The fact that there was a powerful existence in the ruined sky realm that could force the corpse general avatar to retreat really surprised Gu Fei. The corpse general avatar was a martial artist's indestructible body. After being refined into an outer body incarnation by the old turtle, the power contained in this indestructible body gradually began to awaken. No one knew better than Gu Fei how powerful the corpse general's doppelganger was. But now, an existence that could contend against the corpse general's doppelganger had appeared. How many more unknown secrets were there in the ruined heaven realm? Ha! The corpse general avatar let out a deep roar. His fighting spirit surged. After stopping his retreat, he immediately charged at the powerful existence in the demonic cloud again. The corpse general avatar covered hundreds of meters with a single step. With a flash, he directly rushed into the demonic cloud with the earth-stabilizing divine pillar in hand. The demonic cloud that blotted out the sky immediately surged violently. The corpse general avatar roared again and again as he engaged in a fierce battle with the powerful existence in the demonic cloud. The powerful existence that was fighting the corpse general avatar seemed to be a terrifying demonic beast. The beastly roar that came from the demonic cloud shook heaven and earth and soared into the sky. Even Gu Fei, who was far away from the battlefield, felt his mind tremble and his chi and blood roil. The aftershock of the battle shook off the demonic cloud. Only then did Gu Fei see the appearance of the powerful demonic beast that was fighting the corpse general avatar. The moment Gu Fei saw the appearance of the terrifying demonic beast, all the pores on his body opened up, and goosebumps covered his skin. The demonic beast looked extremely ferocious. This monster was 5 meters long and had 2 heads the size of water tanks. A single blood-red horn grew from each of its heads, and its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. Its 4 limbs were very long, and its claws were as sharp as swords and sabers. Its 2 heads and 4 fist-sized blood-red eyes shone with a blood-red light that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was like a terrifying demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell. This terrifying demonic beast was not unarmed. In its right claw there was a bone that was as black as ink that was about 3 meters long. According to Gu Fei's judgment, this black bone was the thigh bone of some creature. Just the thigh bone alone was 10 meters long. This creature was definitely a colossal creature. This bone shrouded in black light was constantly colliding with the earth-stabilizing god pillar in the corpse general avatar's hand, causing bursts of black light to erupt out. It was actually able to withstand the bombardment of the earth-stabilizing god pillar. Just what sort of creature had left behind this bone? It was so hard. This caused Gu Fei to be shocked, but it also aroused a trace of curiosity. The earth-stabilizing god pillar could withstand the earth, water, wind, and fire of an entire region. It was absolutely a treasure. It was hard to imagine that even the earth-stabilizing god pillar could not shatter. The corpse general avatar gave a loud shout and smashed its staff down towards the terrifying demonic beast. The corpse general avatar attacked with all its strength. This staff strike was ferocious and heavy, causing the heavens and earth to shake. The energy fluctuations coming from the earth-stabilizing god pillar were incomparably terrifying. Swish! The demonic beast did not receive the attack. Instead, it shattered the void and suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the demonic beast suddenly appeared beside the corpse general avatar, the bone weapon in its hand sweeping towards the corpse general avatar's waist. Missing its staff, the corpse general avatar didn't even think about it. Swish! It directly turned into a bolt of lightning, borrowing the momentum of the staff to charge forward, avoiding the demonic beast's attack. The 2 experts moved as fast as lightning through the void. The demonic clouds in the sky churned and death energy surged. The battle was exceptionally intense. 1 man and 1 demonic beast fought, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help being horrified. The battle continued for an hour. The corpse general avatar swept its staff in all directions, repeatedly clashing head-on with the demonic beast. It was not at a disadvantage. The corpse general avatar used an ancient movement technique. Its figure was illusory, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the sky. In terms of speed, it was not inferior to Gu Fei's extreme 8-step speed. Just as the 2 experts were at a stalemate, Another powerful aura came from the distance. Borrowing this aura, a ball of raging flames appeared in the depths of the swamp and quickly approached the battlefield. The towering flames were as fast as a galloping horse, arriving in the blink of an eye. Within the boundless sea of flames, a strange beast stepped over the flames and directly charged into the battlefield. Chapter 243. The surging divine fire immediately dispelled the heavy demonic aura emitted from the demonic beast's body. The terrifyingly high temperature immediately spread out, as if even the void was about to burn. Even Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the hall, felt the waves of heat assaulting his face, and his body felt unbearably hot. The mystical beast that suddenly rushed into the battle with divine fire was the Qilin demon king that Old Tortoise had subdued. With the addition of the fire Qilin, the terrifying two-headed demonic beast immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Roar! The two-headed demonic beast roared fiercely at the sky, and its two bloody mouths were filled with sharp, knife-like inverted teeth. It was extremely ferocious. Then the terrifying demonic beast suddenly unleashed its might, and a monstrous demonic energy forced the corpse general avatar and the fire Qilin away. Then it actually fled without fighting. Without looking back, it turned around and fled into the depths of the swamp on a demonic cloud. If an expert of this level wanted to escape, even an expert of the same level would find it difficult to stop it. The rolling demonic cloud was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it had rushed several miles away. Just as Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar and the fire Qilin were about to give chase, a stone turtle shell suddenly appeared on top of the terrifying demonic beast's head and directly smashed down. Bang! Without any suspense, the stone tortoise shell that could smash anything smashed into one of the terrifying magical beast's ferocious heads. Immediately, demonic blood splattered, and one of the two-headed demonic beast's heads was smashed by the stone turtle shell. The magical beast let out a pained roar and fell from the sky like a meteor. This sudden turn of events caused Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from the open space in front of the hall, to be shocked. It turned out that the old turtle had been lying in ambush at the side at some point in time, and then it succeeded in a single strike. Pung! With a loud sound, soil splattered, and the ground immediately undulated violently like waves. After being seriously injured, the terrifying demonic beast that fell from the sky took advantage of the falling momentum and plunged into the swamp below. The swamp was filled with soft mud and grass. If the demonic beast escaped from the ground, it would not be easy to force it out. Trying to escape? It's too late. The chilly voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Then with a swoosh, the old tortoise's figure appeared in the air and caught the stone tortoise shell with one hand. In the next moment, his corpse general avatar had already begun to move. Just as the magical beast plunged into the ground, the corpse general avatar's earth-stabilizing pillar transformed into a streak of black light that shot towards the swamp below. Rumble! It was as if muffled thunder came from the 9 heavens. After the earth-stabilizing pillar left his hand, it rapidly grew in size and length, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that was as heavy as a primordial divine mountain. Boom! The earth-stabilizing divine pillar became as large as a mountain, connecting heaven and earth, directly stabbing into the swamp. In an instant, the violently fluctuating ground came to a stop. The terrifying power of the earth-stabilizing divine pillar that suppressed the earth chi in all directions completely suppressed the soft swamp within a radius of dozens of miles, causing the area to freeze instantly. The swamp seemed to have turned into a piece of godly metal, incomparably hard. Bang! Along with a loud rumble, a frightening silhouette, whose entire body was shrouded in dense devil chi, burst out from the ground 30 miles away. The area within a radius of dozens of miles was suppressed into an iron plate by the earth-stabilizing divine pillar, and the magical beast was almost suppressed in the mud of the swamp. After all, it had the terrifying power of a half-demon. The magical beast actually broke out of the ground, and the terrifying power of the earth-stabilizing divine pillar that suppressed the earth chi in all directions could not suppress it for a while. Of course, this was also because the corpse general's cultivation base was not able to fully unleash the power of the earth-stabilizing divine pillar. The earth-stabilizing divine pillar was a rare treasure that even a demigod could not fully control. However, it was enough for the earth-stabilizing divine pillar to force the magical beast out of the ground. Swoosh! The old tortoise's figure seemed to have broken through the void, directly crossing the boundary between the void with one step, and instantly appeared behind the magical beast. Bang! The stone tortoise shell directly smashed onto the magical beast's back. Crack! Crack! A hair-raising sound of bones breaking was immediately heard from the magical beast's body. It was not difficult to imagine that the magical beast's spine must have been broken by the old tortoise's smash. Then the old tortoise opened its right hand's 5 fingers, and with a poof sound, it pierced into the magical beast's head. No! A horrified soul fluctuation came from the magical beast's head. This was the most direct way of communicating directly in the mind. This was a way of expression that transcended language and sound. It could ignore differences in language and race, and directly transform what one wanted to say into a soul fluctuation, and transmit it to the other party's heart. Experts at the level of the old tortoise could communicate with each other directly through soul fluctuations. I just happen to lack some power to drive the formation, so I'll use your demonic blood as a sacrifice. The old tortoise said coldly. He had already imprisoned the magical beast's primordial spirit. The old tortoise's cultivation base seemed to be stronger than before. Gu Fei looked at this scene in astonishment. The old tortoise displayed the power to suppress the half-demon, which made Gu Fei feel incredulous. One had to know that before he went into seclusion, the old tortoise's cultivation base was actually not much stronger than a demigod powerhouse. But now, it could only be said that the old tortoise's cultivation base was rapidly improving. The old tortoise's cultivation base was still there, and all he lacked was power. The old tortoise's 5 fingers were in the giant demon's head, and his hand formed a sharp contrast with the giant demon's water tank-sized head. However, with just one hand, the old tortoise was able to completely imprison this terrifying troll. The magical beast's shattered head was only left with its neck. The bloody wound on its neck was still spewing foul demonic blood. This demonic blood was different from ordinary blood, and seemed to emit a dark red light. It was difficult for the giant demon's huge body to enter the hall, so the old tortoise could only directly erase the giant demon's divine sense and shatter its body. The broken body was fixed in the air by the old tortoise. Then the old tortoise performed a secret technique to evaporate the demon blood on the broken body, and finally extracted a demonic soul from the magical beast's head. It was a shrunken magical beast. Its soul body was faint and incorporeal, but it gave off terrifying demonic energy fluctuations. After doing all this, the old tortoise put away the blood mist formed by the demon blood and the demonic soul, then flew toward the hall. The corpse general's clone also put away the earth-stabilizing pillar that was stuck in the ground, and followed closely behind the old tortoise with the fire qilin. The old tortoise descended from the sky and said to Gu Fei with a smile, "Brat, you came out of seclusion just in time. I'm going to refine the 5th source of power to drive the formation. If there are no accidents, we can leave the ruined sky realm in 3 days." It could be seen that the old tortoise was really happy. Gu Fei was also very excited to hear that. But at the same time, he was a little worried, because they had not figured out the destination of the ancient teleportation formation in the hall. After what he had seen and heard in the ruined sky realm, Gu Fei no longer doubted the legend of the 3 realms and the 6 paths recorded in the Taoist classics. He had a feeling that the universe was not the only one. The ruined sky realm was an imperfect pseudo-realm, but what about the Tonglong continent? A terrifying thought came to his mind. A perfect world, an imperfect pseudo-realm, and a pseudo-heaven and earth created by an almighty expert. How many realms were there in the void of the universe? Perhaps no one knew, not even the gods. What worried Gu Fei was that if the destination of the mysterious teleportation formation in the ancient hall was not the Tonglong continent, then they might be stranded in a strange world. However, the old tortoise did not care so much. It was fine as long as they could leave the ruined sky realm. At the thought that the ruined sky realm was a pseudo-realm refined by his old enemy, the old tortoise felt uncomfortable all over. It was all because of that pervert that he had fallen into such a miserable world. In the next few days, the old tortoise really refined the 5th source of power in the hall day and night. Meanwhile, the corpse general clone and the fire qilin guarded the old tortoise from the side. On the first day, a terrifying demonic roar shook the entire hall. A vast wave of demonic energy forced Gu Fei to retreat from the ancient hall. The old tortoise was refining the devil's soul. Even though its spiritual sense had been erased, when the old tortoise refined the devil's soul still roared instinctively and fiercely resisted. After the devil's soul roared for a day and a night, its voice gradually weakened. Finally, it was refined by Gu Fei into the most primitive soul power. Then the old tortoise gathered the soul fire and refined the soul power of the devil's soul, and began to refine the fifth source of power with a secret method. Powerful energy waves surged out of the ancient hall. The enormous pressure made it so that not a single undead creature could be seen within 100 miles. All the undead creatures in the vicinity of the ancient hall retreated into the distance. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation base that had just entered the transcending mortality stage, he did not dare to approach the ancient hall again. In the end, he retreated again and again. Even when Gu Fei had retreated more than 100 feet away, he still felt as if there was a 1,000-kilogram boulder weighing down on his chest. The time it took the old tortoise to refine the fifth source of power was 4 days longer than he had promised. In other words, it took the old tortoise a total of 7 days to refine the fifth source of power. During these 7 days, Gu Fei did not enter his inner space again. He waited nervously and restlessly. After all, the old tortoise's success or failure would determine whether he could leave the ruined sky realm. On the night of the 7th day, the energy waves in the ancient hall began to weaken. By the morning of the 8th day, the terrifying energy waves had weakened to the extent that Gu Fei could bear. Gu Fei impatiently walked into the hall, and saw the old tortoise sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. 5 dazzling light balls the size of human heads were floating around him. Each ball of light contained an unimaginably enormous amount of energy. They were the 5 sources of power that activated the formation. Chapter 244. On a dark and windy night, it was finally time to activate the ancient palace's teleportation formation. Old Tortoise stored his corpse general avatar and the fire Qilin into his pseudo-world. Then, Old Tortoise sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. After circulating his energy 3 times, Old Tortoise began to control the 5 sources of power that shone brightly above the formation. Gu Fei stood nervously behind Old Tortoise. At this time, Gu Fei had already guided the sword hilt from the chaotic zone in his inner space. Using the weapon refinement technique, he turned the sword hilt into a stream of divine weapon essence qi, and integrated it into his body. He had to be careful. Using the divine weapon essence qi to protect himself made Gu Fei feel a lot more at ease. After all, no one knew what would happen after the formation was activated. The 5 balls of light that were as bright as the sun slowly rotated above the formation diagram emitted a vast and terrifying energy fluctuation. Under Old Tortoise's control, one of the balls of light the size of a human head began to move toward the south of the formation diagram, and then slowly descended into the depression below the formation diagram. When the ball of power fell into the depression on the formation diagram, a pung sound was heard. The source of power suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, and endless power began to pour into the formation diagram. After receiving the infusion of this enormous amount of energy, the formation in the south immediately lit up. Mysterious lines and ancient runes began to emit a multicolored light. However, of the 5 directions in the formation diagram, only the south, south, west, north, and center began to operate after receiving the infusion of power. Then, the remaining 4 sources of power that activated the formation flew toward the east, north, and west respectively and landed in the formation eyes of the ancient formation diagram. The ancient formation diagram that received the infusion of power began to emit a powerful aura. The formation diagram was gradually activated and was slowly operating. The 4 directions of the ancient formation diagram lit up. The mysterious engravings and ancient runes seemed to come to life. The power of the formation began to recover. Only one last step was left. Standing behind Old Tortoise, Gu Fei was extremely nervous. Success or failure depended on this one move. In front of Old Tortoise was a depressed formation eye. Old Tortoise began to guide the last source of power toward him. It was not easy for him. The source of power, which was as big as a human head, was as heavy as a mountain. The moment the last ball of energy landed in the depression in front of Gu Fei, the ancient transportation formation immediately shone brightly. 5 resplendent pillars of light broke through the hall and directly swept away the layer of gray deathly aura that shrouded the hall, shooting straight up into the sky. At this moment, the sky and the earth seemed to be connected by 5 beams of divine light. Rumble. The clouds darkened while the heavens and the earth shook. A part of space shattered, and then an enormous black vortex appeared in the sky above the nameless palace. The power of the ancient teleportation array really shattered the void, opening up a spatial passageway that led to an unknown place. At this moment, the experts of the other realms in the ruined heaven realm all sensed the strange fluctuations coming from the swamp of death and looked towards it. Inside the hall, the enormous and mysterious spirit diagram on the ground suddenly seemed to come to life. Many profound and cryptic engravings appeared on the spirit diagram, and a mysterious and unfathomable power seemed to have been awakened. A vast amount of energy was being sucked out of the 5 power sources by the spirit diagram. The ancient spirit diagram was like a bottomless black hole. Not only was it devouring the power inside the spirit diagram, it was also devouring all the power in the world within several hundred kilometers. The power of the world rapidly gathered towards the ancient spirit diagram. The 5 pillars of light it shot out froze the black vortex that had appeared in the sky. The light of the 5 power sources gradually dimmed, and the power that was like an ocean continuously poured into the enormous and mysterious spirit diagram. The 5 pillars of light stood between heaven and earth like divine pillars that reached to the heavens. The enormous vortex above the nameless palace began to give off terrifying fluctuations that shook the world. A great suction force formed inside the vortex that looked like a black hole. The suction force was so great that it seemed like it could even devour the world. At this moment the world fell silent. Countless undead creatures in the boundless swamp were trembling. The 5 divine lights that connected heaven and earth completely stabilized the pitch-black vortex above the ancient palace. A door that led to an unknown place was opened by a great force. Even the space around the black vortex in the sky was torn apart. Chaotic aura that caused even the world to tremble emanated from the spatial cracks. The enormous spirit diagram inside the nameless ancient palace seemed to have been operated to its limit. The energy released by the 5 power sources had been almost completely absorbed by the ancient teleportation formation, and it seemed like it could completely dim at any moment. The ancient teleportation formation that had absorbed endless energy began to show its extraordinary side. The profound engravings on the ancient spirit diagram inside the nameless ancient palace seemed to have come to life. All of them rushed up from the ground, and many profound and unfathomable lines wrapped around Old Turtle and Gu Feng at the center of the spirit diagram. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly came from outside the nameless ancient palace. The entire nameless ancient palace shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Boom! There was another violent tremor. Outside the nameless ancient palace, a human-shaped devil with a single horn on its head and a body covered in scales was fiercely attacking the hall with its fangs and claws. The devil wanted to rush into the hall, but it was blocked by an unfathomable force. The terrifying attack of the human-shaped devil only caused ripples in the void. A great force enveloped the entire nameless ancient palace. Swoosh! 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 A few silhouettes with powerful auras appeared in the vicinity of the nameless ancient palace. They were wandering around the nameless ancient palace. The peculiar fluctuation that erupted from the palace had attracted these terrifying existences over. It was obvious that these powerful existences were no longer the undead kings of the Death Swamp, but the kings of other regions. None of the kings who dared to appear near the nameless ancient palace were weak. The devil that dared to attack the nameless ancient palace was much more powerful than the demonic beasts that the old tortoise had killed. Every attack from the devil shook the entire nameless ancient palace. If it weren't for the fact that the formation had already been activated, producing a powerful force that protected the nameless ancient palace, it would have already been destroyed by this devil's attack. Use the devil's blood as a sacrifice to the divine formation, and unleash its greatest power. The old tortoise suddenly shouted. Then, he opened his fake world and sprinkled the giant devil's blood that he had collected. A glaring bloody light flashed and was completely absorbed by the ancient formation. After the ancient formation absorbed the devil's blood, it immediately burst into a blazing light that made it difficult for Gu Fei to open his eyes. However, Gu Fei knew that he and the old tortoise were about to travel to an unknown region. At this moment, the 5 energy sources completely dimmed. The enormous amount of energy condensed by the energy sources was completely absorbed by the ancient teleportation formation. Just as the 5 energy sources were completely absorbed by the formation, a vast amount of energy immediately surged toward the center of the formation like a tide. In an instant, Gu Fei and the old tortoise, who were at the center of the formation, were wrapped up by the formation's power as if they had been turned into a giant cocoon. The entire ancient teleportation formation dimmed. At the center of the formation, the energy ball that enveloped Gu Fei and the old tortoise suddenly shot up into the sky like a cannonball. It strangely penetrated the nameless ancient palace's roof, as if it had penetrated through a layer of water membrane, leaving only ripples in the void. The nameless ancient palace's roof was not damaged at all. Under the guidance of the 5 divine lights, the giant energy cocoon that rushed out of the nameless ancient palace rapidly shot toward the black hole in the sky. The black hole was like a huge mouth that swallowed the giant energy cocoon in one gulp. In this way, Gu Fei and the old tortoise entered the spatial passage. Rumble! After swallowing the giant energy cocoon, the black hole began to shrink. The 5 divine lights that held the black hole in place began to dissipate, and the shattered void began to recover. At this moment, several light figures rushed into the nameless ancient palace like lightning. Soon the kings that had rushed into the nameless ancient palace rushed out again. A great battle broke out. The extremely powerful kings began to fight for the control of the nameless ancient palace. The battle shook heaven and earth, and the traces left behind from the battle turned the swamp into a lake full of potholes. In the end, it seemed that the kings reached an agreement and joined forces to drive away the terrifying demon. Then, the nameless ancient palace was jointly controlled by the kings. Of course, Gu Fei and the old tortoise would not know what happened after they left. The nameless ancient palace's control no longer had anything to do with them. In the gloomy sky, a few clouds floated. However, those clouds were not white clouds, but black clouds that exuded an evil aura. Below the sky were a few mountains. There were no tall trees on the mountains, only some low unknown shrubs. Occasionally, a few wild beasts would walk among the shrubs. In a valley between 2 mountains, there was an ancient ruin with broken bricks, tiles, and overgrown weeds. There seemed to be no place in this ancient ruin that was intact. Suddenly, a certain corner of the ancient ruin shook, and the dust and stones were shaken away. Then an ancient altar appeared. Rumble! The void above the altar shook violently, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out. The ancient altar emitted a magnificent glow. In the end, the void above the altar shattered and a pitch-black vortex-shaped black hole appeared in the void. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from the black hole. This was a spatial passage that appeared after the void shattered. Chapter 245. Space was distorted as Gu Fei and the old tortoise traversed through the spatial passage and performed the great spatial shift. The ancient teleportation array was successfully activated, and a vast power opened up a spatial passage that led to an unknown destination. In the spatial passage, time seemed to be in disorder. Gu Fei felt as if he had stepped into a tunnel of time and void, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. Gu Fei felt as if he was riding on the clouds. He seemed to be traveling at an extremely fast speed, but at the same time it seemed as if he was not moving at all. When the dazzling spiritual light that shrouded them dissipated, a silent void appeared in front of Gu Fei and the old tortoise. It was as if they had returned to the time before the world was created. There was no scenery in this special space. Apart from their breathing, there was only a dead silence in the dark void. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei could not feel the passage of time in this void. It felt as long as hundreds of millions of years, but it also felt as if only a moment had passed. Gu Fei had a strange feeling as if time and space were in disorder. Subsequently, countless rays of light suddenly appeared in front of them. Each ray of light was as bright as a meteor, cutting through the silent void and constantly passing by Gu Fei and the old tortoise. This was the passage of time and space. It was a sign that they were walking in the screen of the great world. They were crossing the barriers between the great worlds and entering another world from one world. Time seemed to have stopped. No one knew when it started, but the surrounding space began to distort. Waves of extremely terrifying energy began to ripple. Rumble! Gu Fei was shocked to see the collapse of the void. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. They rushed into the energy turbulence like a small boat in a raging sea that could be swallowed at any time. Seeing such a shocking scene in front of him, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Suddenly, in an earth-shattering noise, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. Gu Fei's spirit was shaken as if his soul had been shaken out of his body. He suffered a great impact and felt his vision go black. He immediately passed out. Before he passed out, he vaguely saw the panicking old tortoise open its pseudo-world and wanted to take him into it. Rumble. In an unknown region, a valley between two mountains suddenly began to shake. Some strange creatures rushed out of the valley in panic. The originally peaceful mountain was no longer peaceful. An ancient remnant in the valley started to stir. An ancient altar that had been abandoned for who knew how many years in a corner of the remnant started to emit intense light. Countless ancient runes began to appear on the altar, and a powerful wave of energy spread out in all directions. It was as if a prehistoric beast that had been sleeping for countless years had awakened. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy, and the void above the altar began to shake. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out like water. Then cracks in the space above the altar appeared. The space was shattered. Swoosh! A figure fell out of the shattered space. It seemed that a force was protecting the person who fell out of the space. Then the person slowly descended to the bottom of the altar. Finally, the person landed on the altar. The terrifying wave of energy did not last long before it receded like a tide. Countless runes began to sink into the altar again, and all the strange waves quickly disappeared. The person who fell out of the shattered space was a black-haired young man in a white robe. The young man had already passed out and was lying quietly on the cold altar. The ancient ruins were cold and deserted. There were broken bricks and tiles everywhere, and only the altar could be considered intact. There was not a single creature in sight, and the sky was gloomy. There were only some short shrubs and weeds growing in the valley. It seemed that this place, or even this area, was a barren land without any spiritual energy. Cold wind blew in from the valley from time to time. Other than the coldness, it also brought with it a murderous aura. Yes, there was a murderous aura in the wind. This place did not seem to be a good place. Suddenly, the ground outside the ancient ruins in the valley began to move. Then with a pong sound, the soil splashed and a black shadow sprang out of the ground. A fierce murderous aura immediately filled the air. This was a demonic shadow that was half the height of a human. After jumping out of the ground, it squatted on the ground with its 4 claws on the ground. If it stood up, it would probably be taller than a strong man. This humanoid, but it was more like an extremely fierce and ruthless beast. It was a demonic creature, and its whole body was emitting a strong demonic aura. Its whole body was pitch black and covered in scales. It had a wide mouth and a pair of sharp claws that were like steel hooks. Not only were they sharp, but they also glowed with a cold black light. The strangest thing was that this demonic creature only had one blood-red eye. Moreover, this eye grew in the middle of its face, and it was the size of a fist. Under the thick scales, his 4 short but strong limbs were bulging like a horned dragon. His muscles were intertwined with each other, and when he exerted a bit of force, his bones and tendons let out crackling sounds. This was definitely a terrifying demonic creature. This demonic creature sniffed the air a few times and found the young man on the altar in the ancient ruins. Ha! A low roar came from the demonic creature's throat. Then its thick legs pushed off the ground, and it turned into a black shadow, rushing towards the altar in the ruins. This demonic creature was ferocious, and it was as fast as a cheetah. In just a few leaps, it had reached the altar that was hundreds of feet away. Then it leaped up high and pounced towards the altar. Its 5 fingers directly grabbed the head of the unconscious young man on the altar. The sharp claws emitted a black light, and they tore through the void like 5 sharp blades. They definitely had the terrifying power to pierce through stone and gold. However, the young man on the altar still showed no signs of waking up. He did not sense the great danger that was approaching him. Bang! The demonic claws grabbed the young man's head, but there was no scene of blood splattering. The demonic creature's sharp claws seemed to have scratched a piece of godly metal, and it was repelled. The demonic creature seemed to have sensed danger. With a low growl, it leaped down from the altar and hid far away. It was hard to imagine that the head of this young man in white was as hard as godly metal. Since this demonic creature could travel underground, its pair of sharp claws must have astonishing penetrative power, but it could not hurt the young man at all. After being hit by the demonic creature, the young man on the altar slowly regained consciousness. Ouch! When Gu Fei opened his eyes again, he immediately felt a burning pain on his head. Then he felt a gust of cold air attacking his body. The pain on his head quickly subsided. Gu Fei sat up from the ground and realized that he seemed to be on an altar. Gu Fei was able to recognize the ancient altar's style. He had already seen two similar ancient altars. What is this place? Where is Old Tortoise? Gu Fei suddenly shuddered, and his body was instantly covered in a layer of cold sweat. Then he suddenly stood up from the altar. The moment Gu Fei stood up from the altar, an extremely dangerous aura attacked him, causing all the pores on his body to explode. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that he would encounter such great danger as soon as he woke up. Without thinking, he left an afterimage on the spot and directly retreated. Pung! The afterimage shattered instantly, and a terrifying demonic shadow appeared where Gu Fei was originally standing. Gu Fei noticed that the devil shadow was a devil that he'd never seen before. This devil was shaped like a human, yet it had a single blood-red eye, and its appearance was extremely ferocious, causing others to be fearful of it. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. After stopping his retreating figure, he immediately formed a seal with both hands. Endless power of fire began to surge out from the seal, forming a terrifying aura that was like divine flames that covered the sky and the earth. It surged towards the demonic creature. The vast fire elemental energy emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. It was as if the void was burning, and it immediately dispersed the cold air in the surroundings. The demonic creature seemed to know how powerful it was. It roared and a powerful wave of demonic aura surged out from its scaly body. Swoosh! It turned into a streak of black light and rushed out of the sea of fire, pouncing toward the altar. This was Gu Fei's first battle after his cultivation had broken through to the transcending mortality realm. He wanted to use this demonic creature to practice his skills and see how strong his cultivation had become. He sneered and took a step forward. The 8 steps extreme speed was displayed to the extreme. It was like teleportation. Before the demonic creature landed on the ground, Gu Fei had already appeared in the sky above it. He took another step forward. However, this time it was not the 8 steps extreme speed but the first step of the 8 steps 8 kills. Rumble! As Gu Fei took a step forward, the space under his feet suddenly vibrated. A vast power surged under his feet, shaking the void and at the same time enveloped the demonic creature below. Bang! Without any suspense, the demonic creature roared and was directly trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot. Pung! A sound was heard. Stone fragments and soil flew everywhere. The demonic creature was smashed into the rubble below. Gu Fei, on the other hand, landed elegantly on the altar. The strength of this demonic creature seemed to be between the awakening self ninth heaven and the transcending mortality realm. It was not a match for Gu Fei, who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. Trying to escape from the ground? As he spoke, he pressed his palm downwards, and the vast power of his palm immediately dispersed the smoke and dust that pervaded the air. The demonic creature was no longer on the ground. Chapter 246. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed out of the altar and walked in the air. With every step he took, his figure disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he was already 300 feet away. After advancing to the transcending mortality stage, Gu Fei's speed with the 8 steps extreme speed was at least a few times faster than before. With just a few steps, he was already 300 feet away, as if he was flying in the air. The ancient altar was located at the edge of the ancient ruins. Beyond 300 feet, it was already out of the range of the ruins. Gu Fei sensed the movement of the demonic creature underground and chased after it. Pung! Soil flew everywhere. The demonic creature suddenly broke through the ground and rushed out. At this moment, Gu Fei's second step landed on the demonic creature's head. With the second step, the sound of wind and thunder appeared under Gu Fei's feet. In the midst of the rumbling sound, it was as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. The terrifying waves that were emitted made one's heart palpitate. Bang! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's second step landed firmly on the demonic creature's hideous head. In the next moment, the unlucky demonic creature's head exploded like a watermelon. Stinky blood spurted out from the demonic creature's chest. The pungent smell immediately spread in the air. It was nauseating. After killing the one-eyed demonic creature, Gu Fei calmly descended from the sky. At this time, he carefully observed the surrounding situation. What is this place? Gu Fei realized that his surroundings were too desolate. Other than weeds and short shrubs, there were only rocks in sight. The sky was gloomy. He couldn't see the blue sky and white clouds. He couldn't even see the shadow of the sun, let alone sunlight. Even though the sky was dark, he was still able to see his surroundings clearly with his eyesight. Gu Fei did not know why he was here alone, nor did he know what had happened when he passed through the world screen. The most urgent thing for him now was to find out where he was. Monsters, ruins, desolation in the valley. All of this made Gu Fei feel vaguely uneasy. Moreover, the color of the sky was a little strange. It was as if everything here possessed a demonic nature, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. It was as if he had entered a demonic land filled with unfathomable dangers. This was the instinct of a martial artist, a sense of danger. Gu Fei did not want to stay in this ancient ruin for too long. He identified the direction and directly walked out of the valley. He was very careful. It was impossible to guard against a monster that could penetrate the ground. If the monster hiding in the ground was much stronger than him, it would not be easy to detect him. However, it seemed that there was only one powerful one-eyed monster in the valley. Until Gu Fei reached the entrance of the valley, he did not encounter any other powerful monsters. But from time to time, he would see the silhouettes of some weak monsters that he had never seen before in the shrubbery. But even these weak monsters looked incomparably fierce. Whenever they saw Gu Fei walk past, they would bare their fangs at Gu Fei. Devilization. After seeing these monsters, Gu Fei couldn't help but think of these words. He was very shocked. This place seemed to have a very heavy demonic nature. Just as Gu Fei was planning to explore the surrounding area, a black shadow suddenly appeared on a small mountain in the distance. Then he saw that black shadow rush down from the mountain, directly towards Gu Fei. This person was very fast, like a black cloud floating towards Gu Fei. He crossed the distance of 17 to 18 miles in the blink of an eye. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He felt a strong energy fluctuation from this person's body. Moreover, this person emitted a sinister and evil aura. There was no need to ask, this person was definitely someone from the Devil Dao. Since there was someone here, there was no need to explore anymore. This devil definitely knew the situation here. Gu Fei already had the thought of capturing this person. Who are you? Why are you here? That person approached and stared warily at Gu Fei with a pair of yellow eyes as he asked in a cold voice. This was a young man. A tall and skinny young man dressed in black. Gu Fei noticed that this young man's right hand was hidden in his sleeve, faintly emitting a cold killing intent. It was obvious that if there was a disagreement, this devil would directly attack Gu Fei. In the world of the Devil Dao, the weak were prey to the strong. This was the most basic law of survival. Humph! Gu Fei sneered in his heart. As someone who had just entered the transcending mortality realm, he could already conceal his aura very well. This devil in front of him couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation. However, this devil's cultivation was completely exposed in Gu Fei's eyes. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. This was a gap in strength that couldn't be made up for. How could the weak hide their cultivation in the eyes of the strong? Unless this weakling had a secret technique that could conceal his aura. What is this place? Gu Fei directly asked. The strong need not have any scruples in front of the weak. Gu Fei's tone was unquestionable, as if he was directly giving the devil an order. You're an outsider? The devil was obviously very shocked. His face was filled with shock. Then, the devil actually turned around and fled. Want to leave? Not so easy. Gu Fei said coldly. Then he took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the black-clothed demon. 8 steps. Even among cultivators of the same level, not many could be faster than Gu Fei. This devil's cultivation was originally a level lower than Gu Fei's, so it was even more impossible for him to escape. The devil didn't seem to have expected Gu Fei's speed to be so fast. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. With a roar of shock and anger, his right hand that was hidden under his right robe suddenly swung towards Gu Fei. Pung! A large canopy of black sand with a chilling black light immediately shrouded Gu Fei like a dark cloud that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. What is this thing? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. At such a close distance, the evil black sand arrived in an instant, and he didn't have time to think. A resplendent multicolored light immediately emitted from Gu Fei's body. It was as if he was wearing a multicolored armor. The vast aura that spread out immediately blocked the evil black sand outside his body. You're not from the infernal domain. The black-clothed devil looked as if he had seen a ghost as he cried out in disbelief. Then he didn't dare to stay any longer. Like a mad dog that had its tail stepped on, he ran into the distance. The evil black sand that covered the heavens and the earth emitted a shocking, ferocious and cold aura that seemed capable of cutting one's bones and soul. It caused Gu Fei, who was trapped within the black sand, to have a strange feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body. The cold qi emitted by the black sand seemed to have even frozen the air. Gu Fei's movement was actually obstructed. Gu Fei was very shocked. However, this level of power was difficult to trap him. He directly broke through the seal of the black devil's sand and rushed out. At this time, the black-clothed devil had already fled several kilometers away without looking back. Unfortunately, this area was not suitable for escaping or hiding. The short bushes were only half a person tall, and everything was clear at a glance. There were no obstacles that hindered one's vision. Therefore, this devil cultivator was destined not to be able to escape. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. Although he couldn't travel all over the world like the name of this ancient movement technique, it wasn't difficult for him to catch up to the devil cultivator who was fleeing in panic. Very quickly, Gu Fei approached the devil cultivator again. This time, Gu Fei didn't give the devil cultivator any chance to breathe. He directly attacked. Gu Fei's hands flew up and down, forming a mysterious seal. A terrifying power flowed between his fingers, and the power of the 5 elements was constantly changing along with the seal. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The power of the 5 elements converged together. In the end, Gu Fei struck out with the water elemental seal. Boundless blue light enveloped the heavens and earth. At the instant when the power of the seal erupted, Gu Fei seemed to have fused with the blue light. The world seemed to be filled with water ripples. This part of the world was shrouded in water. The power of the water element turned into a tangible substance, as if a torrential flood had been drawn over, vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Without any suspense, the tall and thin devil cultivator was enveloped in this vast water blue power. Even though he roared and struggled with all his might, it was difficult to break out of this seal that was known as the softest power in the world. This was the extraordinary power of the water element seal, one of the 5 elements exterminating seals. It wasn't a divine ability, nor was it a Dao technique, but it was even better than divine ability and Dao technique. This was also a kind of Dao. A Dao that was completely derived from martial arts. From the sublimation of martial arts, it formed the martial arts. Techniques were close to Dao, divine abilities were also Dao, and so were Dao. Different paths lead to the same goal, and all of them were formless manifestations of the great Dao. The martial arts, which had completely declined in the Tunglong continent, was not inferior to divine abilities and Dao techniques. According to the legends, the 5 elements exterminating seals could collapse the heavens and split the earth. Gu Fei, who had broken through to the transcending mortality realm, seemed to have verified this legend. Breaking through the void with martial arts might not be a lie. In the future, if Gu Fei was able to use the martial arts to the extreme, the power would be unimaginable. As if thousands of troops and horses were galloping, the sky actually rumbled with thunder. It was the raging sea, and the raging waves were surging. Endless water blue light waves surged, as if the Milky Way had suddenly tilted. The endless water of the Milky Way rushed down, and the devil cultivator who was trapped in the water element power suffered a great impact. The surging water element power caused the devil cultivator to be severely injured. Mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his expression also became weary. "Don't kill me," the devil cultivator said weakly as he panted. After his cultivation broke through, Gu Fei's inner space expanded from 5 feet in diameter to more than 10 feet in diameter, and the power of space also increased by several times. The power of space emitted from the faint purple vertical scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and it could already allow him to stay in the void, and allow him to fly in the air for a short period of time. Standing in the void, Gu Fei coldly stared at the devil cultivator who was trapped in the water element power, and said indifferently, "Give me a reason not to kill you." The life and death of this devil cultivator was in the hands of Gu Fei. Chapter 247. This demon's cultivation was not weak. If Gu Fei's cultivation had not broken through to the transcending mortality realm, it would not be difficult for him to restrain this demon. Your Excellency is an outsider. You must be very unfamiliar with the Devil's Sand Island. I will tell you everything I know. I only ask that Your Excellency let me live. That demon dweller said with a stutter. Devil's Sand Island? Could this be an island? Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be startled. His complexion became somewhat ugly. The vast water elemental energy continued to trap the demonic being in the air. However, Gu Fei did not let his guard down. He knew that the people of the demonic path were not only vicious and merciless, they were also sinister and cunning. Gu Fei did not want to let his guard down and fail miserably. How do you know I am an outsider? Gu Fei's expression became serious. This was very important. He did not want to be chased by a group of Devil Dao experts. This is very simple. You are not a Devil Dao cultivator. You do not have the unique aura of a Devil Dao cultivator. The demon seemed to really answer every question. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Could it be that on this Devil's Sand Island everyone was a Devil Dao cultivator? There was no one who did not cultivate the Devil Dao. Thus Gu Fei asked the demon. The demon seemed to be greatly surprised by Gu Fei's question. He said, "In the Devil Domain, of course there are only Devil Dao cultivators. Other cultivators absolutely cannot withstand the erosion of the Devil Qi in the Devil Domain." Devil Domain, this is the world of devils? Gu Fei said in shock. The faintly discernible evil aura in the heaven and earth really made him a little uncomfortable. The Devil Qi indeed had the power to erode a cultivator's soul. It could cause a cultivator to have a heart devil. For other cultivators, this place was absolutely not suitable for cultivation. But for Devil Dao cultivators, this was a holy place for cultivation. The Devil Qi here could cause a Devil Dao cultivator's cultivation to rapidly increase. However, this increase was not unlimited. There was a limit. The higher the cultivation, the less obvious the effects of the demonic nature. As Gu Fei exchanged questions and answers with the demon, Gu Fei had a rough idea of where he was. This was the extreme north demon region, and this demon was a disciple of the heavenly demon sect under the Six Paths Demon Palace. The Devil's Sand Island, where Gu Fei was now under the control of the heavenly demon sect. Although the Demon Sand Island was only an island in the fallen God Sea, it was still 1,000 miles wide. Because there was a small Xianin Devil Crystal mine on the Devil's Sand Island, and the Devil's Sand Island was located at the border of the Six Paths Devil Palace and the Devil's Sky Ridge, it became a place where the Six Paths Devil Palace and the Devil's Sky Ridge constantly fought over. Gu Fei learned from this demon that a month ago, the Heavenly Devil Sect defeated the Devil's Sky Ridge on the island and expelled the Devil's Sky Ridge from the Devil's Sand Island. However, the Heavenly Devil Sect was also afraid that the Devil's Sky Ridge would suddenly counterattack. In order to consolidate the control of the Devil's Sand Island, the Heavenly Devil Sect sent many people to patrol the island. This demon was unlucky. When he was patrolling the vicinity of the valley, he sensed a strange movement coming from the ancient ruins, so he came to check it out. However, he didn't expect to meet a powerful outsider like Gu Fei. To this demon, Gu Fei was really too strong. He was not weaker than those devil masters. He was so strong that he even lost the thought of resisting and turned to escape. When Gu Fei found out that he was in the extreme northern demon region, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. He was surprised because this place was just as the demon that carried him on his back had said. It was the world of demon cultivators. He was happy because he wasn't sent to an unfamiliar world by the ancient teleportation array in the nameless ancient palace. The extreme north demon region was located in the extreme north of the Tunglong continent. No wonder it was so cold. But this was nothing. What worried Gu Fei the most was that the Devil Sand Island he was on was located in the Fallen God Sea, which was close to the extreme North Demon region. The Fallen God Sea was even more dangerous than the extreme North Demon region. Legend has it that even the Immortals couldn't find out how big the Fallen God Sea was. Even the Immortals didn't know what secrets were hidden at the end of the Fallen God Sea. This was a vast and boundless sea that even the Immortals couldn't fly over. At the same time, it was also a sea full of dangers. Gu Fei carefully asked about the situation of the Devil's Sand Island. He asked about the number of demon dwellers on the island, their strength, and so on. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. From the demon's mouth, Gu Fei learned the way to leave the Devil's Sand Island. Only the Devil Dragon boat, which was refined from the bones of the Devil Dragon, could sail on the Fallen God Sea. In the Fallen God Sea, there were incomparably powerful demon beasts. Ordinary boats couldn't withstand the attacks of the demon beasts in the sea. Only the Devil Dragon boat was refined from the bones of the Devil Dragon. The aura of the Devil Dragon on the Devil Dragon boat would make the demon beasts retreat and not dare to attack the Devil Dragon boat. In the entire extreme North Demon region, there were definitely no more than 3 forces that owned the Devil Dragon boat. Even with the great power of the Six Paths Devil Palace, they only owned 2 Devil Dragon boats. As for the Devil Sky Ridge, they only had 1 complete Devil Dragon boat, and 1 half Devil Dragon boat that only had half of the Devil Dragon's spine. All the major Demon Dao forces in the extreme North Demon region would develop the islands in the Fallen God Sea to expand their territory. At the same time, it was also for the rich resources in the sea. On the Devil Sand Island, a small Xianyin demon crystal or vein was enough to cause the Heaven Demon sect under the Six Paths Devil Art, and the Demon Dao forces under the Devil Sky Ridge to fight endlessly. This was all because of the importance of resources. In the extreme North Demon region, the more cultivation resources a force controlled, the stronger that force was. This was something that could not be doubted. Once a force controlled a large amount of cultivation resources, countless demonic cultivators would come to work for them. In fact, the entire cultivation world of the Tunglong continent was the same. The Supreme Mystery Sect of the Qi Nation enjoyed the offerings of the Qi Nation's royal family. Through the Qi Nation's royal family, the Supreme Mystery Sect could be said to control the cultivation resources of the Qi Nation. It was the same for the Guangqing Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect. It could be said that all the major forces in the cultivation world were the same. Only by controlling the cultivation resources, a sect or a force could continue to develop. After getting the information he wanted to know, Gu Fei did not keep his promise and let the demon go. Instead, he directly attacked and killed the demon on the spot. Gu Fei was not a person who stuck to the rules. Killing was killing. Moreover, he did not intend to let the demon go from the beginning. If he let the demon go, he would be the only one who would be out of luck. Since he was able to recognize an outsider like me just by using his aura, I will restrain my aura and not let it leak out. Gu Fei thought to himself. If it was other cultivators, they might not be able to restrain their aura completely. However, Gu Fei could. This was because Gu Fei was a cultivator and he cultivated the martial way. Gu Fei could be said to be able to control his physical body with ease. Sealing the aura within his body was just a matter of a thought. It couldn't be any simpler. Moreover, if he guided the power of space out of his Naiwan palace and enveloped his body, Gu Fei would be able to escape into another void. In this way, even a demigod would not be able to detect Gu Fei's existence if he did not look with his naked eyes. The current Gu Fei could avoid the detection of a demigod. Of course, in order to avoid the detection of a demigod, he had to make preparations in advance. Otherwise, even if Gu Fei sealed his aura in his body, it would be difficult to escape the detection of a demigod. The Demon Sand Island was 1,000 miles in circumference. The place where Gu Fei was at was just a barren mountain ridge. After identifying the direction, Gu Fei headed towards the depths of the Demon Sand Island. According to the demon dweller, there were only 2 devil masters guarding the profound and demonic crystal vein on the Devil Sand Island. The cultivation of the other demon dwellers was similar to that of the demon dweller killed by Gu Fei. The devil cultivators in the demon domain could be divided into 4 levels: demon cultivators, devil masters, devil generals, devil lords, and devil lords. A devil lord or devil venerable was a half-devil that could fight against a half-god. A devil general was equivalent to a royal void realm cultivator. A devil master was equivalent to a transcending mortality realm cultivator. A devil dweller was equivalent to a self-awakening realm cultivator. Among the devil cultivators, they were a group of devil cultivators with the lowest cultivation base and also the most numerous devil cultivators. As a cultivator who had just entered the ascending mortality stage, Gu Fei was confident that he could deal with demonic cultivators of the demon master level. Thus, Gu Fei headed straight for the profound demon crystal mine in the middle of the demon sand island. He planned to meet the two devil masters. As the saying goes, a barefooted person is not afraid of wearing shoes. Gu Fei was only one person. Even if he could not win, he could easily retreat. Moreover, from the demon's mouth, Gu Fei knew that the demon dragon ship that could sail on the fallen god sea was not on the demon sand island. The demon dragon ship was actually used to transport the Xianyin demon crystal. As for the Xianyin demon crystal, it was also a rare and demonic mineral. This mineral was very fine like the sand on the beach, but its color was different from the sand. It was pitch black like ink. The Xianyin demon crystal was the original material to refine the magic treasure of the devil Dao, the black evil soul falling sand. In fact, Gu Fei had already experienced the power of the black evil soul falling sand. When the demon made a move, it was an overwhelming black sand. That was the black evil soul falling sand. However, because of the demon's cultivation, the power of the black evil soul falling sand was only average. However, if it encountered a cultivator of the same level as the demon, it would definitely be unlucky. As long as the black evil soul falling sand touched the skin, it would immediately turn into flesh and bones. The terrifying evil power could even corrode the cultivator's divine soul. Even the primordial spirit was in existence that did not have a physical body. As long as it was sprinkled by the black evil soul falling sand, it would also be destroyed and completely disappear from this world. It could be said that the black evil soul falling sand was a kind of evil and vicious magic treasure of the devil Dao. Therefore, the Xianyin demon crystal mine would incite the endless competition between the two forces of the devil Dao. For hundreds of years, the six devil Dao Palace and the devil Sky Ridge had been in constant conflict with each other. It was unknown how many demons were left on the devil sand island. There was still more than a month before the demon dragon ship came to transport the Xianyin demon crystal. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He began to roam around the central part of the devil sand island. He realized that what the demon said seemed to be the truth. In a valley in the central part of the devil sand island, hundreds of demons were constantly patrolling inside and outside the valley. The defense was extremely tight. In the middle of the valley was the mining area. There was a row of houses there. Gu Fei sensed two powerful auras in those houses. The owners of the two powerful auras were most likely the two demon masters that the demon dweller had mentioned, who were in charge of the mining area. Chapter 248. Gu Fei's luck seemed to be a little bad. After coming out of the ruined sky realm, he once again entered a region full of killing. The devil territory of the far north was the world of devil cultivators. The fallen god sea was said to be a dangerous place that even immortals and gods could not fly over. Even the devil cultivators in the far north devil territory did not dare to go deep into the fallen god sea. No one knew what kind of dangers lay in the depths of the fallen god sea. The devil cultivators in the devil territory only controlled the islands in the coastal waters of the fallen god sea. Even so, the ships that traveled between the far north devil territory and these islands were often destroyed and killed. After all, the devil dragon ship refined from the spine of a complete devil dragon was a rare object. Although the ship refined from the bone of a devil dragon could intimidate the devil beasts in the fallen god sea, only the devil dragon's aura emitted from the spine of a complete devil dragon was the strongest and strongest. Dragons were born to be the spirit of all living things. The aura of a dragon could intimidate all the beasts in the world, and the devil dragon was no exception. Only the real devil dragon ship could sail in the fallen god sea. Gu Fei was waiting for an opportunity. The devil dragon ship would come to the devil sand island every 3 months to transport the profound demon crystals. That was the time when Gu Fei would leave the devil sand island. In the far north devil territory and the fallen god sea, there was a faint trace of devil nature between heaven and earth. This devil nature could disturb people's minds. Devil cultivators could use this trace of devil nature wandering between heaven and earth to gradually demonize their body and mind. When cultivating devil cultivation methods, of course, it would be twice the result with half the effort. However, other cultivators were not suitable to cultivate in the far north devil territory. Gu Fei was no exception. The trace of devil nature in the void made him unable to completely immerse himself in deep cultivation. Gu Fei's killing of the devil cultivator did not seem to cause any commotion on the Devil Sand Island. It was a common thing for devil cultivators to disappear on the Devil Sand Island. The two Devil Master experts who guarded the profounding demon crystal mine did not pay any attention to it. They did not even show their faces. For the past few days, Gu Fei had been peeping outside the valley, but he had not seen the two Devil Masters walk out of their residence. However, when Gu Fei wanted to enter the valley and observe from a closer distance, he sensed a dangerous aura, so he quietly retreated. He didn't want to alert the enemy right now. After all, in the entire valley, other than the two Devil Master level devil cultivators, there were also hundreds of devil cultivators. This was a force that could not be underestimated. Every time he approached the valley, Gu Fei was very careful. One had to know that if he was discovered by the devil cultivator in the valley, he would have to face the pursuit of hundreds of devil cultivator, and the two Devil Masters. Demon Sand Island was only so big, with a radius of 1,000 li. For Xiuzhe, it was just a small island. There were not many places to hide. Of course, if it was any other outsider, they might not be able to escape the pursuit of the demon dwellers on the island. However, Gu Fei could. He had something to rely on and a way to preserve his life. If he couldn't escape, he would hide in the inner space he had opened up. However, with his current strength, if he wanted to enter the inner space with his real body, it would still take some time. If there were experts chasing after him, making him unable to breathe and unable to stop, he would also be in danger if he used the power of space to open up the inner space. According to Gu Fei's estimation, if he wanted to open up the inner space at any time, he would have to raise his cultivation to the void-controlling realm. For Gu Fei, who had just broken through to the transcending mortality realm, it was an extremely distant matter. Gu Fei paced around outside the valley. After a few days, he had already figured out the movements of the devil cultivators in the valley. Every 8 hours there would be a team of people coming out of the valley to patrol the entire island. Each team was made up of 10 devil cultivators. When they left the valley, they would split up. After 8 hours, they would once again return to the valley. At this time, another team of people would come out of the valley. This cycle for 24 hours continuously patrolling. It could be said that the defense of the Devil Sand Island was almost impenetrable. The Devil Sand Island was not safe. On the island, there was a kind of demonic creature called the One-Eyed Earth Devil. This kind of demonic creature hid under the ground and was a terrible predator and hunter. Those devil cultivators who went out to patrol often came back with injuries. Some of them didn't even come back and became the One-Eyed Earth Devil's food. Casualties occurred from time to time. It was no wonder that the two devil masters of the Heavenly Devil sect, who were guarding the valley, did not care about the disappearance of 1 or 2 devil cultivators. On the Devil Sand Island, Gu Fei found that the sky was always a grayish yellow. Even at noon, he could only see the vague outline of the sun. The sky seemed to be covered by a layer of something, giving people a strange feeling. 7 or 8 days later in the evening, Gu Fei suddenly made a move. He silently captured a devil cultivator and brought him back to his temporary residence. This residence was very simple. It was a cave that Gu Fei dug in the middle of a low rocky mountain. It was about 10 feet in diameter. The entrance of the cave was sealed with a rock that weighed more than 1,000 jin. In this rocky mountain there were huge rocks everywhere. There was no conspicuous place where Gu Fei was hiding. Even if someone walked through this rocky mountain, it would be difficult to find anything strange. This was an ideal hiding place. After looking for many places, Gu Fei finally decided to temporarily settle down here. On the Devil Sand Island there was no food. The flesh and blood of the devil cultivators contained devil qi. It was not suitable for ordinary cultivators to eat. Of course, ordinary cultivators included Gu Fei. It was not worth it to spend time refining the devil qi in food just to have a full meal. Of course, Gu Fei would not do that. Fortunately, there were many spirit herbs and immortal medicines in his magic treasure bag. Among them, the most precious were the 3 longevity grasses and the 9-leaf ginseng. The spiritual qi contained in one spirit herb was enough to keep Gu Fei full of energy and vigor, even if he did not eat for 10 days or half a month. Under Gu Fei's torture, the devil cultivator who had fallen into Gu Fei's hands spat out everything he knew. At this time, Gu Fei felt relieved. The information he learned from this devil cultivator was basically the same as what the devil cultivator he had killed earlier had said. Gu Fei did not show any mercy. After learning the information he wanted, he decisively attacked and killed the devil cultivator. From the devil cultivator's magic treasure bag, Gu Fei saw a handful of black sand that gave off an eerie evil qi. This is the black evil soul falling sand? It was the first time that Gu Fei had seen this kind of black evil soul falling sand. The sand was so fine that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was even finer than the fine sand on the beach. This was a devil cultivator's magic treasure that could cover the sky and cover the earth and envelop the enemy. Many demon dwellers knew how to refine the black evil soul settling sand. However, there weren't many who could refine the black evil soul settling sand that could seal the heavens and trap the earth. With just a handful of it, it could cause one soul to scatter into nothingness. At the very least, the black evil soul falling sand in these devils' hands was not enough to deal with Gu Fei. Therefore, Gu Fei temporarily hid on the Devil Sand Island, waiting for the devil dragon ship to arrive. A month had passed. Although one-eyed earth devils appeared on the Devil Sand Island from time to time, it was relatively peaceful. Occasionally, devils would be attacked by one-eyed earth devils, but peace would soon return. Gu Fei was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing on the Devil Sand Island. He once tried to use the floating duckweed technique to return to the inland of the northern Devil Domain. However, he failed. On the surface of the fallen god sea, there was often a bone-chilling wind blowing, and the originally calm surface of the sea would set off monstrous waves in the next moment. Moreover, some unintelligent but incomparably powerful demonic creatures would appear in the sea from time to time. Unless one could fly in the air, it would be difficult to return to the inland. Gu Fei even doubted whether the devil dragon ship that those devils talked about could withstand the unpredictable fallen god sea. If the devil dragon ship capsized in the fallen god sea, the people on the ship would definitely die. Even if they did not drown, they would become food for the demonic beasts in the sea. Gu Fei patiently waited. On the second month, on a dark night where one could not even see their own fingers, a fierce battle broke out on the Devil Sand Island. For some unknown reason, a large number of demonic creatures suddenly appeared on the Devil Sand Island. These demonic creatures suddenly appeared, gathered, and launched an attack on the valley in the middle of the Devil Sand Island. In addition to the one-eyed earth devil, among the demonic creatures, there were also a few more powerful demonic creatures. These powerful demonic creatures' strength was equivalent to the human cultivators, who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. Under the command of these powerful demonic creatures, the demonic creatures on the island seemed to want to seize the profound demon crystal vein that was under the control of the heavenly devil sect in the valley. Gu Fei secretly watched this fierce battle that suddenly broke out. When the demonic people in the valley found it difficult to resist the demonic creatures that came from all directions, and even from the ground, the two devil masters who were guarding the valley came out of their residence. They were two middle-aged men in black robes, their bodies surging with a cold and evil aura. These two devil masters displayed their formidable strength. As soon as they made their move, they covered the sky with the black evil soul falling sand. The demonic creatures that were enveloped by the black evil soul falling sand were all turned into puddles of stinking black water, their bodies and souls destroyed. Only the one-eyed earth devil and the other powerful demonic creatures that could escape from the black evil soul falling sand shroud could escape. The two devil masters' attack immediately reversed the situation of the battle. The two devil masters raised their hands, and the sky full of black clouds of black evil soul falling sand immediately retreated like the tide, all disappearing into the big sleeves of the two devil masters. Then the two devil masters who put away the black evil soul falling sand turned into two black lightning bolts, rushed out of the valley, and fiercely fought with the several powerful demonic creatures. The several powerful demonic creatures and more than 10 fierce one-eyed earth devils could not resist the attack of the two devil masters, and the one-eyed earth devils were killed one after another. In the end, even the several powerful demonic creatures were killed by the two devil masters, and the other demonic creatures retreated unwillingly. When the two devil masters saw that the demonic creatures retreated, they did not pursue them, but returned to the valley. After this battle, Gu Fei knew the strength of the two devil masters, and he could not help but be a little afraid. The cultivation of the two devil masters was enough to pose a threat to him. Chapter 249. The two devil masters guarding the profound demon crystal vein in the valley made Gu Fei very afraid. The strength displayed by the two devil masters was stronger than him. If it was just one person, Gu Fei still had the strength to fight. With his combat skills and strong martial body, he might not necessarily lose to the devil masters. But the opponent was not one person but two. But if the two devil masters joined hands, Gu Fei had no chance of winning. Gu Fei did not want to put himself in danger, so he could only hide on the Devil Sand Island and wait for the right opportunity. After the large-scale attack by the demonic creatures, there were many casualties among the demon dwellers in the valley. Now there were only 70 or 80 devil dwellers left. In addition to the devil dwellers who were mining the profounding demon crystals, there were not many devil dwellers who could fight in the valley, about less than 50. There wasn't a need for too many people to mine the profounding demonic crystals, because the profounding chi in the demonic crystal vein was very powerful, and if one stayed in the vein for too long, their entire body would be frozen by the cold chi emitted by the profounding chi, and their lives would be in danger. Unknowingly, another half a month passed. Sitting in the cave that he opened up, Yi Shiwen adjusted his chi. But it was difficult for him to enter a deep state of cultivation. The demonic nature in the world made it difficult for him to calm down. Unless he entered the inner space, he would be affected when he cultivated. Gu Fei did not know where this demonic nature came from. It seemed to come from between heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not sense where the source of the demonic nature was. Not only Gu Fei, even the devil dwellers in the northern devil region, did not know where the source of the demonic nature came from. Rumble. Suddenly, Gu Fei was awakened by the dull sound of thunder coming from outside the cave. Then he stood up from the ground, pushed away the boulder that blocked the cave entrance and walked out. What he saw made Gu Fei extremely shocked. At this moment dark clouds covered the sky, and black lightning struck down from the clouds, appearing extremely evil and sinister. The rolling and surging dark clouds pressed down lower and lower, as if they had already touched the ground, giving people a heavy sense of oppression, as if hundreds of thousands of mountains were slowly descending. Apart from the rumbling thunder, there was no other sound. It was as if there was no sound on Devil Sand Island, and all the monsters on the island seemed to have gone into hiding. An indescribable palpitation caused one's soul to tremble. A terrible storm was about to come. Gu Fei stood in front of the cave and looked up at the dark sky. The terrifying phenomenon in front of him suddenly made him feel uneasy. He had a faint premonition that something bad was about to happen. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Bolts of crisscross black lightning streaked across the dark sky. The heavy rain poured down in torrents, and a curtain of water appeared between the heavens and the earth. The storm had begun. Woo-woo! It was as if evil spirits were crying, and the sound of the wind from the surroundings was somewhat frightening. The black lightning could also illuminate the heavens and earth. When the lightning passed, the world fell into darkness, and one could only hear the terrible sound coming from all directions, and not see any scenery. It was as dark as ink, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. The world seemed to be covered by a dense black cloth. Rumble! The sound of thunder shook the world, and lightning tore through the void. When Gu Fei was about to use the boulder to block the cave entrance again, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder, Gu Fei seemed to hear the faint sound of fighting from afar. That sound seemed to be coming from the ancient ruins on Devil Sand Island. The ancient ruins in the valley, could it be that there was some secret? Gu Fei could not help but frown. The strange sound coming from the direction of the ancient ruins aroused Gu Fei's curiosity. Thus Gu Fei walked into the storm, rushing in the direction of the ancient ruins. None of the rainwater splashed on Gu Fei's body. There was an invisible force that blocked the rainwater. Gu Fei silently walked in the darkness, like a ghost in the night. Along the way, he did not encounter a single demonic creature. This strange phenomenon made Gu Fei even more uneasy. It seemed that something was really wrong. Gu Fei cautiously walked forward and finally, he came to the outside of the valley where the ancient ruins were. At this time, Gu Fei deeply felt that the entire valley was enveloped by a majestic energy fluctuation. Under the flickering of lightning, ancient figures began to appear in the valley. They were wearing ancient armor, holding divine weapons, and were fighting fiercely in the ancient ruins in the valley. They were not real people with flesh and blood. These figures were faint and illusory, but they did not emit any soul fluctuations. These figures did not seem to be existences with primordial spirits or ghost bodies. In fact, it was a kind of psyche energy. It was a psyche energy that did not dissipate even after death. It was formed by the psyche energy, a special existence that only had a form, but did not have a real body. The pitch-black sky was incomparably stifling. Gu Fei stood on top of a mountain beside the valley, looking at the unbelievable scene in the valley with indescribable shock. It was truly unbelievable. The battle cries from the ancient times still lingered in his ears, causing his blood to boil. Even though they had died countless years ago, and not even their corpses and bones remained, the psyche energy still did not dissipate even after so many years. The illusory figures fought fiercely in the grand formation. There was no flesh and blood flying, no blood splattering, only shocking cries and the sound of weapons clashing. Without a doubt, this ancient ruins had definitely been destroyed in a battle. In the midst of the storm, Gu Fei suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation coming from the ancient ruins below. Sensing this spatial fluctuation, Gu Fei's expression instantly changed. The spatial fluctuation came from an ancient altar in the ancient ruins. Gu Fei's expression became even more unsightly. This ancient altar had some connection with the nameless ancient palace in the death swamp of the ruined sky realm. The ancient transportation formation in the nameless ancient palace was connected to the altar. Since Gu Fei and the old turtle could activate the ancient transportation formation and travel across realms, it was hard to say that the kings in the death swamp who controlled the nameless ancient palace would not come to this world through the ancient altar. Could there really be kings coming out of the ruined sky realm? Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. His attention immediately shifted from the illusory fighters to the ancient altar. What Gu Fei was worried about finally happened. The ancient altar began to emit mysterious runes, and the space above the altar gradually became unstable. In the end, spatial cracks began to appear in the void above the altar. Roar! The void shattered, and a shrill roar suddenly rang out from the shattered void, causing the whole valley to shake. The roar was so abrupt that it seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens, and also seemed to come from the shattered void of ancient times. Then, amidst the deafening thunder, the figure of a ferocious undead creature began to walk out of the shattered void above the altar. It was a white skeleton sparkling and translucent like divine jade, emitting an incomparably powerful aura. Inside the skull, there was a resplendent soul fire that was as dazzling as the sun, as exuberant as a divine flame. This was definitely a king-level undead king. Gu Fei turned pale with fright. He hurriedly hid, and the pale purple vertical mark between his eyebrows began to emit waves of inner space power that enveloped him. Only in this way could he escape the detection of the undead king. With a king coming out of the ruined sky realm, the northernmost demon region would probably face an unimaginable storm. The spatial passageway formed by the shattered void quickly disappeared. After the undead king walked out of the spatial passageway, he immediately shocked the surrounding scene. Countless illusory figures were fighting, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Even the White Bone King was extremely shocked and incredulous. The entire ancient ruin suddenly shook violently. Then, an incomparably powerful illusory figure appeared above the ancient ruins. That misty figure, which gave off an unreal feeling, stared at the White Bone King on the altar. A terrifying killing intent formed a beam of killing light that shot towards the White Bone King on the altar. The soul fire in the White Bone King's skull flickered violently. Then he stretched out a sparkling jade-like palm and directly met the terrifying killing intent. Bang! The jade-like palm and the dazzling killing light instantly collided, something that Gu Fei couldn't believe happened. The White Bone King on the altar was actually blasted off the altar by the killing intent. The terrifying killing intent formed a killing light that covered the White Bone King's jade-like palm with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. That was an immortal god bone body that was even harder than divine metal. After being blasted off the altar, the White Bone King roared again and again. He was in big trouble. He fell among the countless ancient figures that were fighting desperately below the altar. It was the faint and illusory figure of an ancient warrior that had gone through the baptism of countless years. The terrifying killing intent still hadn't dissipated, and it had never been extinguished. In this pitch-black stormy night, an unimaginable phenomenon appeared in the ancient ruins. This meant that the ancient ruins hid a great secret that no one knew about. The White-Bone King, who had fallen off the altar, received an unimaginable blow. The terrifying killing intent directly attacked the soul fire in its skull. This was an attack that came from the soul. It was difficult to defend against. The White-Bone King immediately suffered unimaginable damage, and the soul fire in its skull gradually dimmed. The tall figure that had blasted the White-Bone King off the altar once again closed in on the White-Bone King. The terrifying killing intent once again formed a terrifying killing light that blasted directly at the White-Bone King's chest. Crack! With a loud sound, 3 of the White-Bone King's ribs were immediately broken. Its body suffered an unimaginable blow, and cracks appeared on its bones. The White-Bone King was directly blasted hundreds of meters away. With a bang, it landed right at the edge of the ancient ruins. The White-Bone King had suffered a series of serious injuries. How could it dare to stay? It directly rushed out of the ground and turned into a ray of white light, rushing out of the valley in a panic. Chapter 250. It was too terrifying. A king in the ruined sky realm was actually beaten by a phantom formed of killing intent to the point that it couldn't fight back at all. This made Gu Fei, who was hiding on the side, feel shocked and incredulous. In the ruined sky realm, a king, who dominated a region, was a terrifying existence comparable to a demigod. The killing intent formed was earth-shattering, and it could easily kill immortals and gods. The primordial relic in the valley had become a land of death. No living creature dared to set foot in it. Countless illusory, smoke-like ancient figures were fighting desperately, exuding a tragic and stirring aura. Every blurry figure seemed as if it could dissipate with a gust of wind, but they were as powerful as gods of war, their killing intent soaring to the sky. The torrential rain and the whistling cold wind were all blocked outside the relic. The storm only raged outside the relic. There wasn't even a drop of rain in the relic, as if the rain that poured down from the sky evaporated when it reached the relic. On such a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, such a horrifying scene caused Gu Fei's mind to ripple and his jaw to drop. The Demon Sand Island didn't seem simple. Gu Fei vaguely felt that there seemed to be a great secret hidden on the island. At the very least, the island had existed since ancient times. Even though it had been washed by the waves for countless years, and other places had long been turned into mulberry fields, the power of nature couldn't erase this island from the god-fallen sea. Roar! The White-Bone King roared at the sky and desperately rushed out of the relic. It didn't dare to stay, and directly rushed out of the valley without looking back. Outside the valley, the Undying King, who felt that he had escaped danger, stood on a large rock and roared at the sky. It was difficult for him to make a real sound because of his bone body, but his strong soul fluctuation spread in all directions. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The heavy rain that poured down from the sky was blocked by the power of the White-Bone King's bone body when it was 10 feet away. The White-Bone King was furious. He never thought that he would fall into danger and suffer unimaginable damage as soon as he was teleported out of the ruined sky realm. The White-Bone King was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Of course, he didn't have any flesh, so he couldn't vomit blood. The soul fire in the skull flickered continuously, and was no longer as vigorous as it was when it first came out of the spatial passage. The terrifying killing intent in the vestige had weakened his soul flame by at least 2/3. His soul fluctuations were no longer as shocking as before. This Undying King's body, which was sparkling and translucent like divine jade, was covered in a layer of multicolored light. The most serious injury was the blow to his chest. His sternum was shattered, and 3 of his ribs were broken. His spine was almost broken by that terrifying killing intent. The king of the undead creatures in the ruined heaven realm had been reduced from the demigod realm to the void-controlling realm. It would probably take a long time for him to recover his peak strength. The killing intent that had taken shape in the ancient ruins did not rush out from the valley. However, the terrifying ripples in the valley grew even more intense. The ancient warrior's murderous intent seemed to be unable to leave the ancient ruins. The White-Bone King turned his head and looked into the valley. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. Then he turned around and charged into the storm without looking back. In the darkness, a figure silently chased after the White-Bone King. When the White Skeleton King was teleported out from the ancient altar in the Archean ruins, a few other Archean ruins on the Tung-Long continent also had some unusual movements. In the extreme west of the Tung-Long continent, there was a paradise on earth that everyone yearned for. The Western Buddhist land was definitely a spiritual land in the Tung-Long continent. In the Buddhist land, there were 30,000 temples with golden bricks and jade tiles. Everyone believed in Buddhism and cultivated Arhat Buddhahood. Every evening, when the sun set in the west, melodious bells would ring out from the Buddhist land. Countless Buddhist disciples would chant, creating a peaceful and sacred scene. The central region of the Buddhist land was inhabited by cultivators with profound Buddhist power. Legend had it that the central region of the Buddhist land was still guarded by Arhat Buddhas. The Buddhist land was vast and boundless. In the central region there was a spiritual mountain. Over there precious trees swayed and jade grass covered the ground. All kinds of unheard of and unseen celestial flowers and plants were spread all over the spiritual mountain. Many palaces were located on the peaks of the spiritual mountain. Waterfalls and flowing springs dotted the mountain. There were also many Buddhist palaces floating in the sky deep in the clouds. This spiritual mountain was truly a treasured land of the heavens and earth. Natural spiritual roots gathered here, attracting spiritual energy from all directions. There was not a single blade of ordinary grass or tree on the emerald green mountain peaks. All the vegetation was surging with spiritual energy, flickering with divine light. If one cultivated on this spiritual mountain, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. The Buddhist palaces on the mountain were all built on the spiritual veins with the densest spiritual energy. Some of the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins could even make the Buddhist palaces float above the spiritual veins. An ancient Buddhist palace was located in the middle of the spiritual veins, stabilizing the spiritual veins. The interior of the Buddhist palace was empty. There were no decorations or statues of Buddhas. However, the floor of the Buddhist palace was engraved with countless ancient talismans. More than 2 months ago, the ancient Buddhist temple that had been suppressing the central spirit vein for an unknown number of years suddenly had a strange movement. How could it be that the ancient Buddhist palace that was suppressing the spiritual veins in the central region suddenly moved? Soon, all the Buddhist Vedanta in the Western Buddhist land were alarmed. The reason why the land of Buddha was like a paradise was because the spiritual veins of the spiritual mountains gathered spiritual energy from all directions. If the ancient Buddha hall had any strange movements and caused the spiritual veins to change direction, the land of Buddha would face a catastrophe. The underground spiritual veins changing directions was not unheard of in the Tung-Long continent. Once the spiritual veins changed directions, the original fairyland would become barren hills and unruly rivers. When the spiritual veins changed directions, the heaven and earth would move. In order to prevent the spiritual veins from moving, a long time ago, an almighty in the Buddhist land who had cultivated to the Buddha realm moved an ancient formation diagram to suppress the spiritual veins in the central region. Later on, in order to prevent the formation diagram from being damaged by the sun and wind for a long time, someone built a Buddhist palace at the location of the formation diagram and sent people to watch over the formation diagram. The ancient formation diagram contained an unfathomable power and indeed suppressed the spiritual veins in the central region. After so many years, nothing strange had happened to the spiritual veins in the central region of the spiritual mountain. The terrifying fluctuation coming from the ancient Buddhist palace made all the Buddhist Vedanta extremely nervous. Some people even thought that the ancient Buddhist palace could no longer suppress the spiritual veins below. This was a sign that the spiritual veins were exploding. However, the fluctuation from the ancient Buddhist palace did not last for long before it disappeared. Then, a scene that dumbfounded all the Buddhist Vedanta appeared. An almighty that had only appeared in legends walked out of the ancient Buddhist palace. From then on, the tranquility of the Buddhist land was completely shattered. When the almighty saw that the spiritual mountain was filled with spiritual energy, he decided to stay in the ancient Buddhist palace and not leave. Although the Buddhist Vedanta were unwilling, they had no choice but to do so. Who told the other party to be so tough? In the peaceful spirit mountain, Red-crowned cranes fluttered among the auspicious clouds. Dozens of sika deer, which were not afraid of humans, chewed on spirit herbs in the mountain. Big white rabbits, which were as fluffy as snowballs, appeared in the forest and grassland. In such a treasured land, these animals had long since gained spiritual energy. 2 months later, in the western Buddhist lands on a starry night, beside a clear spring in the middle of a spiritual mountain, there was a bonfire. On a rock beside the bonfire sat a guy with the body of a turtle and the head of a dragon. Roasted chicken wings, I like them. The fellow held a tree branch with a few chicken wings skewered on it and roasted them over the bonfire while singing a self-made folk song. A young novice monk with white teeth and red lips was trembling as he waited on the fellow. "You little baldy, hurry up and catch a few more wild chickens for me." The tortoise body and dragon head fellow rubbed his belly after enjoying the chicken wings, as if he hadn't had enough. Then, he turned to the young novice monk and spoke loudly. This, Buddhists are forbidden to kill. I. The young novice monk was startled and couldn't finish his sentence. Your head. If you don't go and catch a few wild chickens, I'll eat you. Little baldy, your skin is soft and tender. I'm sure you'll taste better than wild animals. Haha. The tortoise body and dragon head fellow laughed loudly. Just as the young novice monk was frightened by the turtle-bodied dragon-headed fellow, suddenly, a strange rumbling sound came from the direction of the ancient Buddha hall, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Not good. The dragon head and tortoise body fellow's expression changed. He couldn't be bothered with the young novice monk anymore. He jumped up from the ground and disappeared with a whoosh. The young novice monk couldn't hold on any longer. His legs gave way and he fell to the ground. When he had been sent to serve this Almighty that even the elders of the Buddhist land had to be respectful to, he had been scared half to death by the appearance of this Almighty. This young novice monk was frightened by this powerful being's stern voice. He was almost scared out of his wits and was in a state of despair. At this moment, the man with a dragon head and a turtle body, who was known as the Almighty by the Buddhist land's Vedanta, had already appeared in front of the ancient Buddha hall. He stood in the void, his eyes emitting a terrifying cold light as he stared nervously at the ancient Buddha hall below. Rumble. The entire ancient Buddhist palace, which was suppressing the central spirit vein, started to shake. It seemed like something was about to rush out of the pitch-black door of the ancient Buddhist palace. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A strange fluctuation appeared in the void. 4 old monks wearing red kasayas and holding prayer beads appeared at the same time in the east, south, west and north of the ancient Buddhist palace. Chapter 251. Greetings, Venerable One. In the sky, the 4 old monks whose teeth were almost all falling off put their palms together and bowed respectfully to the guy with a dragon head and a tortoise body standing in the void. The cultivation of these 4 old monks was very powerful. They were all Buddhist experts of the imperial void realm. Humph. The guy with the dragon head and a tortoise body seemed very displeased to see the 4 old monks standing in the air around the ancient Buddha temple. Legend had it that the dragon had 9 sons, each with a dragon head and a tortoise body. He was one of the 9 sacred dragons. If the legend was true, then this guy's background was frighteningly great. This guy with a dragon head and a tortoise body was none other than the old tortoise who was separated from Wuxia after encountering an irresistible force when he was teleporting across the world. You want to casually give me a *T title of venerable, and pull me into the camp of you bald donkeys to work for you? Unless the sun rises from the west. The old turtle sneered inwardly. However, this spirited mountain was an excellent place for cultivation. It was full of spiritual chi. For the time being, it was better to play with these bald donkeys as a nominal venerable one. The relationship between the Western Buddhist land and the old turtle was very subtle. Both wanted to make use of the other, so the two temporarily appeared to be united but were actually at odds with each other. In fact, what the old turtle was really worried about was a powerful existence in the depths of the spirited mountain. The Western Buddhist land was not as simple as it seemed. This land of bliss that everyone yearned for seemed peaceful, but it also abided by the law of survival of the fittest. No force could completely control this land of bliss. The Western Buddhist land also had its own sphere of influence and super forces. The spirited mountain in the Western Buddhist land was a special place. It didn't belong to any force and wouldn't join any force, but no force dared to extend its reach into the spirited mountain. There was an extremely powerful existence in the spirited mountain. That person in the depths of the spirited mountain made the old turtle feel uneasy. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The ancient Buddhist temple shook violently. Dust fell from the ancient temple, and the entire temple looked like it could collapse at any time. The powerful creatures in the ruined heaven realm are already able to activate that teleportation formation? The old tortoise was very surprised, because the energy required to activate the formation was too great. Even an expert of old tortoise's level had to prepare for several months before he could condense 5 energy sources needed to activate the formation. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from within the ancient Buddha hall. The terrifying power caused heaven and earth to tremble. The old monks guarding the east, south, west, and north of the ancient Buddha hall swayed and almost fell from the sky. At this moment, old tortoise rushed into the ancient Buddha hall through the wide-open door. Then, a series of intense fighting sounds came from the ancient Buddha hall. Roars could be heard from the ancient Buddha hall from time to time. Following that, an evil and terrifying aura spread out from the ancient Buddha hall. The 4 old monks were nervously guarding the 4 directions in the sky. Each of the 4 old monks was holding a Buddhist demon subduing magic tool in their hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged out of the ancient Buddha hall. A cloud of black mist rushed out of the ancient Buddha hall. Within the black mist, a tall figure could be vaguely seen from time to time. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Inside the ancient Buddha hall, the old tortoise's cold voice was heard. Then a huge hand rushed out from the ancient Buddha hall. Pung! It directly dispersed the black fog. The black smoke that had been blasted apart did not completely dissipate into the void. The black mist quickly gathered into a black cloud and shot up into the sky at lightning speed. However, the 4 old monks guarding the sky above the ancient Buddha hall had already taken action when the black fog rushed out of the ancient Buddha hall. The 4 old monks unleashed a vast amount of Buddhist energy, laying down an inescapable net. Amidst the vast and mighty Buddhist energy, a huge swastika emitted boundless golden light, illuminating the entire night sky as it descended from the sky. Roar! An angry roar came from the black mist. A huge sound wave reverberated between heaven and earth and lingered in the mountains. All the Buddhist disciples on the entire spirited mountain heard this roar. A terrifying energy wave like that of a mountain spread out from the evil black fog. The powerful existence hidden in the black fog rushed directly towards the swastika that was descending from the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire world shook for a moment. A surging power shook the world. The huge airwave caused a terrifying tornado to blow in the sky. The powerful existence in the black mist used its tyrannical power to directly shake the swastika descending from the sky like a huge mountain. The swastika that emanated boundless fluctuations of Buddhist energy burst forth with a brilliant golden radiance before shattering and transforming into rays of golden light that shot out in all directions. The shattering of the swastika caused the 4 old monks to suffer a great impact. They simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward like kites with their strings cut. When the swastika Buddha seal was shattered by the Demon King in the black mist, countless golden lights burst out. They were like tangible destructive lights. Flowers, trees, and even the rocks on the ground, as long as they were hit by the golden lights, they instantly turned into dust. After breaking through the Buddhist power seal, the black mist did not dare to stay any longer. It directly rode a black cloud and fled toward the east. At this time, the old turtle walked out of the ancient Buddha hall unhurriedly. He had definitely done it on purpose. He had deliberately released the powerful creature teleported out of the ruined sky realm. In fact, the old tortoise was no stranger to the powerful creature in the black fog. That powerful creature was one of the 3 great demon kings that had appeared when the old tortoise was collecting the earth-stabilizing pillar in Heaven Burial Valley. It was the mysterious demon king hidden in the black fog. Venerable one, please make a move. The 4 old monks who had been sent flying walked toward the old turtle from hundreds of meters away with blood spilling from their clothes. Someone else will deal with that demon king. Why are you so flustered? After saying that, the old turtle ignored the 4 old monks and did not chase after the demon king. Instead, he turned and walked back into the ancient Buddha hall. There was a terrifying existence in the spirited mountain, whose strength was not inferior to the old turtle's. Most importantly, the old turtle did not want to be used as a tool and risk his life for others. The strange black mist quickly went far away and soon disappeared under the night sky. Unexpectedly, the powerful existence in the spirited mountain did not make a move. The four old monks' faces darkened when they saw the old turtle's attitude. They looked at each other and then turned to leave. The ancient Buddha Hall was located on the spirit vein in the center of the spirited mountain. It was definitely the place with the densest and most abundant spirit chi in the entire spirited mountain. The Western Buddhist lands Vedanta dared not say anything when such a sacred cultivation ground was occupied by the old turtle. The Western Buddhist land did not want to have a conflict with the old turtle, so they could only let him occupy the ancient Buddha Hall. The news that a powerful monster king had appeared in the Western Buddhist land spread like wildfire, causing quite a commotion in the peaceful Western Buddhist land. Meanwhile, on the Devil's Sand Island in the northernmost God Ocean thousands of miles away from the Western Buddhist land, dark clouds still shrouded the sky and thunder rumbled. The power of heaven and earth made all living creatures tremble. In the sudden storm, all the monsters on the island seemed to have gone into hiding. The torrential downpour turned the Devil's Sand Island into a swamp. In a low shrub on the island, there was a place that even the all-pervasive storm could not approach. There was not a single drop of rain within 100 meters. This was a rainless space. A figure sat cross-legged in the center of the space. To be precise, it was a white skeleton. Moreover, it was a sparkling and translucent immortal god jade skeleton that was comparable to divine jade. The white skeleton king came to the shrub and began to heal. The soul fire in the skull emitted waves of energy that poured into the skeleton. When the soul strength flowed through the white bone king's cracked body, the cracks on the white bone king's body gradually disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared on the white bone king's body. The rainless area within 100 meters seemed to have become the white skeleton king's territory. As long as one was within this area, the white skeleton king would be able to detect even the slightest movement. 100 meters away, Gu Fei was secretly observing the white skeleton king's every move in the shrub. He was waiting for the best time to make a move. That's right. Gu Fei had his eyes on the heavily injured white skeleton king, whose cultivation had been reduced to the void-controlling realm. Moreover, he had the cover of the storm. With all these factors combined, Gu Fei saw that it was possible to kill this void-controlling realm expert. The purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows vibrated continuously. The power of the inner space enveloped his entire body, making him feel as if he had jumped out of the 3 realms and out of the 5 elements. The white skeleton king did not notice that Gu Fei was hiding nearby. Moreover, if someone walked into the rainless area, the white skeleton king would immediately sense it. Gu Fei was very clear that with his current strength, if he missed, he would be the one to die. Everyone only had one life and no one wanted to die like this. The soul fire in the white skeleton king's skull flickered continuously. 2 divine lights shot out from its eye sockets like 2 divine swords. The soul power spread out as if it had endless spiritual energy. The bones were healing quickly. The white skeleton king's power was recovering. He couldn't wait any longer. If he allowed the white skeleton king to recover, he would have no chance at all. The power of the inner space enveloped his entire body. Gu Fei carefully took the first step into the rainless area. After taking the second step, Gu Fei had completely entered the white skeleton king's territory. Chapter 252. The king's domain covered a radius of 100 meters. Even the slightest movement or change could not escape the senses of the king's divine sense. Even if a bug flew into the Undying king's domain, it would be sensed by the Undying king. However, when Gu Fei stepped into the Undying king's soul domain, the Undying king, who was sitting in the bushes and healing himself with his soul power, did not seem to sense anything strange. The soul domain did not seem to have any effect on Gu Fei. The spatial power that was guided from the inner space between Gu Fei's eyebrows made Gu Fei feel as if he had jumped out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. He was no longer a person of this world. Even the Undying king, who was much stronger than Gu Fei, could not sense Gu Fei's existence. This was the terror of a cultivator who had cultivated an inner space. Of course, Gu Fei was an exception. With his current cultivation, he could not even make a crack in the void, let alone open an inner space. Breaking the void was the divine ability of a demigod. Of course, even a powerful demigod could only make a crack in the void. If one wanted to really break the void, he would need to have the cultivation of an invincible supreme saint. Invincible Supreme Saint was a legendary existence in the Tonglong continent. They were the most powerful cultivators in the whole continent. Their cultivation was comparable to an immortal. In other words, if one wanted to open an inner space, he would need to have the cultivation of an immortal. Gu Fei was not an immortal, nor did he have the cultivation of an immortal. He was able to open an inner space, but it was not because of his cultivation. It was a complete anomaly. For cultivators below the immortal level, Gu Fei had the initiative. This initiative was actually the initiative to escape from a powerful opponent. If Gu Fei escaped into an inner space, no one would be able to sense him unless it was an invincible supreme immortal who had cultivated an inner space. Evidently, the undead king didn't sense the approaching danger. Enveloped by the power of space, not a single trace of Gu Fei's aura leaked out. Even his killing intent was isolated by the power of space. Gu Fei silently snuck behind the undead king like a ghost. He didn't make any sound as he used his spatial force to isolate everything. However, he was still plotting against a powerful existence that had fallen from the demigod realm to the void-controlling realm. An expert of this level was enough for Gu Fei to look up to. Bang! 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 Gu Fei could clearly hear his own heartbeat. An illusory longsword appeared in his hand. It was a sword shadow without a physical body. To be precise, it was a sword soul. The sword soul that had been fused into his body was guided out by him. A cold and sharp sword chi pervaded the air. However, this sword chi only surged within the range of Gu Fei's space force. The undead king in front of him didn't feel anything strange. 10 zhang, Gu Fei's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. 8 zhang, Gu Fei's clothes were already drenched in sweat. 5 zhang, Gu Fei stopped. At this moment he didn't dare to get any closer. His water-like soul power completely enveloped a radius of 15 meters around the Undying king. This was the first time that Gu Fei was so close to an undead king. The vast soul power emitted a terrifying fluctuation, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. It was as if he was facing an immemorial sacred mountain. If this giant mountain were to move, he would be crushed into pieces. Gu Fei felt the danger. This was a fatal threat. Even though its strength had been reduced to the void-controlling realm, this undead king was still extremely powerful. However, the arrow was knocked on the bow, and it had to be released. Gu Fei clenched his teeth and used all his strength to activate the space energy in his Naiwan palace. He could clearly sense that the space within 100 feet had begun to tremble when he used all his strength to guide the space energy. The few spiritual grasses that were planted in the inner space, which were originally green, gradually withered. The wood spiritual chi contained in the spiritual grasses was rapidly dissipating. The rapid loss of the space force directly plundered the life essence of those spiritual grasses. The inner space, which was originally slightly green, once again became a barren land. The vast space force converged between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A ball of light began to appear between Gu Fei's eyebrows, emitting astonishing space ripples. It was as if that ball of light, which was the size of a pigeon's egg, was a condensed world. When the space force was raised to the limit, Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly detonated the space force that was compressed into a ball of light between his eyebrows. Boom! In an instant, the whole world seemed to have fallen into a boundless universe. There was no wind or rain, no day or night, not even light. A powerful space force burst out, as if a separate space had been opened up in the void. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. There was no sky, no earth, and no boundary. This sudden change immediately woke up the undead king, who was using his soul power to heal himself. He was shocked and furious. He knew that he had been plotted against. Someone had used a great divine ability to pull him into an unknown space. At the next moment, before the undead king could react, an illusory sword shadow silently streaked across the void. With a flash, it pierced into the undead king's skull, which was emitting a dazzling soul light. Although the illusory sword shadow didn't have a physical body, it still pierced through the immortal god's skull, which was as hard as godly metal. It pierced the undead king's skull from the back, and pierced the soul fire in the skull. Buzz! The illusory sword shadow shook violently, and a large part of the undead king's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose was shaken out of the undead king's skull. Even the incomparably hard skull was almost torn apart. The dazzling soul fire streaked across the absolute void like countless meteors, turning this part of the void into day. The power that the sword soul unleashed was extremely huge. Not only did it directly disperse half of the soul fire in the skull, but it also cracked the undead king's skull, revealing the soul fire inside. Roar! The undead king roared at the sky. It was shocked and furious. It hurriedly pounced forward and broke free from the sword shadow. It had suffered an unimaginable injury, which was even more serious than the injury it suffered in the ancient ruins. Nearly half of the soul fire that was shaken out of the sword soul's skull was quickly absorbed by the surrounding void. This made the undead king completely furious. Its power was directly weakened by half, and its strength had almost fallen from the void-controlling realm to the transcending mortality realm. It desperately urged the remaining soul fire in the skull without any regard for the consequences. A vast power surged out like a raging sea, and the powerful power shook this strange space. At the next moment, this strange space couldn't bear the powerful power that was like a volcanic eruption. It broke through the seal of the space power, and caused this part of the void to collapse. The undead king sensed the aura of the outside world the moment this strange space collapsed, and it returned to the outside world. The undead king was shocked to find that it was still in the shrubs. The storm was still raging, and the sky was still shrouded in rolling black clouds. The black clouds had almost reached the ground from the sky. Swoosh! A dazzling five-colored sword chi suddenly slashed out from the void behind the undead king, aiming for its neck. This sword light appeared so abruptly, as if it had suddenly shattered the void and appeared without any warning. By the time the sword light appeared, the incomparably sharp sword chi had already arrived in front of him. The undead king raised its arm to block. Gotcha! One of its bones was instantly cut off. The power of the sword was not weak at all, and directly swept across the undead king's cervical vertebrae. It was hard to imagine that the five-colored sword chi seemed to be invincible, and could even cut through the bones of the immortal god that was comparable to divine iron. The undead king was extremely unwilling, but its skull flew up, and its bones fell into the muddy rainwater. When it saw the enemy behind it, the undead king's anger was about to reach the 9 heavens. The one who sneak attacked it was actually a weak ant. It was really unforgivable. Its skull had already been pierced by the sword soul, and then after the impact of the sword soul's unparalleled sword chi, nearly half of its skull was broken. The broken skull could no longer completely wrap around the soul fire inside the skull. A vast soul power directly surged out from the skull. Even though it had suffered heavy injuries, it was still very powerful. Without its bones, it could still fly in the sky with only its skull left. The undead king's broken skull surged with an earth-shattering soul power, and quickly pounced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't want to have a head-on confrontation with it, so he quickly retreated. At the same time he raised his left hand, and a black gas rushed out from his hand, and suddenly exploded in the sky. It emitted an endless gloomy and fiendish aura, and shrouded the incoming skull. This was the demonic treasure that Gu Fei had obtained from the demon that he had killed. The black evil soul falling sand. The endless colding chi seemed to even freeze the void, and the pouring rain turned into ice. The undead king's skull suddenly rushed into the black evil soul falling sand. In the next moment, the undead king's angry roar came out from the black gas that covered the sky. This wasn't a real roar, but it was 10 times more powerful than a real roar. This was the strong fluctuation of the soul. Even a deaf person could hear it, because this was the roar of the soul directly affecting the heart. The black evil soul falling sand's attack on the soul was absolutely fatal. However, the undead king was once a demigod expert, and its cultivation was too strong. Its skull unexpectedly rushed out from the black gas. However, the originally sparkling and translucent immortal god bone that was as white as divine jade had already become as black as ink. The ball of soul fire in his head had also become extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Chapter 253. After the undead king's skull broke free from the black evil soul falling sand, it didn't dare to stay any longer. It directly soared into the sky, trying to escape. At this moment, the Undying king's aura was extremely weak. In fact, Gu Fei's endless powerful attacks had frightened the once insufferably arrogant Undying King. Gu Fei's attacks were all aimed at the Undead King's fatal weakness. However, Gu Fei wouldn't let the Undead King, whose skull had been corroded by the black evil soul-falling sand, escape so easily. Buzz! A dazzling sword light suddenly appeared, and sword chi surged in the bushes. The five-colored sword chi, like a five-colored rainbow, shot toward the fleeing skull in the sky. Puff! With a soft sound, the five-colored sword light instantly chopped the broken skull. The extremely sharp sword chi instantly chopped the broken skull into two halves. The spirit fire in the skull gave off a powerful spiritual ripple. At the same time, it was blasted apart by the unparalleled sword chi. Bright light suddenly shot out, illuminating the stormy night sky. It was like a bright lamp in the midst of the storm. Gu Fei couldn't have been happier that he had killed a king in the Ruin Heaven realm. Then, he cast a profound art and slowly gathered the soul fire that had exploded into pieces back into his body. That was the soul power that contained enormous power. All of it was gathered by Gu Fei. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and countless light spots constantly gathered towards Gu Fei. The specks of soul light that had gathered were all absorbed into Gu Fei's body. The soul power of a void-controlling realm expert was not that easy to be refined. This was a long refining process. Therefore, after Gu Fei had collected all the soul fire that had exploded into his body, he began to guide the power of the inner space. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, Gu Fei's real body descended into the inner space. Then he sat cross-legged in the center of the inner space and began to operate a mysterious art to refine the soul power in his body. The Demon Sand Island, which was shrouded in the storm, was plunged into darkness. One couldn't even see their own fingers. Although they didn't see any demonic creatures, there were still many unknown killing intents. Only in the inner space that one had opened up was the safest place. The countless light spots and the enormous soul power that Gu Fei had absorbed into his body gradually merged with his chi and blood. The enormous life essence was cleansing Gu Fei's body. The Undying Monarch's soul fire was refined into a huge amount of essence energy, which was then used to increase his cultivation. As the sea of soul essence energy was gradually refined, it fused into his muscles, bones, flesh, and blood. The soul flame in the Undead King's head was born from death. It was a newly cultivated soul that contained an unimaginably huge amount of life essence. The soul fire in the Undead King's head was born from death. It was a newly cultivated soul, which contained an unimaginable amount of life essence. Every inch of Gu Fei's skin and muscle was surging with the life essence refined from soul power. It was as if an endless stream of life energy was pouring into Gu Fei's body, causing his life force to be abnormally vigorous. The exuberant vitality caused Gu Fei's skin to flow with a layer of brilliance. His flesh, bones, and internal organs were all filled with resplendent light, flickering with the precious splendor of life. Gu Fei constantly refined the specks of soul that entered his body, transforming them into waves of vitality that constantly cleansed his body. The strength of Gu Fei's body had already reached an unimaginable level. There were very few people in the same generation who had a stronger body than him. Gu Fei's physique had reached an unimaginable level. Among the same generation, there were very few people who had a stronger physique than him. No one knew how much potential the human body had, and to what extent the physique could transform. But Gu Fei already knew that the human body was a treasure. Martial arts could allow people to unearth the hidden treasures in their body. Along with the increase of cultivation, the hidden treasures in the body would gradually be unlocked. The Undead King's soul fire had been severely injured. Although it was extremely weak, it still contained an unimaginable amount of soul power. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the inner space, was already enveloped by a dazzling spiritual radiance. The dazzling radiance caused the inner space to fluctuate with powerful energy. After an unknown amount of time, the radiance around Gu Fei's body gradually weakened, while Gu Fei's aura became more and more powerful. Rumble! The entire inner space began to tremble. The boundary of the space and the primal chaos zone began to crumble, turning into the most primal energies of the world: earth, water, wind, and fire. Gu Fei's inner space was expanding. This indicated that Gu Fei's cultivation was increasing. The increase of cultivation directly caused the inner space to expand. In other words, the higher the cultivation, the bigger the inner space. After completely refining the undead king's soul power, Gu Fei clearly felt the increase of his cultivation. His skin was flickering with a sparkling 5-colored radiance. His body had gone through a round of refinement. Every inch of his skin contained formidable power. Gu Fei felt that whether it was his strength or the toughness of his body, all of them had been improved. His 5 elements battle body had become even more powerful. As the increase of cultivation stopped, the expansion of the inner space also gradually stopped. Gu Fei discovered that his inner space had expanded a lot. Before his cultivation increased, the diameter of the inner space was only around 10 feet. Now it was around 12 feet. Gu Fei stood up from the ground and casually waved his hand. A dazzling radiance soared into the sky. Boom! The radiance landed on the primal chaos zone above. The entire inner space shook violently along with Gu Fei's attack. The explosion of blinding radiance lit up the entire inner space. Gu Fei knew that his cultivation had broken through to the second heavenly stage of the ascended mortality realm. On the path of cultivation, Gu Fei had taken a huge step forward. Gu Fei had obtained great benefits from refining the undead king's soul power. One must know that the path of cultivation was much more difficult than other cultivation systems. It was worth the risk. Gu Fei's cultivation had reached the second heavenly stage of the ascended mortality realm. He also possessed the incomparably powerful 5 elements battle physique. In addition to his exuberant vitality, he was filled with great confidence. He felt that he already had the strength to fight against the 2 devil masters on the island. On this Devil's Sand Island where danger lurked everywhere, only with great strength could he be fearless. Gu Fei broke the void and walked out of the inner space. He only broke the void within his own inner space, not the void of the world. He realized that the storm had stopped. The shrubs were in a mess. The rain had already subsided, leaving behind a thick layer of mud. The sky was still dusky. There were no changes in the sky, as if it was still covered by a layer. A blurry sun hung in the western sky. It was almost dusk. Gu Fei suddenly realized that the undead king's skeleton had disappeared. He couldn't help but be shocked. He then carefully observed the shrubs. In the end, he realized that there were traces of people walking in the shrubs. Although the traces were deliberately concealed, it still couldn't hide from Gu Fei's eyes. Someone had taken away the undead king's skeleton. It was highly likely that it was done by the devil cultivators on the Devil's Sand Island. Apart from the devil cultivators who occupied the central region of the island, there were no other cultivators on the island. Gu Fei decided to go to the central region to investigate. He was a little worried. He didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. If the devil dragon ship had already come to the Devil's Sand Island, he would have missed the chance to leave the island. Shua! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With a single step, he was already 400 feet away. It was as if he was teleporting. After his cultivation had reached the second heavenly stage of the ascended mortality realm, Gu Fei's speed had also increased. In just a few steps, his figure had disappeared into the distance. However, when Gu Fei arrived at the central region of the Devil's Sand Island, he suddenly felt a terrifying baleful aura coming from the front. Gu Fei immediately stopped and hid in a kernel. Could it be that a devil cultivator has come to the island? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Soon, Gu Fei sensed that the baleful aura didn't come from the valley in the central region of the Devil's Sand Island. Instead, it seemed to be coming from the other side of the island. When Gu Fei stealthily came to the valley in the central region where the mysterious demon crystals were produced, he saw dozens of black-clothed demon dwellers moving boxes after boxes out of the valley. Gu Fei couldn't help but rejoice when he saw this scene. The devil dragon ship had yet to leave the Devil's Sand Island. Those black boxes emitted an incomparably cold aura. Without asking, it was obvious that the black boxes contained the profound demon crystals. Gu Fei concealed himself and patiently waited. These people would bring him to the devil dragon ship, so he wasn't in a hurry. Very quickly, the dozens of demon dwellers moved close to 100 black boxes to the entrance of the valley. Then, 3 middle-aged demon dwellers walked out of the valley. Each of the demon dwellers' body was surging with a huge wave of demon energy. Devil cultivators of the Devil Master level? When Gu Fei saw these 3 middle-aged men, He couldn't help but be shocked. As expected, there were devil cultivators on the island. Gu Fei also sensed the aura of 2 other devil cultivators coming out of the valley. 5 devil cultivators. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air and became even more cautious. If he was discovered by those devil cultivators, he would be in danger. If the 5 devil cultivators joined hands, Gu Fei could only escape. The 3 powerful devil cultivators each took out a storage pouch and divided the nearly 100 black boxes into 3 parts before putting them into their respective storage pouches. Then the 3 devil cultivators directly left the island. The dozens of devil cultivators respectfully sent the 3 devil cultivators off before retreating back into the valley. Gu Fei carefully followed behind the 3 devil cultivators. He didn't dare to get too close and maintained a distance of about 30 to 40 zhang from the 3 devil cultivators. Chapter 254. After the 3 demon masters put away the 100 boxes of mysterious demon crystals in their storage bags, they headed towards the south of the Devil's Sand Island. In the dusky dusk, the 3 black shadows were like 3 ghosts moving quickly in the mountains, without any sound or presence. And behind the 3 demon masters, a figure carefully followed them, maintaining a distance of 30 to 40 feet from the 3 demon masters in front of him. If a transcending mortality realm cultivator used a magic tool, he could fly in the air. However, the 3 demon masters did not soar into the air. However, even if they did not soar into the air and fly, the speed of the 3 demon masters was not necessarily slower than flying in the air. Soon, the 3 demon masters came to the seaside hundreds of miles away. Gu Fei hid in the dark and looked at the beach. He was surprised to find that there was a black dragon-shaped ship anchored on the sea not far away. This big ship was black and shiny, like a black dragon hiding in the sea. Emitting a terrifying demon dragon aura, it was terrifying. This was definitely a terrifying devilish ship. The pitch-black dragon-shaped hull emitted a fierce baleful aura that soared into the heavens. A vast and terrifying aura caused people to involuntarily tremble from the depths of their souls. This was a terrifying aura that was enough to frighten all living beings in the world. The murderous aura that Gu Fei sensed in the middle of the Devil's Sand Island originated from this demon ship. The thousands of miles of sea seemed to be calm because of its appearance, and the figures of the demon beasts that were often seen in the sea also disappeared without a trace. The God-fallen sea, which should have been turbulent, was at this moment as calm as a mirror. It was really incredible. The demon ship seemed to have an unpredictable magic power that allowed it to sail in the God-fallen sea. This is the demon dragon ship? Gu Fei was shocked. He found that there was a huge black dragon head on the bow of the demon ship. The ferocious dragon head made Gu Fei feel endless pressure. Legend has it that the ship that could sail in the God-fallen sea was made from the real bones of the demon dragon. The dragon head on the bow was probably the remains of the demon dragon when it died. Sinister, evil and powerful. This was the true portrayal of this demonic ship. The 3 evil masters didn't seem to notice anything strange, nor did they notice that Gu Fei was following them from afar. After the 3 demon masters boarded the demonic dragon ship, Gu Fei wanted to observe the ship from afar before making his next move. However, the demonic dragon ship started to move. No way! Gu Fei groaned inwardly. Looking at the situation, this demonic dragon ship was about to leave the Devil's Sand Island. However, it wasn't nighttime now. The demonic dragon ship was on the sea, and the surroundings were clear. If he approached the demonic dragon ship like this, he would definitely not be able to escape the eyes and ears of the demons on the ship. What should I do? Gu Fei didn't expect that the demonic dragon ship was about to leave the Devil's Sand Island. This left him at a loss. Without the demonic dragon ship, unless he could fly, he would be trapped on the Devil's Sand Island. Gu Fei looked around and realized that there was a rock not far from where he was hiding. Hence, Gu Fei used the cover of the rock to sneak into the sea, and then dove silently into the sea. However, when Gu Fei dove into the sea, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Cold. The seawater was much colder than ice. Even with Gu Fei's current physique, he could still feel the bone-piercing cold. The God-fallen sea was indeed not simple. In such a low temperature, the water would have already turned into ice. However, the seawater in the God-fallen sea showed no signs of freezing. Gu Fei, who had dove into the sea, realized that the visibility in the sea was very low. Even with his eyesight, he could only see about 10 to 20 meters away. Any further than that was a blur. Waves of fluctuations came from afar. Gu Fei could clearly sense the terrifying and evil aura emitted by the demonic dragon ship. The aura of the demonic dragon made Gu Fei feel incomparably oppressed, but it also pointed him in the right direction. The sea was very quiet. After Gu Fei identified the direction, he paddled his hands and feet and swam in the direction of the demonic dragon ship. The powerful force generated by the paddling of his hands and feet allowed Gu Fei to quickly swim through the sea like a fish. At this moment, the demonic dragon ship had already weighed anchor and set sail. On the ship, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of demons constantly moving about. The sea breeze on the Godfallen Sea was very strong. The demonic dragon ship sailed at a very fast speed, braving the wind and breaking the waves. Gu Fei desperately chased after the ship in the sea. In the sea, he could occasionally sense a powerful aura coming from the distant sea. He knew that it was the aura of the ferocious beasts in the sea. He didn't know if it was because of the demonic dragon aura emitted by the demonic dragon ship, but the powerful demonic beasts in the sea didn't dare to approach the demonic dragon ship. Some even forced the demonic dragon ship to open up a path. In this way, Gu Fei was unknowingly spared from the attacks of the terrifying demonic beasts in the sea. However, Gu Fei knew that even so, he was still in danger. Once he left the range of the demonic dragon aura emitted by the demonic dragon ship, the countless demonic beasts in the Godfallen Sea would tear him into pieces. With his second heaven of the transcending mortality realm cultivation base, he wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the demonic beasts in the sea. Fortunately, Gu Fei's 5 elements battle body had gradually taken shape. His physical body was incomparably strong, and every move he made contained great strength. Coupled with the vast 5 elements yuan qi in his body, his speed in the sea was basically the same as the demonic dragon ship. The demonic dragon ship couldn't shake Gu Fei off, and Gu Fei couldn't close the distance between him and the demonic dragon ship. In the sea, his body was surrounded by seawater. Gu Fei used the internal breathing technique to absorb the air in the seawater through the pores on his body to maintain the balance in his body. For hours later, the sky was completely dark. There were no stars in the sky and there was no moon. The sea was turbulent, but the sea was calm. Gu Fei rushed out of the sea and walked on the waves. He couldn't even see his own fingers in front of him in the surging sea. The demonic dwellers on the demonic dragon ship definitely wouldn't be able to find him. Swimming in the sea, Gu Fei couldn't use his 8 steps extreme speed. Now there was no longer this restriction. Swoosh! Stepping on the waves, Gu Fei's figure moved on the sea as if he was teleporting. With one step, he was already 300 to 400 feet away, and the waves were like a broad road. The extreme speed 8 steps caused Gu Fei's speed to more than double. He was like a phantom as he sprinted on the surface of the sea. Soon he saw a large pitch-black ship that looked like a demonic dragon sailing rapidly in front of him. The ever-changing weather above the Godfallen Sea didn't affect the navigation of the demonic dragon ship at all. The wind and waves couldn't capsize the demonic dragon ship. It was pitch-black between heaven and earth. The sky in the demon area was very strange. It seemed to be in a different world from the central plains of the Tonglong continent. In other areas, cultivators could tell the direction by the position of the stars in the sky. However, in the northern demon area there were no stars to tell. Once night fell, it was difficult to tell the direction in the northern demon area, especially on the ever-changing Godfallen Sea. It was easy to get lost in the vast sea. This was also the reason why the Godfallen Sea was said to be difficult for even immortals to cross. Gu Fei didn't know which direction the demonic dragon ship was sailing in, nor did he know if it was sailing inland. The only thing he could do now was to follow the demonic dragon ship in front of him. Just like that, Gu Fei and the demonic dragon ship chased each other in the endless Godfallen Sea for a whole night. When the sky was about to brighten, Gu Fei suddenly realized that the demonic dragon ship in front of him had begun to slow down. Gu Fei also slowed down. He didn't want the demons on the demonic dragon ship to know of his existence. After all, there were 3 known devil masters on the ship. Gu Fei didn't believe that there were only 3 devil masters on the demonic dragon ship. There were definitely other experts on the ship. It wouldn't be surprising if there were even devil generals on the ship. Soon Gu Fei discovered the reason why the demonic dragon ship had slowed down. It turned out that there were countless submerged reefs hidden under the water. Even the demonic dragon ship, which was refined from the bones of the demonic dragon, couldn't ignore the existence of the submerged reefs in the water. Gu Fei didn't have any experience living on the sea. If he had lived on the sea and knew some common sense, he would have jumped for joy. The appearance of the submerged reefs indicated that there was land nearby. Of course, most of the places where the submerged reefs appeared were islands. Sure enough, after the demonic dragon ship sailed for nearly an hour in this reef-filled sea, a horizon appeared in front of them. That's... Gu Fei looked into the distance and was extremely excited. Land. Could the land in front of him be the inland area of the northern demon area? Gu Fei was overjoyed. At this time the sky was already bright. He dived into the sea again and swam forward. Because of the aura of the demonic dragon coming from the demonic dragon ship, there were no traces of demonic beasts in the nearby sea. It seemed that all the demonic beasts had already avoided it. The aura of the demonic dragon deterred the demonic beasts, causing all the demonic beasts in the God-down sea to retreat in panic. This allowed the demonic dragon ship to sail safely on the God-down sea. If it was an ordinary ship, it would have been torn to pieces by the powerful demonic beasts in the sea. Ordinary ships only dared to sail in the safe sea and absolutely did not dare to go deep into the God-down sea. After an hour, the demonic dragon ship arrived at the seaside and anchored on a pier. At a seaside a few miles away from the demonic dragon ship, a person was walking out of the sea. When Gu Fei walked from the sea to the beach, the water on his clothes had already evaporated by his mysterious technique. Gu Fei noticed that there was a coconut grove on the beach. There were still many coconuts hanging on the coconut trees. The sea breeze carried a fishy smell. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the beach and walk into the coconut grove, Gu Fei's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to the right side of the coconut grove and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something tearing through the air came from the thicket. Then Gu Fei saw countless sharp arrows emitting a misty blue light shooting out from the thicket, flying towards him. Chapter 255. Without warning, the sudden attack surprised Gu Fei. His eyes were like lightning, and he was surprised to see that on top of the arrowheads that were shooting towards him like raindrops, each arrowhead was surrounded by a blue light, and a strong energy wave was emitted from the sharp arrowheads. These were not ordinary arrowheads. They were obviously refined by an expert, and contained powerful energy. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless, and before he could figure out the power of these strange arrowheads, he chose to retreat. Using the peripheral desolation steps, Shua, Gu Fei left an afterimage in his original position, and retreated rapidly. Chi! 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 The arrows that shot like meteors all hit the afterimage, causing the afterimage to instantly dissipate in the void. However, the arrowheads that missed did not fall to the ground, but paused in the air, and then continued to chase after Gu Fei. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be startled, thinking, could it be that these arrowheads were like the sword immortal flying sword, controlled by someone? Gu Fei saw that the flying arrows that emitted a cold blue light did not seem to stop until they hit him, so he immediately formed a seal with both hands, and a vast power gathered in his hands, and then surged forward. 5 Elements Annihilation Fire Seal Technique. Gu Fei struck out a killing seal technique that represented the power of fire, and a vast fiery red aura, like a real divine fire, exuded a terrifying high temperature, blocking in front, blocking the flying arrows. Countless arrowheads. Rumble. The fire sealed the space in front of him, and the terrifying power of fire fiercely collided with the countless flying arrows. Boom! 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 Thunderous booms resounded from the surging fire elemental power. The entire void shook along with these booms. The countless flying arrows that emitted a cold blue light actually exploded under the blockade of the fire elemental power. Balls of blue light suddenly erupted, illuminating the nearby beach in a blue color. Those flying arrows contained a powerful force. Amidst the loud explosion, the fire elemental power that Gu Fei had shot out was scattered by the powerful force that erupted from the flying arrows. A few of the flying arrows even broke through the sea of fire and shot towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei pressed his right palm forward. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the beach, and a dazzling golden light illuminated the world. Under the fierce power of the metal element palm, the arrowheads that flew in front of Gu Fei immediately exploded. A powerful force was released. The blue light was not any weaker than the golden light. The two forces collided violently and finally dissipated in the void at the same time. Preposterous. After Gu Fei destroyed the flying arrows, he immediately took a step forward and rushed towards the thicket beside the coconut forest like the wind and lightning. At this moment, a shout came from the thicket. Then a dozen tall, bare-chested men with dark blue skin jumped out of the thicket. Gu Fei stopped in front of these people, and then his sharp gaze swept across these people. These men who jumped out of the thicket drew their bows and arrows, and aimed at Gu Fei. The arrowhead of each arrow was surrounded by a blue light, and a powerful wave of energy rippled from it. These men were at least a head taller than ordinary people. Animal skins were tied around their waists, and they had a pair of big bare feet. The quiver on their backs was still filled with dozens of flying arrows. Their strong bodies emitted a fierce and wild aura. These shockingly powerful flying arrows seemed to be weapons that could be used up, and not magic treasures that could be used continuously. Gu Fei and these people, who seemed to be from the ancient tribes, were in a tense confrontation. At this moment, two powerful auras suddenly erupted from the direction of the demonic dragon ship, and then spread over. There were experts fighting. Then, a dull thunderous sound that seemed to come from the 9 heavens came from the direction of the demonic dragon ship. Gu Fei sensed 3 powerful energy waves coming from the direction of the demonic dragon ship. He couldn't help but change his expression. The first thing he thought of was that the demons on the demonic dragon ship were also attacked like him. "Why did you attack me?" Gu Fei was the first to break the silence as he spoke in a deep voice. Being ambushed for no reason made Gu Fei very angry. A young man who seemed to be the leader of the group walked out. He looked like a ferocious beast and sized up Gu Fei with a surprised look. This young man was very muscular. As long as his eyes could see, the bulging muscles on his body looked like a horned dragon coiling around his body. You're not one of the invaders?" The young man looked at Gu Fei from head to toe again and again before speaking with a face full of shock. The young man's words were a little stiff. At this moment, the strong men who were aiming their arrows at Gu Fei didn't look so nervous anymore. "What invaders? Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Gu Fei said. At this moment, he had already guessed that these people were lying in ambush at the seaside to deal with the demons on the demonic dragon ship. "The aura on your body." The strong young man looked puzzled. He was very curious. The person in front of him didn't seem to have the evil aura of those abominable invaders. The fiendish aura on the body of a demon cultivator was formed from killing. It was the most recognizable sign. Although the fiendish aura on Gu Fei's body was also very strong, his aura was righteous and not evil. "Barbarian bull. Don't be careless. These invaders are very cunning." At this moment, a middle-aged man took a step forward. The bow in his hand was still aimed at Gu Fei. He didn't relax at all. Barbarian Bull's eyes immediately widened when he heard Gu Fei's words. His sharp gaze was fixed on Gu Fei's face. As long as he gave the order, the dozen men behind him would immediately release their arrows. "Humph," Gu Fei sneered. He wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble. Since the other party wanted to fight, he would definitely accompany them to the end. Apart from the young man called Barbarian Bull, Gu Fei didn't care about these primitive people. Although the flying arrows were powerful, he had extreme speed 8 steps. These flying arrows wouldn't be able to hurt him. Just as the two sides were about to fight, a loud boom. An earth-shattering sound came from afar. Gu Fei could clearly feel a strong tremor coming from the beach beneath his feet. When he heard this loud sound, Barbarian Bull's expression changed. He didn't care about Gu Fei anymore. Instead, he actually led his men and rushed in the direction of the demonic dragon ship. Gu Fei hadn't expected that Barbarian Bull would lead his men away just like that. This group of people was filled with hostility towards Gu Fei. However, it was clear that the battle over at the demonic dragon ship had already reached its climax. Although Barbarian Bull looked burly and stocky, he wasn't stupid. He knew that if he got entangled with Gu Fei now, the battle over at the demonic dragon ship would be very disadvantageous. This fellow is also a powerful and decisive person. Gu Fei watched as Barbarian Bull led his men into the coconut grove and muttered to himself, "What kind of people dared to oppose the Six Paths Demon Palace?" Gu Fei was very curious. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He wanted to know who these people who seemed to have come from ancient times were. It should be known that the Six Paths Demon Palace was very powerful in the extreme North Demon region. There weren't many powers in the entire extreme North Demon region that could contend with them. Hence, Gu Fei chased in the direction that the group of people had disappeared in. At this time, there were more than 100 people fighting on the pier where the demonic dragon ship was docked. The black-robed people were the demons of the Six Paths Demon Palace, while the tall, bare-chested man with an animal skin draped around his waist was a fellow similar to Barbarian Bull. This was a frightening and valiant race. Although their weapons were very primitive, they displayed great combat strength. Even when facing demons with demonic weapons, they could still fight endlessly. A tragic aura permeated the entire beach. Vast energy waves filled every inch of the void. Demonic treasures were constantly being blasted apart, turning into meteors as they exploded. There were also people from the mysterious race who were injured by the demons, their blood splattering on the beach. The two sides seemed to be fighting for their lives. War cries shook the sky and the earth. There was a terrifying aura of thousands of soldiers and horses engaged in a chaotic battle. This was a battle between cultivators. The powerful energy that erupted could destroy everything. However, the experts of the two sides were fighting on the surface of the sea. A tall, barefooted figure that looked like a god or a devil stood on the surface of the sea. He had no clothes on his upper body, and his lower body was draped with the skin of an unknown beast. He held a three-pointed, double-edged trident in his hand. His entire body seemed to be cast from steel, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. Opposite this person were two middle-aged men who looked like they were cast from the same mold. These two middle-aged men in black robes looked exactly the same. However, their skin colors were different. One middle-aged man's skin was dark green, while the other middle-aged man's skin was dark red. These two middle-aged men, one green and one red, looked extremely evil. Sinister energy waves emanated from the bodies of these two middle-aged men. It was obvious that these two middle-aged men were experts of the demonic path. The three experts faced off on the surface of the sea. The two evil-looking middle-aged men displayed a powerful aura. Their cultivation bases were definitely rare among the experts of the demonic path. However, the tall middle-aged man, who gave off a strong sense of oppression, didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing the two demon masters. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. "Ba Ji, you should lead your people and submit to the Six-Path Demonic Palace," the dark green-skinned magician said to the middle-aged man holding the trident in front of him. "Tong Lu, I am a descendant of the gods and demons. How can I lower my head to you?" The middle-aged man called Ba Ji said loudly. His voice was like a great bell, and the sound waves caused ripples to appear on the surface of the sea. Both sides were ready to fight. They had already raised their auras to the limit. A huge battle was about to break out. Chapter 256. The three powerhouses stood on the surface of the sea, exuding a powerful aura that caused huge waves to form in the sea. At this moment, the demon dragon ship had already left the pier and was heading towards the distant sea. Tong Lu Tai Xiao Dai. Ba Ji, the descendant of the demon god, shouted angrily as he held the black trident in his hand. His long hair danced wildly in the wind as a violent force erupted from his demon-like body. Boom! The powerful force caused the surface of the sea beneath his feet to explode, creating huge waves. In the next moment, a black light broke through the waves and pierced Tong Lu's chest. Swoosh! Tong Lu's figure disappeared from his original spot in an instant. Then, as if he had teleported, he suddenly reappeared 10 feet away. Tong Lu waved his hand and a green crescent-shaped blade of light shot out. It tore through the air and headed straight for the tall figure that was rushing out of the waves. At this moment, a layer of dark green demonic light appeared on Devil Master Tong Lu's body. A powerful and ferocious aura emanated from him. His demonic eyes emitted 2 rays of cold green light, making him look as terrifying as a bloodthirsty demon. Tong Lu's brother, Tai Xiao, unleashed a peerless attack at Ba Ji the moment Ba Ji attacked Tong Lu. A dark red bloody light surged towards Ba Ji like a dark red blood cloud formed by filthy blood. A cold, evil and powerful wave of energy surged out of the blood cloud, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Within the blood cloud, there was a faint rumbling sound that was like thunder that could shake one's soul. Humph! Baji, who had rushed out of the waves, snorted coldly, causing the entire void to tremble. Then, he pressed his palm against the surging blood cloud. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out on the surface of the sea. Two vast forces suddenly collided, and a tornado was immediately formed on the surface of the sea. The terrifying power that was released not only swept up the seawater into the air, but even the bottom of the sea was exposed. A great pressure spread out in all directions. Even the people fighting on the shore temporarily stopped. Everyone revealed looks of shock. Baji, the descendant of the demon god, displayed his powerful battle strength. After dispersing the blood cloud with his palm, he used his trident to deflect the green light blade that was flying towards him. Tong Lu and Tai Xiu looked at each other in shock. This Baji was indeed powerful. His cultivation level was probably close to the demon general realm. At this moment, a few shrill screams suddenly sounded from the shore. There was a commotion on the shore as a group of people suddenly charged out from the thicket. There were only a dozen or so people in this group, but all of them held powerful bows and arrows. As soon as they charged out, they drew their bows and shot at the demons. Rays of blue light tore through the air like blue lightning, giving off powerful energy ripples as they shot towards the demons. The expressions of the demon dwellers on the shore immediately changed. They sensed a powerful energy fluctuation from the blue lightning arrow. Poof! A demon could not dodge in time and was hit in the arm by the flying arrow. Then with a flash of blue light, boom! The flying arrow that was stuck in the demon's arm exploded. Amidst the horrified screams, half of the demon's body was blown into pieces. The remaining half of his body flew out and blood splattered across the sky. By the time he hit the ground, the demon was already dead. The blue flying arrow did not stop until it saw blood. Chi! 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 The sound of the flying arrow piercing through the air was like a soul-chasing song in the ears of the demons. The demons hurriedly dodged. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises sounded on the shore. Among the demons there were bursts of dazzling blue light. The power of the flying arrow was being unleashed. The powerful energy that was released mercilessly destroyed everything within a radius of 5 zhang. The devil cultivator that was able to avoid the flying arrows, even if they did not die, they would at least suffer some injuries, and their demon equipment would be destroyed. As for a few unlucky devil cultivator, they were shot by the flying arrows, and followed in the footsteps of the devil cultivator that had died a tragic death. The flying arrow was so powerful that the demons could not withstand it. They all dodged. The demonic god's descendants immediately gained the upper hand. The group of soldiers that suddenly charged out from the thicket were the dozen demonic god's descendants led by Man Nio. They were like a sharp knife that entered the battle and broke the balance of power. Gu Fei, who was following behind Man Nio, also arrived nearby. He hid in the forest by the seaside and coldly watched everything that happened on the shore. He discovered that the battle on the shore had already been decided. If the Six Paths Demon Palace did not have reinforcements, defeat was only a matter of time. That Man Nio was extremely wild. He was like a terrifying berserk beast in human form. He drew his bow and shot several demons to death in an instant. After using up the flying arrow, Man Nio directly pounced on the demons that had already lost their will to fight. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The demons that faced him were all torn apart by his bare hands. Bloody mist rose from his body. He was incomparably ferocious. Barbarian bull bathed in hot blood. The blood that splattered seemed to have stimulated his berserk nature. He roared and his entire body emitted a terrifying baleful aura. Everywhere he passed, the devil cultivators all avoided him. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest, couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart when he saw this. This youth was like a ferocious beast. His baleful aura wasn't any weaker than those ferocious beasts that had slaughtered countless life forms. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound came from the sea. The battle between the 3 great demon masters had also reached its climax at this time. As they stepped on the surging waves, 1 green, 1 red, and 1 blue, 3 figures quickly moved on the surface of the sea. They were like bolts of lightning that pierced through the surface of the sea, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. The battle between the three experts on the sea immediately attracted Gu Fei's attention. In the extreme north demon region, the experts that could be called demonic masters were all at the transcending mortality realm. For cultivators, this realm was the threshold to the supreme immortal Tao. But for demonic cultivators, it was a crucial step for them to shed their mortal bodies and truly step onto the demonic path. However, whether it was the immortal Tao or the demonic Tao to human cultivators, they all wanted to succeed in their cultivation and live in this world. It could be said that they were different paths to the same goal. Gu Fei noticed that the aura emitted by the burly middle-aged man with the black pitchfork seemed to be somewhat different from the aura of the two devil masters who were fighting endlessly with him. The energy fluctuations of the middle-aged man were not pure demonic Tao energy. They were different from the other demonic Tao cultivators. Tonglu Taishio, you can die now. The middle-aged man waved the pitchfork in his hand and forced the two demonic masters to retreat. Then he soared into the sky. Celestial demon split the heavens first move. The middle-aged man soared into the sky and shouted loudly. His voice shook the sky and the earth, startling countless seabirds on the coast. The middle-aged man's hair was flying in the air. He directly pressed his palm down on the two demonic masters Tonglu and his brother who were standing on the waves. Endless blue divine light surged in front of the middle-aged man's palm and swept down like a tsunami. It was as if the torrential weak water of the nine heavens Milky Way had been received. Rumble. The heavens and the earth were shaking. It was as if a mountain had suddenly collapsed in the sky. The heavens and the earth shook. When the unparalleled strength surged, a deafening sound burst out in all directions. This guy is going all out. Tong Lu, who was standing on the waves, screamed. He looked up at the terrible blue light that was surging down from the sky. His green face became extremely serious. So what? He's courting death. Tai Xiao, who was standing next to Tong Lu, said with a hideous smile as he looked coldly at the tall demonic figure in the sky. If that's the case, let's go all out. Tong Lu suddenly grinned and looked at Tai Xiao. In the next moment, the two of them fiercely charged at each other. Gemini demonic skill. The combination is invincible. The two of them shouted in unison. Then, a powerful green light erupted from Tong Lu's body and engulfed his figure in an instant. At the same time, a dark red bloodlight also surged from Tai Xiao's body. Two extremely evil demonic lights instantly collided. There was no sound, but the energy waves that erupted from the two demonic lights multiplied in an instant. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the two demonic lights were actually merging. What the hell? Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest by the shore, saw this scene. He did not know what was happening, but he was sure that the two demonic masters were displaying a powerful demonic skill. Rumble! The wild middle-aged man in the sky, who claimed to be a descendant of a demonic god, had already shrouded the area with a terrifying power that could shatter the sky. The sky and the ground were shrouded by endless blue light. It was the light of death that could tear the sky apart. However, just as the light of death shrouding from the sky was about to devour the two-colored demonic light that was fusing on the surface of the sea, a power so powerful that it made everyone's heart palpitate suddenly erupted from the demonic light. At this critical moment, the two demonic lights seemed to merge together. The mighty energy waves that emanated from the demonic light were actually not weaker than the first move of the demonic god split the heavens. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to see a huge and terrifying figure within the ball of light that was bursting with dazzling demonic light like a scorching sun on the surface of the sea. Boom! It was as if two worlds were violently colliding. In the dazzling light, visible cracks in the space spread. One side of the world seemed to be collapsing and collapsing. It was completely a scene of the end of the world. The ground split open and seawater rushed high into the sky. The terrifying energy that erupted caused the ground to tremble violently. The people who were fighting on the shore stopped. They could not stabilize their bodies and swayed left and right. However, everyone looked at the sea in horror. At this moment there was only fear in them and they had completely forgotten to fight. Chapter 257. Devil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiao were twin brothers. The devil skills that they cultivated were famous in the devil path. When the two balls of devil light fused together, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao seemed to have really fused into one. This was not as simple as 1 plus 1. When two great devil masters fused together, Their strength rose to an unimaginable level. They displayed a great demonic might, causing people to be extremely shocked. The first move of the divine demon split the heavens, and the Gemini devil skills Gemini Unity. The two extremely powerful killing moves collided. Immediately the heavens and earth shook. Even the void cracked. The terrifying power that was released caused the earth to undulate violently. The seawater rushed up to the sky, and even the seabed was exposed. Gu Fei, who was hidden in the forest by the shore, was shocked to the extreme when he saw this terrifying scene. These three guys were really too powerful. Gu Fei asked himself that with his current cultivation, it was absolutely difficult for him to compete with these experts. The terrifying fluctuation of energy that erupted like a mountain caused Gu Fei to feel as if a 500 kilograms boulder was pressing down on his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable and suffocating. Rumble! The two vast and unparalleled powers collided violently and cancelled each other out. The terrifying power that fell from the sky was collapsing. The divine demon power that the middle-aged man struck out was disintegrating. At the same time, a figure soared into the sky in the glaring light. It was the figure of the middle-aged man. He was sent flying high into the sky by the mighty power. The gloomy and terrifying devil light that shrouded Tong Lu and Tai Xiao was also shaken off. A huge figure fell from the sky. Everyone was shocked to find that what appeared in front of them was a giant. Devil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiao had really fused together. The giant was 3 meters tall, and his appearance was exactly the same as the two brothers, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao. The only difference was that the strength of this giant was much more formidable than either of the two brothers. The body of the giant emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. It was extremely powerful, and it was rapidly falling to the seabed. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the sea. The seawater within a radius of 4 to 5 miles was repelled by the mighty aftershock, revealing an area of 4 to 5 miles without seawater. The terrifying shockwave that erupted caused a huge wave that was hundreds of meters tall to appear on the sea. The waves within a radius of 50 kilometers surged violently, affecting the sea within 1,000 kilometers. Boom! The 3-meter-tall, terrifying demonic body that seemed to be forged from divine metal smashed into the seabed, causing the entire ground to shake. Even Gu Fei, who was hidden in the forest on the shore, felt a violent tremor under his feet. When Tong Lu and Tai Xiao unleashed the Gemini demonic technique, the two great devil masters fused together in an unbelievable manner. Their strength was at least a few times stronger than when they were alone. The Gemini demonic technique was definitely a terrifying demonic technique. The Gemini ominous demons formed when they were fused together were comparable to demon generals. Even Gu Fei was filled with fear when he saw this scene. A void-controlling realm cultivator was someone that he could only look up to. Damn it! A deep and unwilling roar came from the sky. Baji, a descendant of the god and demon god, who was holding a black trident with 2 blades, was thrown high into the sky. From the ground, the crowd could only vaguely make out a black dot in the shape of a human. High up in the sky, Baji's long hair danced wildly. His powerful body was covered with cracks, and traces of blood were seeping out from the cracks. He was injured. Just now, he had collided head-on with the twin ominous demons, and the extremely powerful recoil force had caused the skin on his body to split open. This made Baji, a descendant of the god and demon god, very angry. As someone with the bloodline of the ancient god and demon god, his strength was synonymous with strength. His body was strong enough to withstand a magic treasure of the demon path. But now the powerful body that he was so proud of was actually injured. This was a disgrace to Baji, a descendant of the god and demon god. At this time, when the two ultimate moves collided, the vast and terrifying energy began to gradually weaken. On the shore, the demon dwellers and the descendants of the gods and devils, who were battered by the chi waves, began to regain their senses. Kill! The god and demon god's descendants were wild and ferocious. Every one of them was a berserker. After they regained their senses, they immediately rushed toward the confused demon dwellers. The young man named Man Nyo was the strongest warrior among the god and demon god's descendants on the shore. The tall demonic figure was slaughtering to his heart's content. With a punch, a millstone-like magic treasure of the demon path was sent flying. Then his hands tore forward and blood splashed. Man Nyo was fierce and ferocious. He tore open the body of a demon dweller with his bare hands. Intestines, livers, and other organs spilled on the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely cruel. Fierce killing intent lingered around his body. His wild and ferocious aura made people feel extreme danger. Man Yo's body was tall and majestic. He was at least 10 feet tall. Among the people that Gu Fei had seen, he was the tallest and strongest. Of course, that was except for the twin ominous demons formed by the fusion of evil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiu. The twin ominous demons were formed by the fusion of two people. In fact, it was not just a single person. Within the huge body, not only did it contain vast power, but it also had two independent souls. In other words, the twin ominous demons looked like a giant, but in fact it was a powerful fusion of two independent souls. It could not be considered a single person. The state of the twin ominous demons was only temporary. As for how long they could maintain this state, only evil Master Tong Lu and Tai Xiu knew. At this moment Man Yo was bathing in hot blood. He was like a humanoid beast, cold and cruel. His eyes shot out two terrifying cold lights, and the aura he emitted was like that of a wild beast. Ah! A miserable scream came again. Man Yo pounced and his powerful right hand pierced through a demon's chest. He dug out the heart from the chest. 5 fingers closed. Bang! With a bang, the beating heart in Barbarian Bull's hand turned into a cloud of blood mist and exploded into the air. Hiss! All the demons sucked in a breath of cold air and dodged one after another. Man Yo was really too powerful and terrifying. He was wild and ferocious to the point that it made people's hearts turn cold. At this time in the sea, the area that was blocked and exposed to the seabed was once again submerged by the surging seawater. What was submerged was also the twin ominous demons. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. In the surging water, a tall figure rushed out from the water. Roar! The 1-meter-tall twin ominous demons faced the sky and roared. He stood on top of the waves. His tall body was like a big mountain, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as he looked towards the sky. This demonic demon that made people tremble in fear, needless to say, it was not an exaggeration to call it an ominous demon. In the sky, Baji, an expert of the demon god's descendant clan, was holding a 3-pointed, double-edged black iron trident as he rapidly fell from the sky. Baji, go to hell! The twin ominous demons roared. They actually soared from the sea and rushed towards the falling Baji. The words of the twin ominous demons were very strange. It was as if there were two people talking at the same time. 2 different accents came out from their mouths. When Gu Fei heard it, it immediately made all the pores on his body explode and goosebumps appeared on his skin. Flying in the sky. What really shocked Gu Fei was that after the 2 great demon masters fused together, they actually displayed a divine ability that only void-controlling realm cultivators could master. It was really unbelievable. The twin ominous demons were too terrifying. After fusing together, the transcending mortality realm demon masters were equivalent to void-controlling realm demon generals. Due to the limitations of the cultivation realm, although the twin ominous demons were not true void-controlling realm demon generals, their strength was comparable to void-controlling realm demon generals. Swoosh! The twin ominous demons directly appeared beside Baji. Without any fancy tricks or using any demon weapons, they directly used their palms to clash with the demon god's descendant who was known for his strength. Boom! An incomparably dazzling demonic radiance surged out like a monstrous tidal wave, and collided with the rapidly descending halberd. A majestic power erupted, and a dreadful demonic radiance surged out in all directions like a billowing wave. There seemed to be a sudden clap of thunder in the void. Without any suspense, even though the halberd had borrowed the extremely powerful momentum of its descent, it was still blasted away. Roar! The demon god's descendant, Baji, roared continuously. Blood spurted out from his mouth and his body flew hundreds of feet away uncontrollably. A violent aura spread in all directions. Baji, a descendant of the god and devil, who was famous in the demon domain for his vigorous strength and valiant body, had a 10 feet tall sturdy body that emitted a blue light. He was like a blue meteor streaking across the sky, and with a boom he crashed into the sea. He was actually blasted away by pure strength. The Gemini ominous demon was incomparably strong. A simple clash of strength was not his true strength, but he wanted to defeat Baji and humiliate Baji with this. This was because the demon god's descendant was a special existence in the God's Sea in the extreme north demon domain. This clan was extremely strong because they had the blood demon of the demon god. Even when they were young, the descendants of the fiend gods were able to tear apart lions and tigers, and even kill some weak magical beasts. It could be said that they possessed an innate advantage that caused all the devil cultivators in the devil domain to be extremely envious. When Gu Fei saw the giant figure in the distant sky, he could not help but be aghast. He could not believe that two demon masters had become so powerful after fusing into one. The twin ominous demons stood in the void. There seemed to be a raging demon flame burning around their bodies. Their demon eyes emitted a terrifying light, and their long black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Qin Wentian strode towards the place where Baji fell into the water. With every step he took, the entire space seemed to tremble. It was as though a demonic mountain was moving, emitting an incomparably terrifying devilish might, causing the hearts of those who saw it to palpitate. Chapter 258. To Gu Fei, he had seen many battles between experts. However, those people's cultivation were much higher than his, and he could only see flowers in the fog. He did not understand what was going on, and he could not even tell what was going on. However, he had benefited a lot from the battle between the twin ominous demons and Baji, an expert of the descendants of gods and devils. The two brothers, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao, were in the transcending mortality realm, while Baji, the descendants of gods and devils, had not broken through to the void-controlling realm. They were all in the transcending mortality realm. Even though the cultivation of these demonic Dao people was stronger than Gu Fei could still see some things from them. Gu Fei was different from other cultivators. He was walking on a path that no one had walked before. Others had teachers to guide them, so they would not take many detours during their cultivation. However, Gu Fei did not have any teachers to guide him, so he could only rely on himself on the path of cultivation. Today, after watching the battle between the twin ominous demons and Baji, who were in the same cultivation realm as him, he suddenly understood many things. In the past, when he was cultivating, some of the doubts he had encountered were also easily solved. On the path of cultivation, different roads lead to the same destination. The battle between the demonic Dao experts could also be used as a reference. The battle between the twin ominous demons and Baji seemed to have a clear winner. Tong Lu and Tai Xiao displayed the twin unification demonic technique, and the two of them merged into a terrifying ominous demon. This was not as simple as 1+1. The new body that was formed from the fusion displayed a terrifying strength that was comparable to a void-controlling realm demon general. It was not a demon general, but it was comparable to a demon general. The twin unification demonic technique could be said to be a terrifying demonic Dao technique. After the fusion of two transcending mortality realm demon masters, they could display the strength of the void-controlling realm. It could be said that the two twin ominous demons, Tong Lu and Tai Xiao, were already invincible in the transcending mortality realm. This made Gu Fei pay attention to Tong Lu and Tai Xiao. If he were to face these two terrifying opponents in the future, as long as they showed signs of the twin unification technique, he would have to retreat. One must know that the Gemini ominous demon that could display the strength of the void-controlling realm was undoubtedly a nightmare to the transcending mortality realm cultivators. The transcending mortality realm cultivators were absolutely unable to contend against the Gemini ominous demon. The Gemini ominous demons, who were 1 meter tall, exuded a boundless might from their demonic bodies. They walked in the void step by step, and their powerful strength caused the sea below to surge violently. He did not intend to let Baji off. Since he did not want to surrender, then he would kill him. The demonic path pursued the truth that the strong were supreme. Fame, wealth, status, they were all empty. Only formidable strength was the most real. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one would be able to ruthlessly trample on all opponents. This was the most basic rule of survival in the extreme northern devil region. Pung! Just as the Gemini ominous demons approached the place where Baji had fallen into the water, the surface of the sea suddenly burst open. A figure broke out of the water, and a bright black light shot towards the Gemini ominous demons like a black lightning bolt. Humph! I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily. The Gemini ominous demon sneered. It was as if two people were speaking at the same time. It was extremely strange. Swoosh! The Gemini ominous demon's body suddenly became blurry. The black lightning that shot out from the waves instantly split the Gemini ominous demon in half. Hiss! The people on the shore who noticed this scene could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Gemini ominous demon with unparalleled demonic might was killed just like that? Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could not clearly see whether the black light that suddenly shot out from the sea, which emitted a powerful energy fluctuation, had actually hit the Gemini ominous demon. However, the next moment the answer was revealed. The Gemini ominous demon's tall demonic body appeared 10 meters away. What the black lightning had torn apart was only a demonic shadow. It had not truly injured the Gemini ominous demon's body. After the black cold light shattered the remnant shadow, it continued to soar for more than 100 meters before dissipating. A tall figure that emitted a strong demonic aura appeared on the surface of the sea. It was Ba Ji, who was holding the three-pointed, double-edged black iron trident. A violent aura surged from Ba Ji's body. His long hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and his body was surrounded by a blue flame-like light. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared fiercely at the Gemini fiends, who were 100 feet away. Ba Ji reached out his hand to wipe away the scarlet blood at the corner of his mouth. He then said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to have such demonic skills. I have underestimated you." Ba Ji did not show any fear in the face of the Gemini ominous demon, whose strength had skyrocketed to the void-controlling realm due to the fusion. His behavior, however, surprised the Gemini ominous demon. It should be known that when the Gemini ominous demon became one, the enemies of the two brothers only had two choices. One was to immediately turn around and escape without looking back, and the other was to fight to the death and be killed by them in the end. Smart people who didn't want to die would immediately choose to escape when they knew that they were no match for them. As long as there was life, there was hope. This was the wisest choice. The people of the demonic path did not care about their reputation. They would not do things that they knew were impossible for the sake of fame and status. If they died, they would have nothing left. On the contrary, if they could preserve their lives, then everything was possible. Ba Ji was a warrior with the blood of a demon god flowing through his veins, but the Gemini ominous demon did not believe that Ba Ji would fight to the death for some *T warrior's reputation. He must still have something to rely on, otherwise he would not be so calm and composed. This was what the Gemini ominous demon was worried about. The descendants of the demon god race were definitely not simple. "I'm very curious. Why aren't you running away?" The Gemini ominous demon's strange voice rang out. He stood in the void, not in a hurry to attack Ba Ji. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest by the shore, was also very curious as he watched this scene. At this time, the situation on the battlefield was very clear. Ba Ji's strength was weaker than the Gemini ominous demon. Even though he knew that there was a huge disparity in strength between him and his opponent, he still wanted to continue fighting. That was extremely stupid behavior, and it was no different from courting death. You have demonic techniques and I have demon god battle techniques. Victory or defeat is still unknown. Ba Ji said with a hint of disdain in his tone. Demon god battle techniques? When the Gemini ominous demon heard this, his expression immediately turned serious. He knew that the natives of Divine Demon Island, which was called the Divine Demon Island, claimed to be the descendants of the ancient demon gods. Although there was no evidence to prove whether the natives of Divine Demon Island were really the descendants of the ancient demon gods, the big shots of the northern demon region were still very afraid of Divine Demon Island. The big shots of the demonic path, demon monarch of 6 paths, and the great demon Venerate, all wanted to occupy Divine Demon Island and bring it into their sphere of influence. However, every time they tried, they would return in failure. Although no one had occupied Divine Demon Island, the big shots of the demonic path had already vaguely guessed that there seemed to be some kind of secret on Divine Demon Island that outsiders did not know about. The powerful natives had strong bodies and terrifying demon battle techniques. They seemed to be innately fearsome warriors. Moreover, the cultivation techniques they cultivated were not pure devil path divine abilities. "I want to see what other abilities you have," the Gemini ominous demon said coldly. Its demonic voice made everyone's hair stand on end. as if there were two people speaking at the same time from the terrifying demon body. As the Gemini ominous demon spoke, two terrifying demonic lights shot out from its eye sockets. Its right eye was dark green while its left eye was blood red. It was indescribably demonic. A vast demonic aura suddenly erupted from the Gemini ominous demon's body. It was about to make a move. However, at that moment Baji, who was standing on the waves, slowly rose from the surface of the sea under everyone's shocked gazes. Everyone could feel a terrifying energy wave spreading from Baji's body. Within Baji's body, there seemed to be a powerful force breaking through the restrictions. Rays of blue demonic light rushed out of his body, and the ferocious and wild aura caused everyone to tremble. At this time, the battle on the shore had already come to an end. The young expert of the god-devil race, Man Yo, was incomparably powerful. After tearing apart 7 or 8 demons, the demons were defeated. There was no way to reverse the situation, so the demons began to flee. After one demon began to flee, a second one followed. Finally, all of them fled in defeat. As for the natives of Divine Demon Island, they did not chase after the fleeing demons, because everyone knew that the decisive battle had just begun. The battle between Baji and the Gemini ominous demon would ultimately decide who would win and who would lose. If Baji was defeated, none of the god-devil race's descendants present would be able to resist the Gemini ominous demon. Defeating the demons did not mean that they had truly won. The outcome of a battle between experts was the deciding factor. One of the demons was very unlucky. When he was fleeing, he actually rushed into the forest where Gu Fei was hiding. Hence, the result was obvious. Gu Fei did not want to alarm anyone. He instantly made a move and crushed the demon's neck, silently killing him. This demon did not even know how he died. Nor did he see Gu Fei's figure. This was the difference between the transcending mortality realm and the awakening self realm. A transcending mortality realm cultivator could even face a large group of awakening self realm cultivators and kill them all. Roar! Baji held the pitchfork in his hand and roared towards the sky. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his inky black hair danced wildly. He looked extremely ferocious and frightening. A majestic energy wave as heavy as a mountain surged out from his body. As his body gradually rose, it gradually turned into a terrifying energy storm. The terrifying pressure was so heavy that it made it hard for everyone to breathe. What surprised Gu Fei the most was that Baji's bare upper body began to have a layer of blue markings that looked like scales. Demonization? Seeing this scene, the Gemini ominous demon could not help but be shocked. Then, he immediately attacked Baji. A terrifying demonic aura immediately enveloped half the sky, and a vast power rushed towards Baji, who was slowly rising up. Under the great demonic aura of the Gemini ominous demon, heaven and earth shook. Chapter 259. It had to be said that there were many cultivation systems in the Tunglong continent, and there were countless cultivation methods. Among them, there was no lack of powerful and mysterious cultivation methods. Baji, an expert of the descendants of the gods and demons, rose slowly from the surface of the sea with his 3-pointed, double-edged black iron trident. His vast power caused the waves to surge violently. He was executing a terrifying fiend-god battle technique. Its ferocious power shook the heavens, and a scaly demonic inscription began to appear on his strong body, which seemed to be forged from steel. Every demonic inscription was emitting a terrifying blue demonic light, as if a powerful force was being summoned from Baji's body. It was too terrifying. The entire heaven and earth where Baji stood shook. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes emitted a ferocious light that was several feet long, as if it had materialized. His ferocious face was like a demon, and his fierce killing intent caused even the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. At this moment, Baji, the warrior of the descendants of the gods and demons, was extremely powerful. Without a doubt, this was his true strength. He was not a low-ranking Empyrean general, but his strength was breaking through the bottleneck of a low-ranking Empyrean general. Rays of dazzling blue demonic light began to emit from his body. The power of the 2 fiend gods and demons was being released from his body. This was a terrifying and powerful force. Do not underestimate the people of the world. Gu Fei's mind couldn't help but shake when he saw this scene. He was extremely shocked and nervous, and even his palms were covered in cold sweat. He asked himself if his cultivation base could reach the peak of the ninth heaven of the transcending mortality realm. Would he be able to use his martial Dao battle technique to display the terrifying strength of an Empyrean general? Gu Fei was very confident. The ancient martial Dao ultimacy that he cultivated was not any weaker than the Gemini demonic skill and the war demon battle technique. The Gemini demonic skill was a fusion. When two transcending mortality realm demon masters used the Gemini fusion technique, their strength would break through to the Empyrean general. Ba Ji, who was a descendant of the fiend gods, could also use the fiend god battle technique to demonify and suddenly increase his own strength, becoming a terrifying existence that was comparable to the void-controlling realm devil masters. The battle between the Gemini ominous demons and Ba Ji was an eye-opener for Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In order to get something, one must pay a price. This method of increasing one's strength shouldn't last long. Moreover, at the same time that one obtained great strength, this new strength would also cause a certain degree of damage to one's body. This was a flaw that no cultivation method, no divine ability, no Taoist technique could avoid. What would happen if he was allowed to complete his demonization? Devil Master Tong Luan Tai shows newly born Gemini ominous demons, which were formed from the Gemini Unity divine art, were shocked and immediately attacked. A monstrous demonic aura enveloped the entire area, and a terrifying power rushed towards the halberd, which was still slowly rising up. The powerful force shook the heavens and the earth. The state of the Gemini Unity divine art couldn't be maintained for long. He had to kill the enemy in front of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he couldn't maintain the state of the Gemini Unity divine art, they would be the ones to die. Although the flesh and blood of the Gemini ominous demons had fused together to form a powerful war demon, their souls hadn't fused together. However, this didn't matter. Tong Lu and Tai Xiu were twins. Ever since they were born, they had lived together, cultivated together, and made a name for themselves together in the far north demon region. They had even been accepted as demon masters by the demon monarch of Six Paths. The two of them had long reached the stage where their minds were connected. Because of this, they were able to fuse two souls into one and truly display the great power of the Gemini demonic art. Rumble. The destructive power surged high up in the sky. No one dared to breathe too loudly as they watched the terrifying scene in the sky nervously. Just as the terrifying demonic light was about to annihilate Ba Ji thrust out the trident in his hand. The trident looked ordinary, but at this moment, it emitted a blue light that was thousands of feet long. It emitted a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and the earth. It pierced through the void and directly broke through the surging waves of energy. The simple and unadorned black trident seemed to have turned into a terrifying divine weapon that could pierce a hole in the heavens and the earth. It broke through the waves of energy and directly stabbed towards the Gemini ominous demons. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Ba Ji's demonic transformation didn't seem to stop because of the Gemini ominous demon's attack. The power emitted from his godlike and demonic body continued to rise. Boom! The trident in Ba Ji's hand carried an extremely sharp momentum and fiercely collided with the Gemini ominous demon's demonic palm. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye exploded. Then in the sky a destructive energy storm erupted. Rumble! The terrifying energy storm swept out between Ba Ji and the Gemini ominous demons like tens of thousands of horses galloping. The heavens and the earth shook, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The few clouds in the sky were also instantly dispersed by the blast waves. The sky and the ground were filled with terrible energy turbulence. Even the barbarian bull and the other warriors of the divine devil race who were watching the battle from the shore also retreated far away in fear. On the shore, a row of coconut trees that were dozens of feet tall were swept up into the sky. Then they were torn into pieces by the violent power and smashed into the forest behind them. The warriors of the god and demon clan who were retreating in panic on the shore hurriedly blasted away the broken trees in front of them. Cries of alarm rang out everywhere, and it was a scene of chaos. Even the place where Gu Fei was hiding was hit by the broken coconut trees, causing him to hide in another part of the forest. While Man Nyo was in chaos, he sensed that something was wrong with Gu Fei's side. Bang! 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 Man Nyo took heavy steps and like a fast-moving mountain, he charged towards the place where Gu Fei was hiding. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Man Yo was like an unstoppable fierce beast. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, as if a 1,000-pound hammer was heavily pounding on the ground. His unparalleled strength and indomitable momentum, as well as that fierce, wild, and fierce aura, made Gu Fei feel a strong sense of oppression. Bang! Man Yo directly crashed into the forest, and the flowers and trees that were in his way were instantly destroyed, turning into sawdust and broken leaves that filled the sky. Without any words, Man Yo directly attacked and punched towards Gu Fei, who was hiding behind a big tree. Boom! The big tree, which required several people to wrap their arms around, was broken by a single punch. The powerful fist energy caused the huge tree, which was at least more than 60 feet tall, to be shattered into dozens of pieces, which were smashed towards Gu Fei. Humph! With a cold snort, Gu Fei rushed out from the tree like a phantom, and then he also punched towards Man Yo. The dazzling golden light, like a golden wave, rushed forward. Gu Fei directly punched the metal element fist. Under the powerful fist energy, everything in front of him was shattered. Without any fancy moves, this was the most direct expression of power. It's you. At this time, Man Yo had already recognized Gu Fei and exclaimed. The fist energy of the metal element fist was unparalleled, and under the shroud of the golden light, everything was destroyed by this incomparably overbearing power. Seeing the power of Gu Fei's punch to this extent, Man Yo instantly became incomparably dignified, and then his body sank and he still punched out, directly meeting Gu Fei's metal element fist. Bang! The two fists collided with each other. It was the same incomparably ferocious power, the same incomparably domineering aura. Such a collision of power caused the two of them to involuntarily retreat. Pung! A muffled sound rang out. The terrifying fist energy broke the flowers and trees near the two, the ground burst open, and the soil scattered in all directions. You and I are not enemies. After stabilizing his body, Gu Fei stared at Man Yo, whose battle intent was like a rainbow, and said in a deep voice. He did not want to fight with Man Yo. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Man Yo and the others had been fighting with the demon dwellers endlessly, and both sides should be life and death enemies. Then why are you watching from the side? Man Yo said loudly, and directly approached Gu Fei. The cold evil qi on his body showed no signs of dissipating. At this time the other descendants of the demon dwellers also surrounded Gu Fei, but these people did not attack Gu Fei. It's just a coincidence. Gu Fei replied. What he said was also the truth. He never thought that someone would ambush on the shore and attack the demon dwellers on the shore. Tell me, do you think I will believe your words? Man Yo has already approached within 3 zhang from Gu Fei. This is a distance where he can launch a powerful attack. I have said what I should say. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Gu Fei said coldly. He is not a person who is afraid of trouble, and he will not tolerate being bullied by others. Let's talk after I take you down. Man Yo said, took a step forward, arrived in front of Gu Fei, and then swept his leg towards Gu Fei's waist. Bang! Gu Fei directly swept his leg, meeting the attack. Like two pieces of divine iron colliding, both of them were pushed back by the powerful force of each other's leg. Good! Man Yo shouted. His eyes were filled with bestial light, and at the same time he was very excited. At this moment he was like an incomparably frightening fierce beast, emitting a powerful evil qi. Swish! Swish! The two young experts, almost at the same time, once again rushed together, their movements as fast as lightning. The dull sound of flesh colliding resounded. The two left a series of afterimages in the forest, the eruption of an incomparably powerful force, collapsing one forest after another. The broken branches and withered leaves flying in the sky all burst into pieces under the dazzling light. The violent aura spread in all directions. The two great experts were fighting endlessly. Not using any combat skills or magical powers, it was completely the most direct contest of strength. Giant trees fell one after another, as if there were ancient fierce beasts fighting in the forest, directly destroying a part of the forest. Those descendants of the demon dwellers who came to watch the battle from the sidelines looked at this scene in shock. Even the ultimate battle between the two great experts in the sky couldn't attract their attention. Everyone couldn't believe that there was actually someone with such a strong physique. It must be known that a strong physique is a talent that the descendants of the demon dwellers were proud of. Chapter 260. The descendants of the divine devils, who possessed the bloodline of the divine devils, were known for their vigorous strength and powerful physical bodies. However, Barbarian Bull did not gain any advantage in the confrontation with Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a martial artist, and his body was in the process of transforming into the 5 elements battle body. He was not inferior to Barbarian Bull, who possessed the bloodline of gods and devils. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The two young powerhouses with strong physiques collided head-on, and at the same time, their bodies were uncontrollably retreated. Gu Fei's body emitted a layer of misty multicolored light. He, who was unable to stop his retreating momentum, crashed into rows of giant trees and broke them one after another. He could not believe that he was actually repelled by pure strength. Barbarian Bull also had the same feeling. He also found it hard to believe. His powerful physique was a talent that he was proud of, but unexpectedly, there was someone who only relied on the strength of his body to fight with him endlessly. Moreover, he was not defeated. This made Barbarian Bull shocked. Heaven collapsing. Barbarian Bull roared in anger. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the void, and a terrifying power surged out from his hands. Rumble. The surging energy shook the void, enveloping a part of the space. Although it did not really collapse the world, it made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. The void seemed to really collapse. This was a heart-palpitating power. In the end, Barbarian Bull, the descendant of gods and devils, still used the divine devil battle skill. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. Facing this peerless attack, he formed a seal with both hands, and the power of the 5 elements, along with the mysterious seal, surged out from his fingers. Then the power of metal, wood, water and earth, the power of the 4 elements receded, and a small flame appeared from the seal, instantly turned into a sea of fire, soaring into the sky, blocking the attack. The two powerful forces collided with each other, causing a bright light to erupt. The dull sound was like muffled thunder from the 9th heaven. The power of heaven collapsed, and the monstrous fire dissipated. The two terrifying forces collided and offset each other, and the vast and mighty energy storm directly destroyed a part of the forest. In the clash of battle skills, it seemed like there was still no clear winner. The two seemed to be evenly matched. It had to be said that Gu Fei and Barbarian Bull had many similarities. They both possessed a powerful physique and were extremely powerful. Moreover, there seemed to be similarities between their Fiend God battle skills and Martial Path battle skills. The toughness of their bodies and the might of their battle skills caused the two of them to seem like two gods of war. They moved quickly through the forest and continuously unleashed waves of terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Very good," Barbarian Bull exclaimed excitedly after fiercely colliding with Gu Fei. "Awesome. Haha." Barbarian Bull's eyes revealed a hint of madness. To Barbarian Bull, Gu Fei was absolutely a rare opponent, arousing his desire to fight, and like a wild beast, he roared and charged towards Gu Fei. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered. In his view, how could Barbarian Bull not be a very good opponent? Seeing Barbarian Bull rushing towards him again, Gu Fei's momentum instantly rose to the peak, leaving an afterimage where he was standing, and burst out with an earth-shattering momentum to meet Barbarian Bull, the expert of the Fiend God clan. Both of them burst out with incomparably powerful explosive power. The terrifying power burst out from their bodies, causing the nearby trees to collapse unceasingly. The terrifying power was surging violently, and the dazzling light was tearing the void. In the distance, the dozens of Fiend God clan's practitioners who were watching the battle were all aghast. This kind of evenly matched battle was really intense. The strength of Gu Fei was also beyond their expectations. They knew that they could not match up to him at all. Roar! The 10 feet tall Barbarian Bull, with his long hair fluttering in the wind, roared again and again. Then he leaped high, his body rotated rapidly like a top, and at the same time, his feet seemed to have turned into a huge rapidly rotating sharp arrow, drilling towards Gu Fei's chest. The softest thing in the world is water. The water seal technique moved forward to block, as if summoning a surging flood. The vast power of water surged around Gu Fei's body, and the water blue aura seemed to have solidified, as if it had really condensed into a large amount of water. Puff! With a sound, Barbarian Bull's legs turned into a huge sharp arrow, as if piercing a huge bubble, broke through the layers of water, and shot towards Gu Fei in the center of this huge bubble. Bang! The huge bubble was broken, and the water blue aura collapsed. However, Barbarian Bull's offensive was also weakened. Finally, Gu Fei's seal technique collided with Barbarian Bull's toes. Dang! 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 Stare! Gu Fei retreated 4 or 5 steps, and with each step the whole ground shook. Barbarian Bull was sent flying, and lightly landed 10 feet away. Although he was tall and looked clumsy, his movements were extremely agile. As soon as he landed, he immediately blasted a punch towards the retreating Gu Fei. The fist force was extremely fierce, and like a surging Yangtze River, it chased after Gu Fei. Gu Fei soared into the sky, and a 10 feet long 5-colored sword chi shot out from his hand, and chopped towards Barbarian Bull. The incomparably swift and fierce sword chi emitted a great pressure, causing Barbarian Bull to feel great pressure. Sword chi. Barbarian Bull was startled, and he quickly retreated. Bang! Soil splashed, and the swift and fierce sword chi left a 10 feet long sword mark on the ground. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps, and like the wind and lightning, he rushed towards Barbarian Bull. The bright sword chi from his hands turned into a 5-colored rainbow, and chopped towards Barbarian Bull. You are a sword cultivator? Along the way, Barbarian Bull had a look of astonishment on his face as he dodged unceasingly. The might of the sword chi unleashed by Gu Fei was definitely not inferior to a true divine weapon. Even if Barbarian Bull had a powerful physique, he wasn't willing to take the risk of using his flesh and blood to contend against it. While Barbarian Bull was being forced back by Gu Fei, and was at a disadvantage, the battle between the Gemini demons and Baji seemed to have reached its climax. Bang! 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 Muffled thunderous noises shook the heaven and earth, and monstrous energy fluctuations continuously came from the sky above the sea. In the end, after a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, a powerful and sinister aura quickly retreated towards the ocean, while another powerful aura quickly headed towards Gu Fei and Barbarian Bull's direction. The cultivators of the God-Devil clan in the forest burst out in cheers. Gu Fei sensed the powerful aura quickly approaching, and his expression immediately changed. Then he shot out a bright sword chi, forcing Barbarian Bull to retreat, and retreated towards the depths of the forest. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to retreat, the cultivators of the God-Devil clan, who were blocking Gu Fei's path of retreat, immediately attacked Gu Fei. However, the strength of these cultivators was much weaker than that of Gu Fei, and it was difficult for them to stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei easily broke through their obstruction and retreated calmly. No one could catch up to Gu Fei, who had the 8 steps extreme speed technique. Soon, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the dense forest. Don't chase after him. Barbarian Bull wanted to chase after him, but a dignified voice came from the sky. When Barbarian Bull heard this voice, he immediately stopped. The next moment, swoosh! Then a tall silhouette descended from the sky and landed beside Barbarian Bull. He was holding a simple and unadorned black trident, and it had 2 edges. Uncle, why didn't you let me capture that person? Barbarian Bull looked at the person descending from the sky in surprise and asked. The person descending from the sky was the expert of the God-Devil clan, Baji. He looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared, thought for a moment and then said, "You are no match for him." What? I didn't lose. Barbarian Bull was unconvinced. Although he was at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Gu Fei, he didn't think that he had lost because he still had a backup plan. Humph. Don't look down on the people of this world. That person didn't show any killing intent towards you. What is going on? Baji asked in a deep voice. It's like this. Thus Barbarian Bull told Baji about how he met Gu Fei. Then he quietly stood to the side and looked at Baji, who was deep in thought. After a while, Baji muttered to himself, could it be that even those people from the Central Plains have designs on our God-Devil Island? Baji's expression changed several times. Suddenly, his face flushed red and then with a wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle you. Barbarian Bull couldn't help but be shocked. He realized that the mouthful of blood that Baji had spat out was not congested blood, but bright red hot blood. This meant that Baji's injuries were not light. It seemed that his internal organs had been damaged. The surrounding cultivators of the God-Devil clan were also shocked to see Baji suddenly spit out blood. They all revealed nervous expressions.